The Taskmaster is easily one of my favorite Marvel bad guys. He's got such an iconic look, a great skill set, and he's so badass. His early appearances really set him up as one of those mustache-twirling villains that always slinks away into the night. He'd sooner sacrifice his own guys and all that he'd work for rather than getting caught. Always one step ahead of the heroes, which he could easily defeat. Taskmaster really belongs in that upper echelon of Marvel villains. Hey folks, how's it going? I'm Hossman Comics, and for the next 10 minutes or so, you are my willing hostages as we take a look at the early evolution of the Taskmaster. 1980's Avengers number 195 gives us the first appearance of the mysterious Taskmaster, written by David Michelinie with art by Avengers legend George Perez. Long story short, some guy showed up at Avengers Mansion in need of help, and he was taken back to an institute by a couple of other guys. And when Wasp went to check out the Solomon Institute, she went missing. So now the Avengers are all just waiting outside while Ant-Man and Yellow Jacket go in to scope things out as well. And on the last panel of this issue, we learn that Ant-Man and Yellow Jacket aren't coming out because they just got their asses beat by one man. Yes, I said man. And it's the Taskmaster making a very strong debut. And let me know in the comments below, do you like a final page debut like this? Wolverine did it, I mean it's pretty iconic, Taskmaster did it here, but then I don't collect, and I'm not all in the collecting sphere, but how does that affect, because there's so much debate over which appearance is Wolverine's first appearance. I mean, there's a full body appearance. I think it's pretty neat reading it back now, but at the time I'd be like, what? I gotta wait a month to figure out who this Taskmaster is? What? That's what I'd be like. Nowadays, I'd click the next issue. Speaking of next issues, Taskmaster did appear in Avengers number 196, and right away we can see his level of preparedness could give Batman a run for his money, as he's got the 3 shrinking heroes bound in restraints that if they try to shrink out of them, their hands and feet aren't coming along for the ride. And with his captive audience, Taskmaster goes on to explain who he is and all about his photographic reflexes. He can copy any non-superhuman ability that he sees, like Hawkeye's marksmanship, Spider-Man's gymnastics, and Captain America's shield-throwing prowess, among many others. And he then uses this knowledge and skill set to train goons. Taskmaster doesn't want to waste his time fighting bad guys, getting punched in the face, and trying to rob banks. He set up an academy to train the endless slew of goons that these bad guys seem to have. Pretty smart, and it does answer the question in the comics, where does Doc Ock get all these guys from? How come Hammerhead's always got a willing squad? Hammerhead's a bad example, he's with the Magia, but he does get referenced here as having goons. And Taskmaster makes really good money at it. So when those dastardly Avengers bust in, he shows his true colors by sending a crew of the guys he just trained while he sneaks out the back. But the man they call Taskmaster is headed off by Iron Man and Captain America. So he shows even more true colors and defeats them both before slinking away. But this time he's stopped by Jocasta. And that's mainly because he's never actually seen her before, so he doesn't know what she's going to do. He does still get away though, because he's great. About 1 year later in Marvel Team Up number 103, David Michelinie teams up with artist Jerry Bingham to show us what task he's been up to. So Ant-Man Scott Lang is getting a visit from his old cellmate from Rikers. His name is Gus, and he's telling Scott all about this new gig. He's getting paid to commit crimes and he's being trained, but it's all very top secret. He offers Scott a way in, but Scott politely declines because he's gone straight. On his way home, Gus is run over by a car. Believing it was no accident, Ant-Man is on the case, and J. Jonah Jameson wants pictures, so Spider-Man's also on the same case. Everything going on in New York, and J. Jonah Jameson's like, some ex-con got run over by a car and I need pictures! Whatever it takes to get Spider-Man into the story. It's not long before Spidey finds the training school and Taskmaster uses Spider-Man to teach a class on hand-to-hand combat. And since it was one-on-one and he had the confidence that he would win, and he did, Taskmaster had no problem fighting Spidey. Meanwhile, Ant-Man infiltrated via the front door by enrolling as Scott Lang. He wastes no time turning into Ant-Man and saves Spidey, and together they make short work of any goons, making me wonder if Taskmaster is even a good teacher? Of course he is. He's Taskmaster. The goons aren't good. Taskmaster's great. And while Ant-Man does scare the crap out of Taskmaster with a giant ant, the 2 bug-themed heroes can't manage to stop the Master of Tasks from escaping to fight another day. And now back to Avengers for one of the most iconic covers of all time, Avengers number 223 by David Michelinie and Greg LaRocque. Okay, at this point, I'm wondering if Scott Lang is going to be Taskmaster's main adversary. He seems to be fighting Scott Lang every appearance. But Scott and Hawkeye both find themselves at a carnival for different reasons. Ant-Man is there with his daughter, and Clint is investigating a message he got from an old friend. It turns out the carnival's been taken over by the Taskmaster, and he's removed the former management and begun using it as a traveling goon school. As he bests Hawkeye in one-on-one combat, he seems to be very good at doing, Hawkeye winds up locked in a lion cage. Father of the Year Scott Lang buys his daughter several rides on the Spin and Heave so he can go fight crime. He saves Hawkeye, and together they confront the Taskmaster. Well, his goons anyway. While they do defeat them and catch up to Taskmaster, Tasky's already planned ahead with a bomb that'll blow up the grandstand. The heroes have to choose between catching the bad guy and saving innocent lives. Then they pull off the iconic Ant-Man on an arrow trick to stop the bomb.
I'm good, arrow guy. let's go.
But Taskmaster does get away. And I do kind of love this. Like, I know it's been David Michelinie writing every single issue so far, but Taskmaster just keeps getting away. And it's like really building up for years now to be like, when's Taskmaster gonna get caught? When's he gonna get his comeuppance? You know, it's gonna be really satisfying to see this guy that just keeps slipping through their fingers. Will it be in Marvel Team Up number 146? Let's find out. For the first time, Taskmaster is going to appear without Ant-Man, and he's also not being written by David Michelinie. But Greg LaRocque is still doing the art, so it's not all new. He's faced Spider-Man before as well, so writer Kerry Burkett and Nomad, those are the new things for Taskmaster here. Anyway, let's dive in. Pretty standard fare for Marvel Team Up, actually. Peter Parker and Jack Monroe, better known as Spider-Man and Nomad, if Nomad's even that well known. Anyway, they meet in their civilian identities and go on a mandate to the movies, and some kid runs in and steals a bunch of Captain America's art. I'm here to talk about Taskmaster, not why Jack Monroe has Captain America's art, so you gotta fill in some of the blanks yourselves or just let this slide by. Anyway, the kid steals the art from Jack, and both the heroes excuse themselves to change into their superhero identities. As it turns out, the kid stole from them because he wanted to get to a secret meeting for street toughs. It seems Taskmaster has set up a meeting to recruit some street youths into his training program, but this time not for his school, but directly for a new villain making his debut in this issue, the Black Abbot. And the kid shows up and announces that Spider-Man is on his tail. Taskmaster wants to settle an old score and give everyone their first lesson, so he prepares for combat and takes Spidey down with a sonic arrow. Incidentally, this is the symbiote costume that Spider-Man is wearing here, though it hasn't yet been established that sonics are one of its weaknesses. That's just kinda cool. Fun fact. Nomad gets taken down easily, and then Spider-Man makes references to Taskmaster and his photogenic reflexes rather than photographic reflexes. Shame on you, Kerry Burkett. Shame. Although I wish I had photogenic reflexes. There's a camera! That'd be cool. Anyway, much like the world would do, we all forgot about Black Abbot, who blasted Spidey with a psychic blast before eventually being taken out by Nomad using Taskmaster's shield. Taskmaster then gets the better of Spider-Man and makes his escape, remaining free on all 5 of his appearances so far. That's actually better than anybody else we've covered so far in this series. You know how in like professional wrestling, there are certain guys and their moves that are protected, and that kind of means like nobody can kick out of their moves, so it makes their moves look completely badass? And keeps just selling the kayfabe of it all. Like, that's protected. And I wish that sometimes Marvel characters would be protected like that. Like, I wish editorial had been like, Taskmaster has to keep getting away until David Michelinie does something satisfying with him. On a potentially unrelated note, let's take a look at Taskmaster's appearance in The Thing number 26. Written by Mike Carlin with art by Rob Wilson and Joe Sinnott. The Thing heads to the circus because of a hot chick he saw on a billboard, and he runs into a mind reader who is actually Vance Astro, who would go on to join the New Warriors as Justice. Anyway, Vance and this girl Lauren are looking into some disappearances, and the Thing gets involved. Lauren goes missing, but it turns out that the boss of the circus and the man behind the disappearances is none other than the Taskmaster. Vance and the Taskmaster have a fight. When the Thing shows up, Taskmaster knows that he can't win, so he leaves and gets more guys, which again, Tasky had been training carnival folk to become criminals. I do have to say here, the skull thing has been kind of prevalent in all his appearances, but this one here is the first time like you really see the detail of it being a skull mask. The heroes win the brawl and Taskmaster makes his escape, but he doesn't actually get away because Lauren was a cop the whole time and she was waiting with many officers, and they catch and arrest Taskmaster off panel by using surprise and sheer numbers. What a load of hogwash. Taskmaster would have been able to take them all out, and this is what I mean about protecting the character, but hopefully they can do some course correcting, and in his next appearance we get a good explanation for what's been going on. That said, I would greatly appreciate it if you guys could hit the like button on this video, have some comments down below talking about how great Taskmaster is or how much you think I am just the greatest, or the worst, whatever, say whatever you want, but subscribe, because subscribing and hitting the bell notification is a great way to keep seeing my videos. And that's what I want, is for watching my videos. So Taskmaster's next appearance was actually one of his more iconic things that he's known for, so I was surprised to see it this early in his run. Captain America number 334 by Mark Gruenwald and Tom Morgan. It's been about 2 years since we've last seen the Taskmaster, and he's been in jail the whole time. And during that time, Steve Rogers was stripped of his role as Captain America, and John Walker was rocking the star and the shield. He was actually pretty good at it too, except he couldn't throw the shield for shit, so the government brought in a specialist to train him. In exchange for a shorter prison sentence, the Taskmaster would train John Walker to move and throw like the original Captain America. The future US agent was a little bit trepidatious at first, but he was surprised to learn that Taskmaster was training him properly. I was surprised too to learn that Taskmaster still got to keep his colorful costume while in prison. I suppose that him getting arrested in The Thing did lead to something cool, and it is worth noting that Mark Gruenwald, the writer of this issue, was the editor on that Thing issue. So there's some synergy there. Amazing Spider-Man number 308 by David Michelini and Todd McFarlane sees Taskmaster free from prison and again training thugs. We'll catch up with him in a second, but Mary Jane has been kidnapped, and Spider-Man is pretty upset about it. He's out looking for her, and he happens upon a training exercise in a cemetery. For no reason, he assumes it's related to his wife and doesn't hold back much while beating the crap out of these guys. So Taskmaster jumps in to lend a hand, and then he dips out. Spidey gives chase and takes out more goons and demands to know where MJ is, and Taskmaster's like, "What the hell are you talking about? I don't know anything you're saying. I don't kidnap people. I train goons. I'm here to avoid fights and make money. Think about it. Think about it." Taskmaster again gets away, but not before McFarlane gets an excuse to draw him with an awesome cape. Look at it. Nice. And now Iron Man number 254 gives us a ho-ho homicide. Bob Layton writes and draws a perfect Taskmaster story in my opinion. Taskmaster is, to no one's surprise, training goons. But this time he's got 5 and only one of them can get the gig, if you catch my drift. There's one student who is sabotaging the others one by one, and Taskmaster has taken notice. "One of the best I ever trained," he says. "Totally without mercy or remorse, my kind of guy." That guy obviously wins and gets outfitted with the gear and the name of Spy Master. He's the second of 3 Spy Masters and does not have a stellar run. But he does go up against Iron Man in this issue, and you know who doesn't? The Taskmaster. He does his job. He trains the dude and he leaves. Perfect Taskmaster. He doesn't care how the new Spy Master does. He's been paid and he has no horse in this race. I love it. I love it. So after a decade of claiming Daredevil as one of his movesets, Taskmaster finally gets to tangle with Hornhead in Daredevil number 292, and it kicks off with a bang as we see a guy breaking concrete blocks with a single strike. He's talking about how he's focusing his ki, and he trained under masters and took 10 years to perfect this move. Taskmaster looks at him and says, "Took me 10 minutes, then caves in his chest. Awesome." But then after that, his characterization feels a little bit off. Though he is quippy, which is one of his traits, he's also pretty cocky in this issue and more bold than usual. He and Tombstone are comparing notes on kills they're performing for some contest when Daredevil bursts in and saves them both from the Punisher. They escape more or less, and Taskmaster ends up driving a bus. This continues on to the next issue where the Punisher and Tombstone square off, while Daredevil comes face to scully face with Taskmaster, which is pretty even until Daredevil tricks the showboating bad guy into getting smoked by a car. And then Punisher throws a knife into his gut and Daredevil actually works to save him. And then it happens. Taskmaster unmasked. His face has ridges of scar tissue and his features have been purposely distended and altered. He gives Daredevil some information onto this contest before slipping into unconsciousness. Daredevil leaves him in the hospital where I assume he must have been liberated by the Red Skull, as in Captain America number 394, Taskmaster appears on a secret villain council led by the Skull. Then again in Captain America number 396 by Mark Gruenwald, where Taskmaster is seen training Cutthroat for a fight against Captain America. And to do so, he's fighting him using only Captain America's moveset and showing him ways to counter them. He really is a great teacher if you have one specific goal. The prodigal son returns home to daddy as David Michelini writes Taskmaster once again in Amazing Spider-Man number 366. Peter Parker's parents have returned, and this is the whole they were agents of the Red Skull and held captive in Russia thing. Don't worry about it, in the end they were robots. But Spider-Man is after the Red Skull for some answers, and after kicking over enough anthills, he's got the Red Skull's attention, and the Nazi sends the Taskmaster after him. Yes, he only shows up on the last page, but look at the skeletal detail on the cover. Amazing Spider-Man number 367 is next for obvious numerical reasons. Jerry Bingham has been the artist on these issues from the summer of '92, and Spidey's got some backup in my boy Solo. Of course, Taskmaster has 3 new students to show off as well in the form of Blood Spider, Jagged Bow, and Death Shield, and while they're busy fighting these footnotes, Taskmaster makes his getaway. We next see him in Captain America Annual number 11 in the Sea story about the Falcon by Mark Gruenwald and James Brock. Falcon has a friend who was in Taskmaster's school but skipped out and now he's being hunted. So Falcon, in an actually awesome looking costume in my opinion, comes in to help him. And when Falcon and Taskmaster fight, the villain does point out that Falcon is using Captain America's moves, which is a really great detail for someone like Taskmaster to notice, especially because Falcon was trained by Captain America. Taskmaster knocks his target off a building, and while Falcon is catching him, he makes his getaway. Then in Captain America number 403 by Mark Gruenwald and Larry Alexander, it has a backup story where Diamondback is actually attending the School of Taskmasters, and that's really about it. Though we do see that additional instructors are Anaconda and Crossbones, implying that this is a Red Skull operation. He next would show up in Alpha Flight number 121. It's crazy how many of these guys make it into Canada. Although actually in this one Alpha Flight goes to New York, so ignore that. There's a big supervillain auction with a whole bunch of bad guys. That's kind of one of these, hey look, let's put a bunch of bad guys there, and Taskmaster happens to be there. And when he gets busted up, oh look, there's Taskmaster in the background uncharacteristically fighting when he would have been gone. Shame on you, Simon Furman. Daredevil number 317 and 318 contain a story that's a little off the hook. Apparently, Taskmaster was in prison, and he's bald and looks different than we've ever seen him, but there he is at the beginning in a prison getup, and this other guy has escaped from prison, and then he gets kicked in the head by a horse and is dying, and tells a bunch of bad guys where he left this treasure. He keeps calling it grease. He's like, oh, I left the grease, $500,000 worth of grease. Sets off a big old race with a bunch of different bad guys chasing after this, and Taskmaster does a couple cool things, but on a whole, it's really weird. Taskmaster, first of all, would not be interested in just simply $500,000, and he wouldn't put himself out there like that. In trying to get more information, he does go to a, what are they called? One of those Japanese restaurants where the guys throw the knives. He watches the guy, picks up all the moves, and then takes him out and takes his place. And that's actually a really cool use of Taskmaster's abilities, and I'm surprised we don't see stuff like that more often. Though he does seem to wear a mask over his mask, and he rips it off, and he's like, I'm Taskmaster! And when Stiltman shows up and almost steps on Taskmaster, Daredevil does save him, and Taskmaster characteristically says, that's not a move I'm gonna copy, Daredevil. There are a couple gems in here, but ultimately, when they find the treasure, it's grease. The guy's been calling it grease the whole time. Why is anyone surprised it was grease? It's weird. Didn't like it. And then in Sensational She-Hulk number 59, the second last issue of that series, is another case where there's a whole bunch of villains, so there's Taskmaster. Except this one, again, has a neat little thing. All these villains are suing the Tinkerer because their gear doesn't always work and they get caught. And when Taskmaster comes on the trial, he's like, the gear's not the problem, it's you idiots and your training. If you had been trained by me, the gear would be great. So that's a fun little thing. None of these issues seem like a really good place to end this video, except we are getting knee-deep into the 90s here. And the 90s is a scary place. Electro issue number 5 and issue number 7 feature the Taskmaster, nothing at all of note. I think the best one to talk about last would be Deadpool number 2 by Joe Casey and Ed McGuinness. And in this, Taskmaster has a frickin' weird costume that doesn't really get explained. He's just colorful as hell. This is where we first see Taskmaster and Deadpool cross paths, and they would become an iconic pairing, somewhat iconic. Taskmaster gets his butt handed to him by Deadpool because he just cannot predict his moves. His movements are all so erratic and chaotic that Taskmaster can't nail down a moveset that will work against Deadpool, and that becomes a running thing. And Taskmaster vows revenge against Deadpool. And I think this is where it would go from there. His pairing with Deadpool would turn him into more of a mercenary character, less in the training, which actually was a good thing. It was been 20-some years. Let's shift him into something else. And when the Udon comics came, he would go and get this cool new look that looks really great. He would go on to have 2 runs in his own solo series. He would join much more higher profile titles. He became a trainer for the Avengers Initiative. He would get asked to join the Cabal under Norman Osborn. He did quite a bit. He actually became an Avenger, a secret Avenger for a little while too, working with S.H.I.E.L.D. and Fury. And some of these miniseries would actually expand on his background as well, giving him the name Tony Masters, allegedly the name Tony Masters. It would explain how he was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and he actually ended up taking a serum to increase his powers, but he would lose his memory at the same time. Every time he picks up a new moveset, he would push out more non-combat related memories. Like, there's a lot of good stuff that comes with Taskmaster down the road. As I've said, Taskmaster is one of my absolute favorite characters. I think this video went a little longer than usual. I'm not sure. I'll find out in the edit. If you guys, as I said, like, subscribe, that's really all there is to it. Stay hossy, folks, and I'm gonna maybe add in a blooper of when I farted during this video. Come on. They escape more. I farted. They escape more or less, and while Daredevil comes face to scully face with Taskmaster, it stinks. Captain America number 334 by Mark Grunwald. Peter Parker picked a peck of pickled peppers. Does the Green Goblin look cute to you? Does he make you want to smile? Well, forget it. He is the most sinister, most dangerous foe that Spider-Man ever fought. So the new Spider-Man series is upon us. I've actually watched a few episodes. I quite like it, and Norman Osborn seems to play a very prominent role in the series, a different role than he has in the comics, but we're going to see where that goes, and I thought, hey, this would be a really good time to take a look at Norman Osborn's role in the comics that I just mentioned, but like from the beginning, right? So it's early evolution of the Green Goblin. With other villains I've covered, like I do complain sometimes that different writers come on, it's always disjointed, and some things are really good because it's the collaboration that evolves the character to who it is, but sometimes I'm like, I wish one writer was there the whole time. This is strictly one series. The Green Goblin did not appear outside of Spider-Man. Spoiler alert, I guess. There were 2 different Spider-Man series, but anyway, mostly, almost every appearance that we cover here today is in Amazing Spider-Man and most of them are written by Stan Lee, except for stuff towards the end. So today's episode might be a little more different than other ones, but either way, it's the Green Goblin. It's going to be a great time. So let's go, starting with Amazing Spider-Man number 14 by Stan Lee and Steve Ditko. Already, right from the beginning, we can see that his identity is cast in shadows, which is unusual for the time because generally we would get a backstory and a face reveal for these villains. Just get to know who they are and why they do what they do. Usually they wanted money, and almost always it was an accident. But the Green Goblin, as I mentioned, is a little different. Lee and Ditko introduced this whole Goblin mystery to give Spider-Man more of a serialized feel to it, to entice people to come back and keep reading it because the story's going to unfold as time goes. Also, we see he's working on what he calls a flying broomstick, a precursor to his Goblin glider, and he delivers the most ironic line possible. I made the controls simple enough so there's no chance for a fatal error. Oh. Anyway, the Green Goblin's plan is to hire a movie producer to make a movie where Spider-Man fights the Green Goblin and the Enforcers. And this is all real and is about to happen, but for the Goblin it was all just a ruse to defeat Spider-Man. So they jump him and they try their best. Outnumbered, Spidey runs into a nearby cave, but the Hulk was in that cave already. This would actually be the first meeting between the Wallcrawler and the Green Goliath. Spidey manages to escape the Hulk and finally gets to square off with his other green menace, and Spider-Man ends up falling from the Nimbus 2000 into a pool of water, which for whatever reason the Goblin assumes he defeated Spidey. The Hulk takes off, the Enforcers get arrested, and the Goblin and Spider-Man both go on with their lives. But they do further nail home that the Green Goblin's identity is a mystery. And really, there's zero hints to who he is, and zero hints as to why he has it out for Spider-Man, just they're establishing that who his true identity is a mystery. It is also worth pointing out that Norman Osborn has not appeared at all in the comics at this point. Harry Osborn hasn't even appeared, so the Goblin predates both of them. It's always fun to have a mystery. Also, apparently Lee and Ditko greatly differed on who the Green Goblin's true identity should be. We're going to touch more on that later as it becomes more relevant with the story. It's how it all unfolds, progressing. But that there was the first appearance of the Green Goblin, and I think he's drawn a little cuter, chubby little cheeks. But on a whole, his look is exactly what it would be forever. Aside from a few redesigns, this is his look. And a lot of his other iconic accessories start appearing in Amazing Spider-Man number 17 just a few months later. I am, of course, talking about pumpkin bombs and the Goblin glider, seen right at the beginning. And when the Goblin sees that Spider-Man is going to appear at the inaugural meeting of the Spider-Man fan club, it seems like that might be the best time to attack. And attack he does. When Spidey swings in to make his grand entrance, the Goblin cuts his web with his electrically charged frog. Look, they weren't all winners, okay? I'm just going to cut to the chase and say that in this issue, he does use a smoke bat and a fog ghost. Kind of a Halloween theme. Ooh, Goblin. But the pumpkin bombs, they'd stick around. Also, his finger laser. Zap. And since you've already seen, yes, the Human Torch is also here. And it's not a case of the Goblin not counting on fighting two heroes. On the contrary, actually, the Torch inadvertently prevents Spider-Man from stopping the Goblin sooner. But the fight does end when Spidey overhears that Aunt May suffered a heart attack and he runs away to check on her. This leads to wild speculation that Spider-Man is a coward. That was actually touched upon in my recent Kraven the Hunter video. It's all starting to get interconnected now. Amazing Spider-Man number 23 gives us a tale where the Green Goblin is trying to take over the mob in some of their territory. But obviously, whenever the Goblin shows up, Spider-Man isn't far behind. The Goblin uses this to his advantage and lures Spidey into the mobster hideout, hoping the Wallcrawler will take out the head, leaving the body ripe for controlling. Spider-Man deals with the mob and goes after the Goblin, and they fight to a stalemate, and the Green Goblin remains at large. But unfortunately for him, that entire family of mobsters was arrested, leaving no henchmen for the poaching. Now at this point, we still don't know anything about who the Goblin is or why he's after Spidey. But Stan Lee will say in interviews that the Green Goblin was created just to be the archenemy of Spider-Man, so take that with a grain of Stan Lee's salt. That's why the Goblin's getting a lot of appearances here right away in the start. And while there are contradictory stories about who Stan Lee and Steve Ditko both wanted the Green Goblin's true identity to be, I will show you this panel from this very issue set in the downtown Manhattan businessman's club that J. Jonah Jameson belonged to. Who's that guy sitting right there? His next few appearances are interesting. Firstly, Ditko does continue to sprinkle an as of yet unnamed Osborn into JJ's Businessman Club. Then we see the Goblin still trying to get a foothold on organized crime, and after that he takes a 10-issue break. But in these 10 issues we do meet Harry Osborn. Then through Harry we get a name and a connection for Norman Osborn, as well as his former partner whom he screwed over, Mendel Strom. He gets out of prison and has it out for Norman. He's got robots and Spidey intervenes, but Norman already had a plan to take out Strom. And when Spider-Man gets in the way of those plans, Osborn clocks the webhead and knocks him out. Then, an assassin, strongly implied to be Storm and Norman, shoots Strom from a window and makes a seemingly impossible getaway. Huge clues here to the identity of the Green Goblin, and reading it back now, it's super obvious. But in this issue, we just see Norman Osborn doing these things, and you might start thinking, But like I said, it's been 10 issues or so since we've seen the Green Goblin. We just see Norman Osborn doing these things. Green Goblin wouldn't be right on people's minds. I don't know if any of you guys were reading this back in the day. Do you guys remember this? And like, did you start figuring out Norman Osborn was the Green Goblin? Like me, with retrospect, I've always known it because this is 20 years before I was even born. And I'm old as fudge. Not that old. In the next issue, Norman Osborn puts on a fake beard and pays a dude to take out Spidey. He fails. Then we have Amazing Spider-Man number 39, and you know this cover. I actually used to have the Marvel Select figure of this cover, and I wish I still did. John Romita takes over the art with this issue, and the Green Goblin decides he's waited long enough, and it's time to end Spider-Man once and for all. So he tracks him down and hits him with gas to dull his spider sense. Then he follows him until he discovers his true identity as Peter Parker. And then he strikes outside of his house and carries him off. And since he's about to do away with the webhead, the Goblin returns the favor and reveals his true identity to Spider-Man as well. In case I hadn't made it obvious, Norman Osborn and the Green Goblin are in fact one and the same. What? And for whatever reason, Spider-Man's reaction is all, "You're Harry Osborn's dad." And when he sees a mention of the Goblin's son gets a rise out of him, Spider-Man keeps at it until he gets him monologuing. And we get the Green Goblin's backstory, and he is delusional. It's also worth noting here that every time we do see Norman interacting with Harry, he's a total douche. So when he talks about how he was the perfect father, but is juxtaposed with those actual images of him always being too busy and a total dick, we see what kind of mind we are working with. And then we see where he's putzing around with a formula he stole from the aforementioned Mendel Strum. It blows up in his face.
I'm something of a scientist myself.
Twisting his mind even further and enhancing his strength. So he turns into a criminal and becomes the Green Goblin. Like really, as I said earlier, most of these Spider-Man villains are in it for the money. But Norman Osborn's already a champion of industry. He's got all the money he could need, so he's just crazy. But while he is regaling Spider-Man in all their past adventures, the wall crawler manages to break free and they have an epic battle that ends with the Green Goblin getting amnesia due to comic book shenanigans, and he's lost the past few years of his memory. So for the sake of Harry, Spider-Man burns the Green Goblin costume and saves the life of Norman Osborn. There we have it. All's well that ends well, I suppose. But that's not the ending, is it? No. His next appearance is just as Norman Osborn. I actually covered it pretty extensively in my Kraven the Hunter video, so if you do want to check that one out, that would be awesome. Otherwise, if you could like, comment, subscribe, any one of those amazing algorithm-assisting attributes would be awesomely appreciated. The next few times we see Norman Osborn, that's all he was, Norman Osborn. I'm sure he ran his business as usual and took care of his day-to-day affairs, but the only times we see him is when he's struggling with images in his mind of the Green Goblin. He's not sure why, but we know something is up. And after 2 years, the Goblin flies again in Spectacular Spider-Man number 2. He remembers who he is and where some of his stuff is stashed, and he goes not just for revenge, but the most excruciating revenge the world has ever known. Once Peter hears about Norman going missing, he begins to have nightmares and decides he needs to find the Goblin first. But the Goblin doesn't want to be found, not yet. He has plans. Those plans include an extremely tense dinner party. It's actually pretty awesome. Peter's not sure exactly how much Norman knows, and at that point really neither are we, and the whole thing is really tense. I love this scene, and obviously Sam Raimi would take cues from it for the original Tobey Maguire Spider-Man film.
How did you say that happened?
Bike messenger.
Obviously, this all leads to a fight. One hell of a fight if I do say so myself, and it ends with Spider-Man just beating the holy heck out of the Green Goblin. But he's still pulling his punches as to not kill him. But if he can't kill him, then how can he keep his identity secret? Long story short, he drugs the Green Goblin with some pumpkin gas and terrifies him with his own mask. Like, he drugs and hypnotized Osborn into being so afraid of both the Goblin and Spider-Man that he forgets everything. Amnesia again. Amnesia again. If I'm being honest, this issue was awesome, but in the end, the return of the Goblin was just kind of lackluster, and it reset the status quo of just him going back to being Norman Osborn, forgetting everything. Realistically, you could have skipped this entire issue and not missed a thing, and that ultimately is disappointing. Like, if you're going to talk about bringing back the Green Goblin, bring back the Green Goblin to stay. Don't just bring him back for a bit and reset the status quo. Water. Very thirsty. We would not see Norman or the Goblin for 2.5 more years until Amazing Spider-Man number 6. Mary Jane is making her debut in a new play, and the whole gang is going to see it courtesy of Norman Osborn, who it was worth noting that Peter had just accepted a job from, like the animated series that's on right now. Really, it's fine. Check it out, or don't. MJ makes a seemingly nothing comment that Norman used to own the building that her play is in, but after the play, Norman sees a door and something inside him changes. Peter notices this too and decides to check it out, but he is too late, because later that evening, when everyone had cleared out, Norman opened that door and found some of his Goblin gear and remembered everything. The next 2 issues have Spider-Man and the Goblin battling each other around New York. The Goblin's only goal this time is the complete obliteration of Spider-Man. It's also shown that the Goblin is a whole separate identity inside his head. When he is the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn does not exist. Of course, these are also both very special issues dealing with Harry Osborn's drug issue. And when the Goblin tries to attack Peter at home, he sees his son, whom he doesn't even recognize, but he knows something is familiar, and he just leaves. When he and Spider-Man face off again across the city skyline, the Webhead grabs the Goblin and steers him towards the hospital so he can see his son again. And the Green Goblin, seeing his boy helpless and in the hospital, he breaks down in tears and faints, once again succumbing to amnesia, which Spider-Man does like because that's the only way he can keep his whole identity secret without having to kill the Goblin. And killing the Green Goblin is something that Spider-Man's not even willing to consider. This issue ends with Peter reunited with Gwen Stacy. Is that important? I feel like you may already know the answer. If not, spoilers ahead. His next 3 appearances are inconsequential appearances as Norman Osborn. They are during the transition of writers from Stan Lee to Jerry Conway. But now so far, to me, we haven't had enough appearances of the Green Goblin to be considered the greatest villain the Spider-Man's ever faced. Yes, he's probably the only one that actually knows his secret identity, and that does make him a threat. But other than that, he's just been this guy that shows up once in a while and gets beat up by Spider-Man. Like, except for the time he drugged Spider-Man and captured him in the ropes, he's never really even been a physical match to overpower Spider-Man. Even that time, Spider-Man got away. And then, like I said, he just keeps getting amnesia over and over and over again and again and again and again, which is like just such a cop-out. This guy isn't a threat. He's just a minor annoyance that keeps coming back. And I feel like the whole greatest Spider-Man villain is largely, in fact, to what is about to happen in Amazing Spider-Man number 121. But yeah, like, honestly, I found the whole amnesia thing lame and tedious. Amazing Spider-Man number 121, Harry is once again unwell due to his drug use, and this forms some cracks in the mind of Norman Osborn, causing him to lash out at Harry's friend Peter and then hallucinate images of Spider-Man. That's enough to bring the Goblin back to the surface, and this time he's done playing around. He gets on his glider and he makes a beeline right for Peter Parker's place to put an end to their prolonged punch-up. And there he finds Gwen Stacy and he takes her captive, and then he and Spider-Man fight. And again, Spider-Man is the clear victor, but before he can get to the girl, Norman swoops down and knocks her off the bridge. Was she dead before? Did the fall kill her, or did Spider-Man snap her neck? It doesn't matter. As far as anyone's concerned, the Green Goblin just killed the woman that Spider-Man loved. For the record, Spider-Man's web snapped her neck. The look on the Goblin's face shows it that he realized he's screwed up. He wants to run away, but Spider-Man is relentless in his pursuit. Spider-Man's wrestled with this before, but this time he means to kill the Green Goblin. Though when the opportunity presents itself, he doesn't. He stops himself from becoming a murderer. But the Goblin has one last trick up his sleeve, and he controls the glider to attack Spidey from behind.
Godspeed, Spider-Man.
And honestly, this scene was recreated perfectly in the Raimi film.
Oh.
So do the proud men die, crucified not on a cross of gold, but on a stake of humble tin. The Green Goblin dies by his own hand, impaled on his own glider, taking us back to his first appearance, where he assures that his glider has no chance for a fatal error. And after Spider-Man leaves, a figure in shadows that would eventually be revealed as Harry Osborn changes Norman's clothes, keeping the secret of the Green Goblin. And to go further into it, Norman Osborn didn't actually die there. He escaped to Europe, where he would actually raise the children that he believed he had with Gwen Stacy, even though they weren't children, and he didn't have sex with Gwen Stacy. That was implanted in his mind to trick him, and he raised 2 clones that were created using Norman Osborn and Gwen Stacy DNA. And even then, when he came back in the 90s, it was still another 20 years before these whole Stacy children thing came about. Comics are weird. Green Goblin, as far as we know, is dead. He would be dead for 25 years after this. Of course, that's Norman Osborn. The Green Goblin would be picked up by Harry Osborn would become the Green Goblin. Somebody that you don't remember would become the Green Goblin. Phil Urich became a heroic Green Goblin. And then, like I said, Norman Osborn would return and resume Green Goblin duty. Stay hossy, folks, and I will catch you next time. When did you stop recording? So when he tells about how he was a perfect father, but it's juxtaposed, Spider-Man burns the Green Goblin costume and saves the life of Norman Osborn. Don't know why I was wearing those, because the glare. Hey, I'm Hossman, Comics. Let's dive into it. Greetings from Switzerland, my hostages. So when it came to this wonderful mountain country, which we're near the mountains, they're over there. Anyway, when it came to this wonderful mountain country of Switzerland, there was either Arnim Zola or the Flag Smasher. Now, I apologize, that was not meant to offend anybody. This was a symbolic gesture because the Flag Smasher. This flag is actually a gift for my son. So what do I even know about Flag Smasher? I know he's got a mace. Sometimes I think he has a mace on his hand, but he holds a mace. He's got a really cool costume that I like the look of. He runs a group called Ultimatum. He doesn't like borders. Pretty sure he's played by Memphis Nest in the MCU. Let's dive into the comics and see what he's all about. Created for Captain America issue number 312 by Mark Gruenwald and Paul Neary, the Flag Smasher debuts strong by attacking the UN. Probably because of all their flags. Oh, he actually was there after the flags. The next night, he attacks the Acme Flag Company. I think I'm going to have a hard time taking this guy seriously. Anyway, since he takes smashing flags so literally, and Captain America wears a flag, his next target seems obvious. But why does he smash flags? Well, Karl Morgenthau was the son of a Swiss ambassador, and he moved frequently from country to country, never quite able to fit in, always feeling the prejudice of the other kids. So he learned karate for self-defense. Eventually, his father was accidentally killed at a demonstration outside of a Latvian embassy, and Karl inherited his father's fortune and set about his father's dream of world peace. He just figured the best way to bring that about was to destroy patriotism and break down the borders of all the countries. When he does attack, he gets an upper hand on Captain America simply because of the proximity to the public, and he gets his chance to speak freely. He doesn't hate America, but he hates the concept of countries. Either way, that's enough for the crowd to turn on him, chanting that America is great and calling Flag Smasher a communist. That's enough to distract him, and Captain America makes quick work of him, like he was no threat at all. See, and that I personally actually found very funny, because when he was attacking nobody, when he was attacking flags, he was like, another victory for Flag Smasher. He kept claiming victory over flags as if they were something to be proud of, because they can't fight back, but then Captain America just destroys them like that. I think it's funny. So that was his first appearance. Pretty simple. I like his design. I think his costume's got a great concept. There's just something about it. It's like bold yet plain. I don't know. I just quite like it. And I think from there, like realistically, I could have seen him just being a character that never appeared again. Almost a one-off semi-joke of a character. I also feel he could be built into one of those villains that people agree with. Like, he makes a lot of good points. It's just not quite the way this character ended up going. But he did return again in Captain America number 321, and this time he's got Ultimatum with him. That's the underground liberated, totally integrated mobile army to unite mankind, and they hijack a plane. Flag Smasher demands a rematch against Captain America because he feels Cap got lucky the last time they fought.
Right.
So Cap infiltrates the base and gets his own Ultimatum uniform. I'll say it now so I don't forget it, but I think these are just, of all the goons, a Hydra, AIM, Hellfire Club, of all of them, Ultimatum has the best design, best costume. I love it. Speaking of saying things before I forget, you guys should subscribe if you're not already subscribed, and then hit the like button. Thank you. Anyway, before Captain America can free the hostages, one last guard opens fire on them and shoots. Reacting faster than he can think, Captain America shoots the guard dead. From there, Captain America tears through the base to find the man responsible, Flag Smasher. And when he does, they fight and they crash a helicopter and they fight on the side of a mountain until Flag Smasher leaps and accidentally throws himself into a chasm. Captain America climbs down and gets him. He builds them a shelter and he snuggles him to stay warm. He saves his life, probably just so he can give him a speech as he drags him back to safety. And it's a really good Captain America speech too, but all it does is make Flag Smasher hate him even more. In fact, when two Ultimatum guys show up to rescue them, this piece of work has them attack Cap. Though once they're defeated, Flag Smasher does surrender in the name of self-preservation. His next appearance in Captain America number 348 begins with Flag Smasher on the run from his own men. And for the sake of streamlining this, I'm just putting consecutive issues just together in one. It's what I do now. So why is Flag Smasher on the run, you ask? Well, he's discovered that the true financial backer of Ultimatum is actually the Red Skull, so he calls out to Captain America for help. And when Captain America comes to answer the call, it's none other than John Walker, because he was Captain America at the time. Flag Smasher picks up on that pretty quickly, and he feels the government doesn't take him seriously enough to send the real Cap. They fight, and for the first time, Flag Smasher actually gets a win over Captain America. Though it should be worth noting that he's also wearing an energy-sapping exosuit. Either way, he demands that the real Captain America show up, and he's going to torture Walker until he arrives. So Battlestar goes off to find the Captain, and they return just in time for an entire Ultimatum squadron to attack Flag Smasher. So he and the Captain team up to stop their Doomsday device from falling into the hands of the Red Skull. And even now, Flag Smasher gets pissed off at how good Captain America is on the Sky Skis, knowing it's his first time using them. But they do destroy the device and Flag Smasher gets away. Now at this point, Flag Smasher's actually going to take a break from battling Captain America and go fight Moon Knight in a couple of issues of Mark Spector Moon Knight. In New York, Moon Knight tails some Ultimatum agents right into a sting by the Punisher. So the two of them team up to take on the terrorists, and it appears that Flag Smasher is back in charge. He also has a short-lived sidekick in Anarchy. And honestly, Flag Smasher really comes off a little more crazy here. Like, I don't see a way anyone can sympathize with him or his ideals in these issues. He's been lowered to a gun-toting maniac who still really can't fight, and he presumably dies in a boat explosion. Except he's back less than a year later in Ghost Rider, who teams up with the Punisher to face our flag-smashing friend. And now the Flag Smasher appears as more of a showman, more of a crazy cult leader than ever before. He's rallying troops and recruiting more troops into his anti-country ways. Though he does say that he learned from Captain America not to let his ego get in the way. And now he just twirls his metaphorical mustache and makes his getaway. Though eventually Ghost Rider does get his hands on him and gives him the penance stare, which seems to take him out. Though the Punisher argues that it won't actually change him, the Rider refuses to let Castle put a bullet in Flag Smasher's head. Will he change his ways? No one can say for sure, but I'm thinking no. Because when we next see him in Captain America number 400, he's up in that old Ultimatum base, up north, up to his old tricks. And when D-Man wanders mindlessly into the base, Flag Smasher again demands that Captain America come get him. Of course, Captain America's up in space at the time, so Captain America's of the past and future, US Agent and Falcon, they go in there and they beat him up. In Captain America number 438, right in the heart of the 90s, someone asks Flag Smasher if he's supposed to be Space Ghost. And I will honestly admit that I didn't really see it until just then, and makes perfect sense. He looks like Space Ghost, just yellow, not there. I'm not even sure if I could take him seriously anymore. Not because of the Space Ghost thing, but because he's just a stereotypical maniacal cult leader of a villain now. He's launching an operation called Do or Die. Cap takes him out with ease, but Flag Smasher detonated a self-destruct device in his belt. Now that should kill him.
He's not gone. That's the whole point. He's never gone.
In Marvel Team-Up number 3, the world is about to be introduced to the Euro, and Flag Smasher actually thinks that has something to do with him and all the work he's been doing. He thinks the Euro being introduced is a culmination of all his years of hard work. And one of his ultimatum agents says, "You're an idiot," and he gets thrown out of their spaceship for it. Anyway, Silver Sable deploys both Spider-Man and Sandman to stop Ultimatum in England. But when they get there, they see that some of the agents have once again turned on Flag Smasher. So Flag Smasher teams up with the heroes to stop the rogue Ultimatum agents. But while they are fighting, he also plants a bomb in Buckingham Palace and runs away. Spidey and Sandman save the day and get to have a tea party with the Queen. So that issue was a mess, but it does further to prove that Flag Smasher is just an unhinged, raving lunatic. He's much more calm for his brief appearance in X-Man number 35. His agents are all in new costumes that I also actually quite like. They attack quite a few places and mix it up with X-Man. Several of them do explode without realizing they even had bombs on them in the first place, because Flag Smasher doesn't bat an eye at sacrificing his own men. When we finally see him, he is working with the Purple Man, who is actually disgusted by his behavior and commands him out of a moving car to his death. Though he is alive and well for X-Men Unlimited number 22, and his dudes are back in their proper duds. The bad guys plant a bomb and the X-Men deal with the grunts while Shadowcat and Marrow tackle Flag Smasher, who has his mace back. I didn't even notice it was missing. Let me catch my breath. Okay. Do you remember before when Flag Smasher was all, "I'm not racist, I just think nations don't need borders"? Yeah, it turns out he really doesn't like mutants. Yeah, mutant kind isn't welcome in his new United Globe, so... I keep trying to like this guy, but honestly, I can't. It's only gonna be a few more issues till he's murdered, so let's keep trucking on. Flag Smasher is back in Captain America Annual 99, and boy, what a redesign. I hate it. So after that whole issue blowing up the English Channel, I guess Flag Smasher fell into the icy water and Roxxon pulled him out. Now I can understand glossing over the X-Men issues, but really, like, he didn't go down with the English Channel. He teamed up with Spider-Man and Sandman and, had tea with Tony Blair and the Queen. So Joe Casey, while writing this Captain America issue, like, not only did he not reference the right issues and stuff like that, like, he didn't even finish them. He read half an issue and decided, yeah, that's good enough. And that just... I'm on vacation, I don't want to be stressful, but I gotta put Joe Casey in the Osman Comics Circle of Shame for 2.5 minutes. Shame. It's just sloppy. Anyway, he's got severe brain damage. That's Flag Smasher, not Joe Casey. And Roxxon is giving him a drug that makes him a mindless murderer and changes his skin tone. Presumably that makes him stronger, and somewhere he got a second mace. Roxxon is basically using him like their own Winter Soldier because they too would like a world without political borders. Because they want corporations to run it all. Corporations like Roxxon. Anyway, Captain America beats him with an awesome move. He does a triple bounce with his shield, and while it's bouncing, he takes Smasher's maces away so he can't deflect the shield. Credit where credit was due, because that was awesome. Also in that issue, Flag Smasher attacked the Daily Bugle, and that's where Cap intercepted him. And I just want to point out that this actually happens in a lot of other comics. Like, people do attack the Daily Bugle, and Peter Parker's not always there, so Spider-Man doesn't intervene. Like Captain America, Ms. Marvel, various other heroes have intervened in Crisis at the Daily Bugle, so that's just Something really neat, I think, that goes a long way to helping protect Peter Parker's identity. While people are like, oh, Spider-Man and Peter Parker, always the Daily Bugle. Daily Bugle gets attacked like every other day. Next up is a mini-series, Citizen V and the V Battalion. It's written by Fabian Nicieza and Luis La Rosa, with special shout-out to Mike Deodato Jr. on these beautiful covers. And speaking of beautiful, just get a look at the view here. In this series, Flag Smasher seems to have regained his mind, freedom, and coloring from Roxxon and is once again in charge of Ultimatum, now larger than ever. He's also got a new look, and I'm okay with this one, but now he is inciting a civil war in the European country of Rumekistan, which is not a real place in our world. Flag Smasher himself does not show up a lot, but by the end he's placed as ruler of that nation. Which is actually a great move for the character, but really, you think about it, somebody who doesn't want borders at all, to all of a sudden give him a nation, is kind of ironic, I guess, but he thinks that ruling that nation will be a great stepping off point for his global unification, but it's just ironic that now he's got a nation with borders. It's kind of funny. It's a little too ironic. I really do think.
Is that foreshadowing?
No, it's a reference to a music song. Also, with his maskless look, his hair's been changed to a different color. It's a nitpick, I know, and it could be due to his gray Roxxon phase. Anyway, if you figured an unhinged madman would be a terrible ruler of a nation, you would be correct. Because he's assassinated by Domino, and Cable takes over as the new ruler of Rumekistan. So before I wrap up, I want to touch on, there was a few other people that stepped up and took the title of Flag Smasher, so I'm just going to touch on them briefly. The first was a Canadian... Hold on a sec. So yeah, a random Canadian Ultimatum agent named Guy Theroux took up the role next, and he was probably more unsuccessful than the original because Agent Venom bit his arm off, and then another Ultimatum agent named Carl shot him in the head and took his place. And we're back. But that third guy that took on the name Flag Smasher gets killed by Deadpool, and Deadpool wipes out the rest of Ultimatum, so they should be gone. Though they do show up a couple times later without a leader. Another Flag Smasher showed up in a more modern costume, but that was an LMD used by Hydra Captain America, who went by Grant Rogers and became Captain Krakoa, but later he got outed and then became the most recent Flag Smasher. And as I mentioned, there was a female version named Carly Mogenthau who ran a group called the Flag Smashers in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. And actually I thought they worked really well there, like all the people post-snap not having nations. Anyway, thank you very much.
Hold on. I thought you were gonna run up.
Shame! I forgot I was going to do that.
There you go. I always smash flags. No, it's like...
He did distract him, and Captain America makes quick work. Reacting faster than he can think, Captain America shoots the guard dead. Oh. Yeah. And actually, that's when D-Man wanders in mindlessly, and Smagmeasure... Shut up, duck. Hope you guys understand how, embarrassing this is to be surrounded by people and tourists. I'm sitting here talking about Flag Smasher. It's ridiculous. Hey everybody, it's Osman. How are you doing? Today we're going to talk about the early evolutions of the Rhino. Now I'm going to ask you, what do you know about the Rhino? Oh, the Rhino's a Spider-Man villain? Is he though? Oh, okay, the Rhino's Russian, right? The Rhino's Russian. Is he though? Okay, the Rhino, he's like the Scorpion. He's stuck in his suit. Well, Scorpion wasn't really stuck in his suit, and the Rhino... Is he, though? Anyway, let's take a look and see how many of these questions get answered in the first few appearances of the Rhino. The Rhino first debuted in 1966 in Amazing Spider-Man number 41, written by Stan Lee, drawn by John Romita Sr. And he'd be featured in the next two issues as well. So here's where we get the first appearance of the Rhino, and he is just stomping through the desert, going towards New York City. That's just it. He's a freelance agent, plowing through everything, trying to get some space spores that John Jameson brought back from space. You can see the police are useless against him. Bullets are bouncing right off, so Spider-Man's gotta stop him. He gets beat up a few times, but he does. He takes the Rhino down. He kind of just grabs him by the head and drives him into the ground. Something you might do with a real Rhino. So, I mean, it works. And honestly, you look at the design here, like Rhino is a big hulking dude. His skin looks like a Rhino. Like he's very well drawn, actually. I didn't like the early drawings of Scorpion, but I really like the early look of the Rhino. Although there's looks coming up later I would like even more. The next issue, Rhino's just kind of, they're keeping him sedated. They don't know how to give him needles, so they just keep gassing him. The police are keeping him while people can build up a defense for him. It's actually Foggy Nelson and Matt Murdock are working on the defense. Just something else of note, I guess, in Amazing Spider-Man number 42, that is the first appearance of Mary Jane. So, nothing to do with the Rhino, but she hot. Amazing Spider-Man 43, the Rhino comes back, he breaks out, and he's just going nuts. This time we do actually learn his origin. The Rhino was just a small-time enforcer. They mention a mob. They don't ever mention anything about him being Russian. Although the guys that did the experiment are Igor and Georgie, which are probably Russian names, but they also say like, oh, we aren't from any country, we're on our own, and you now have allegiance to no country, our country is the highest bidder. So right here, like I read this first appearance a few times, and I can't find anything saying the Rhino is Russian, but it's such a solid part of him that he is Russian, and I find that interesting. Like even in all the issues I read, they never say his name, because I've always known his name to be Alex O'Hearn, and I was reading articles, and it's like, oh, Alex O'Hearn is an American name given in the Ultimate Comics. Like, no, his name was Alex O'Hearn in the comics, and I didn't read every Rhino appearance ever, but I did find one where he's playing baseball against the Hulk, and his name is Alex O'Hearn. And even 2002's Marvel Encyclopedia right here, you open it up to the Rhino, and it, boom, Alex O'Hearn. So it's right up there. In 2003, the Marvel Spider-Man Encyclopedia lists his name as Alexei Stisevich. But, interestingly enough, this is the first time that name ever appeared. So, I don't know. I come to you with inconclusive results about why the Rhino is Russian. I should have prepared more, so I apologize. Anyway, Spider-Man again fights the Rhino, and with the help of Doc Connors, the lizard, he got a little bit of the Rhino's suit, and he was able to figure it out. He made some new webbing, and he sprayed that all over the Rhino, and it kind of decomposed his suit. And all of a sudden, the Rhino's just got no suit, you know? He was stuck in that suit. There was no getting it off, which makes me wonder, again, how's he pee? Don't know, but the suit melts off him now, and that's it for the Rhino. Until, of course, 1968, and Incredible Hulk number 104, written by Gary Friedrich, and the artist on that was Marie Severin. The Rhino has been contacted again by Igor and Georgie, and he's kind of like, hey, he wants his power back at this point, so they bombard him with more chemicals and gamma radiation. They've designed him a new suit, and you can see this time, like, he's putting it on. He can put it on and take it off, and he is that big underneath. And he becomes the Rhino, and this one has a bit more texture, but again, that's just up to the artist. So what's Rhino's job this time? He's going to fight the goddamn Hulk. And he does. For somebody who got taken out relatively easily by Spider-Man, not that Spider-Man's a slouch, but he is going toe-to-toe with the Hulk. He is taking fists from the Hulk, which is something I can't do. He goes, and you even see his suit gets a little ripped. Hulk grabs him by the horn at one point and just kind of smacks him around. The Hulk does end up beating him, and then he goes away. Until Incredible Hulk number 124. The Wrath of the Rhino. This time we're looking at Roy Thomas and Herb Trimpe. Trimpe? Don't know how to pronounce that. But the leader now. The leader is like, I'm super smart, but I can't use my brains to fight the Hulk. I have to get somebody to do it for me. So he gets the Rhino. And once again, the Rhino goes toe-to-toe with the Hulk. The Rhino is a Hulk-level threat. Like, that is how strong the Rhino is. So in just 5 appearances now, he's had 2 fights with the Hulk and 2 fights with Spider-Man. Of course, by the end of this issue, the Rhino gets freed from the leader's control, and he's like, well, I want to beat up the leader. And he chases him off into space, of all things. Next appearance is going to be 1972. So already, like, there are years between the Rhino appearing, but he appears again in The Incredible Hulk number 157, Rage of the Rhino. This one's written by Archie Goodwin, and Herb did the art again. This time we see the Rhino's been in a coma the entire time since the last battle with the leader. I guess he grabbed his spaceship and ended up falling and knocking himself out. So he's been in a hospital the entire time. He wakes up, he gets his Rhino suit, and then the leader comes back. And this time he's not just being controlled and manipulated by the leader, but the leader puts his brain, not his brain, the leader puts his mind into the Rhino. The Rhino was not the sharpest tool in the bulb. Jesus. The Rhino is not the sharpest tool in the shed. Neither am I. But now the Rhino's got a brain in him, and he's going fighting the Hulk. And that fight continues on to the next issue, where they wind up on a spaceship. The leader's like, okay, you're on your own. And Hulk and Rhino are in a spaceship. Well, Hulk's on the outside, Rhino's on the inside. And the Rhino's like, what is going on? Because I was on Earth and minding my own business, because he obviously doesn't remember the leader stuff. And he's in space now. He's yelling at the Hulk. He's like, stop smashing the ship. And the Hulk's like, no, you pissed me off because I'm the Hulk. And he's like, stop, because we're in space. What the hell? Crash landing on a planet. Adam Warlock's there. They fight again. Hulk beats the crap out of the Rhino, knocks him unconscious, locks him in another ship, and then turns back to Bruce Banner, and they fly home. He technically appears again in Incredible Hulk number 159, but he's just unconscious while the Hulk's retelling a story. He once again appears in Hulk 160, the very next issue, but is just climbing up a mountain avoiding people because he's like trying to get away. But he does come back in Incredible Hulk 171, now written by Steve Englehart and Jerry Conway. Herb Trimpe is still doing the art. This one, the Rhino and the Abomination team up to fight the Hulk. They're with prisoners at a base Thunderbolt Ross had at this point, but they escaped and they want to beat the crap out of the Hulk, and they do. They just beat the crap out of him, but then they all charge at him. Hulk ducks out of the way and they smash each other, and I guess that's it for them. So far up to this point, the Rhino really just has been like that one-note character, you know? He's just a big, strong dude, which is perfect for the Hulk. It was great for Spider-Man, but I mean, we're sitting a good 8 years after his debut. He's had 3 appearances in Spider-Man, and the rest have all been in the Incredible Hulk. There's going to be another 3 years. He's going to show up again. Where do you think? In the Defenders, fighting the Hulk. In Defenders, issue number 42, the art is done by Keith Giffen, and it's written by Jerry Conway. The emissaries of evil are doing battle with the Defenders, and of course they need a big muscle guy to fight the Defenders' big muscle guy, so they brought the Rhino in to fight the Hulk. Really nothing of note happens outside of what you would expect from the Hulk and Rhino doing battle. That continues on through Defenders 44. So our next appearance of the Rhino is in Incredible Hulk number 218, but he doesn't fight the Hulk this time. You can really see Len Wein and Roger Stern have now taken over the writing for the Hulk, and you can see, like, there's a theme here. People, every time a new writer is coming on the Hulk, they're like, oh, you gotta, you know, somebody comes on Batman, what do they want to do? They want to have Batman fight the Joker. Maybe you got to build up to it, but you want to hit the classics, right? So people are now coming on the Hulk, and they're seeming to think the Rhino is a classic Hulk villain. They're going back to the Rhino. So Len Wein's here, and he's writing it, and honestly, the Hulk doesn't even appear in this issue. He's not the main focus anyway. It's Doc Samson, and Doc Samson's on the train, and the Rhino wrecks the train, and Doc Samson has to fight the Rhino. And he does so quite successfully, honestly. Takes a few hits, but they're both gamma powered, right? Knocks him in a chair, spins him around, classic stuff. Doc Samson kind of goes nuts and starts beating the crap out of him until the Rhino falls down a hole. So the Rhino would finally face off against Spider-Man again in his next appearance in Marvel Team Up number 102, Spider-Man and Doc Samson. Written by Mike W. Barr, art by Frank Seringer and M. Esposito. I wonder what the M stands for. Mike Esposito. Doubt it. Excuse me while I fact check. Holy shit, it is Mike. He did the ink. Anyway, Spider-Man swimming around, Doc Samson swimming. Spider-Man swinging around, Doc Samson's giving a speech at school, and the Rhino shows up to cause trouble, and they beat him up. These Marvel Team-Up issues I found were often really fun, but nothing of substance really came, although that is where the Scorpion finally got his shooting tail, so maybe. Doc Samson picks Rhino up, swings him around, and sticks him into a wall by his horn. That's it. Spider-Man Team Up again would follow with the Hulk, and he would fight the Rhino in Spider-Man and the Incredible Hulk in some Foley's special called The Great Rodeo Robbery. I don't even know if this thing counts as a real comic book. It's like full of advertisements. It's just a marketing tool from the 80s. Spider-Man and the Hulk are in it, and they fight the Rhino. I don't even know if Spider-Man fights the Rhino. Like, Spider-Man's just there. It's the enforcers. So once again, it's a team up. You got Spider-Man, you got the Hulk. You have a Spider-Man villain and a Hulk villain. You got the Enforcers for Spider-Man, and you got the Rhino for the Hulk. Marvel 2-in-1 featuring The Thing number 96 is up next. Thing's in the hospital, and there's just a huge fight. There's a bunch of heroes outside and a bunch of villains outside. The Rhino is included in there. And oh, look, who is he fighting? He's fighting the Hulk. Then the Rhino makes it to the big leagues in Avengers number 236, but this actually does feature Spider-Man. So there is that. Roger Stern is writing, and Al Milgram's doing the art. Spider-Man just crashes the Avengers mansion. He's like, I want to be an Avenger. And they're like, yeah, no. Then there's a big breakout at Project Pegasus. Electro, Blackout, Meteorite, what's her name? Carla Sofin, Moonstone. She went by Meteorite when she was in the Thunderbolts. And the Rhino, they're trying to break out, and Spider-Man and the Avengers go and stop them. And interestingly enough, like, Spider-Man talks to Rhino a bit, they interact, but he's not like, hey, Rhino, we've got this history. But he does that with Electro, because Electro is a true Spider-Man villain, despite his second appearance being in Daredevil. And who takes out the Rhino in the end? Well, it's a Hulk. It's the She-Hulk. Cracks him in the jaw and he goes down. Then he would appear, and this one seems like a no-brainer. The Thing had his own ongoing series in the 80s, and like, yeah, the Thing versus the Rhino, like, why wouldn't that happen? Why wouldn't that make sense? That's a fight I want to see. And actually, I happen to randomly own this issue. So, The Thing number 24, the Rhino is still in the property of Project Pegasus, and they are transporting him somewhere else, and he's like actually being on really good behavior. I want to get out of this suit, even though we haven't seen the suit change. So the last time we saw him get a new suit, it was that a suit he could go and take off. But there you go, he's stuck in the suit. Just because somebody reads his first issue, they didn't even read up to his third appearance. People just, and I'm not judging anybody, I guess. He's stuck in the suit, and he's just being transported somewhere else. He's cooperating with everybody because they're trying to find a way to get him out of the suit and depower him. And he's like, I want that. I want a normal life. I want to take a piss again. He's being transported out of Project Pegasus. The Thing is on a bus going up to Project Pegasus because I think he was going to visit Quasar or something who wasn't even there. Some dude who I can't remember who. That's how memorable he is. He gets shot and dies in this issue. Miracle Man. So Miracle Man's in there. He breaks him loose and he's like, oh, hey, Rhino, I broke you out. Come on, let's go do this. And Rhino's like, no, I'm trying to be good. I don't want to go help you with it, whatever. The Miracle Man's got mind control, so he controls the Rhino, and the Rhino starts smashing everything. The Thing doesn't want to move, and the Rhino knocks the bus down a cliff, and everybody's off of it, and the Thing's like, there's a really good shot right here of the bus rolling down the hill, and the Thing is rolling inside the bus, and the bus disintegrates, and the Thing doesn't, and the Thing's like, man, I gotta climb up this frickin' mountain and beat this guy up. So he does. They actually have a really good fight. It's the Thing versus the Rhino, and then they have a chat, because when the Rhino finally gets freed of his control, he's like, man, like, they're trying to free me, and, you know, I live like a freak every day of my life, and I don't want that. And the Thing's like, you know what? All right, honestly, I can relate to that. So they just have a heart-to-heart, and the Thing brings him back to Project Pegasus. Like, no, I'm gonna, because the Rhino's like, they're not gonna believe me. They're gonna think I went on this rampage. And the Thing's like, you know what? I'm gonna vouch for you, because, like, I do understand what it's like to be a freak and to want to be changed back to normal. So it's actually a really good issue. The Thing's such a good character. The Thing, like, really relates to a lot of characters. Like, part of the whole Sandman becoming a hero thing was due to the Thing as well. The Thing. Thing. Said Thing a lot. He next popped up in Secret Wars 2, issue number 7, kind of just another everybody's all here thing, nothing of note happened. So Amazing Spider-Man number 280. This is the Rhino's first time back in Amazing Spider-Man, and it is 20 years after his first appearance. Are you still trying to tell me the Rhino is a Spider-Man villain? Honestly, I don't argue that. There was a time where he was on a track to not be a Spider-Man villain. Obviously he is now. He's a Spider-Man villain. There's no getting around that. The Beetle has put together the Sinister Syndicate. Tom DeFalco wrote this with Ron Frenz and Brett Breeding doing the art. Yeah, Spider-Man, he's in his black suit, like symbiote. Him and Silver Sable are just fighting all these guys. It's Hydro Man, Boomerang, Speed Demon, the Beetle, and the Rhino. And you look at this, the Rhino's got his new costume. And I love it. I don't like the super mech look that he gets later, but I do like this, just more than just a Rhino skin. It's got some beef to it. And like, this Rhino costume was the basis for the first Spider-Man classic Rhino action figure that I loved. And that would continue on to the next issue. There's that hero Sandman I was talking about. Sandman kind of just randomly showed up and helped Spider-Man defeat these guys. Spider-Man, again, is getting beat by the Rhino. He can't quite overcome just the raw strength sometimes. Like, that is a Hulk level villain. Who would next show up in Iron Man number 238? I just included this one just because, like, there he is in that costume again. He's going up against Iron Man, like showing that Rhino is kind of all over the place. David Michelini wrote this. Here's the Rhino just showing up everywhere, right? The Rhino has fought the Defenders, he's fought the Avengers, he's fought the Hulk, he's barely fought Spider-Man, he's fought Doc Samson, now he's fighting Iron Man. Cool costume, but then that's it. He's just kind of, he's a thug of the week, right? He's not a major player, and he's just used as muscle. He's a big, strong guy. Then show up again in Amazing Spider-Man number 319, and this one, features the Scorpion, so watch my Scorpion video. Or don't. Todd McFarlane, that's the only reason I included this one. Todd McFarlane got to draw the Rhino. And again, like, I know I was going to talk about the evolution of the Rhino character, and there really wasn't any. He was just a dude. He put on a suit. Like, the evolution would come much, much later. Like, there was backstory given to him. He is Russian, but he's like a Russian guy. He gets a wife. He gives up everything. Well, he doesn't give up everything. He gives up crime, and he tries to go straight, and then his wife ends up getting killed, and then he gets entwined in a bunch of stuff. There is a lot more evolution to the Rhino, but like just the early evolution, we just kind of saw his suit change 2 or 3 times. But I do find it very interesting. Like, he fought the Hulk so many times. He barely fought Spider-Man at all. So, you know, like, that's the first 24 or so appearances of the Rhino over the course of like 25 years. You know, not all that many appearances, but like enough to solidify him. Like, I think the Spider-Man animated series in the 60s went a long way. He's a visually appealing villain. He shows up in a lot of video games. He shows up in cartoons. He's in the movies, obviously. He's coming up in Kraven. I just realized while researching this. I didn't realize. Go on. He'd mix it up with the Silver Surfer. He'd mix it up with Alpha Flight, Juggernaut, X-Men, Cable, Cage, the New Warriors. He would go on and fight a lot of people. He would always end up gravitating back to where he first appeared, and that was Spider-Man. He's known as a Spider-Man villain, which honestly isn't fair. I liked a lot of the stuff they did back in the older days of the 60s and 70s of Marvel. The stories weren't all great. The art wasn't always there, but I just loved the idea of it. Had like such a shared universe. Like now, not so much now. It's like, oh, when someone's coming over here and teaming up, they're bringing some of their villains, and maybe you see a bit of a crossover. It's a huge deal. Whereas back then, it was just like, yeah, I fought Spider-Man last week. I'm fighting the Hulk this week. Next week, I'm going to fight the Thing. Just villains, particularly, were just fair game. So were the heroes. Heroes crossed over all the time. And it was just no big deal because they all lived in New York City, and a lot of it was written by one guy. But anyway, probably a bit of a rant a few times in there, but those are the early appearances of the Rhino. Please like and subscribe and come back and check out my other videos. And until then, stay hossy, folks.
Hey, what's up, Hossamaniacs? I'm gonna talk about your favorite wrestler from the Marvel Comics, D-Man. Demolition Man, Dennis Dunphy. Went by a lot of names, well, just those 3. Demolition Dunphy. Sometime around this date, there's a Marvel Lego special called Demolition something or other. It's going to be about D-Man, and when else am I going to get a chance to talk about D-Man? So I went back to do the early evolution of D-Man. I kind of went overboard, so I actually read everything, every appearance of D-Man ever. So today we're getting the entire history of D-Man. It was good to go back and revisit D-Man, because I wasn't sure if I'd ever read a comic with him. Turns out I had, and I probably knew I had, but what do I know about D-Man? Basically, I knew he was like Captain America's partner, and then he was homeless, and he was actually an Avenger that never appeared in the Avengers properly. That's really all I knew about him, but the stuff I didn't know about him is pretty eye-opening. It's not eye-opening, it's unpredictable. He's got an unpredictable journey. There are basically 5 stages of D-Man. Now go down to the comments and see if you can predict the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stages of D-Man. Here's a clue. One of them is homeless, and one of them you won't guess. Anyway, let's take a look at how D-Man came to be, man. That's stupid. The Thing, number 28 from 1985. Michael Carlin and Ron Wilson present In This Corner, edited by Mark Grunwald. The Thing has recently joined the Thunder Riders. They were an America-themed motorcycle stunt team in the 80s, and Maybe one day I'll get to talk about the Thunder Riders in depth. They actually had their own 12-issue series called Team America. Fuck yeah. Anyway, Ben leaves that team and he's trying to find himself, so he decides to try out for the UCWF. Now this in itself, to me, is an awesome concept because in the Marvel Universe, like, superpowers aren't an uncommon thing, but not everybody is going to decide to be a hero or a villain. Like, there are examples of people like working normal jobs with superpowers and things like that, but I think professional wrestling would be an awesome outlet for somebody with superpowers. To qualify, there's a minimum weight of 1 ton that needs to be lifted. The Thing easily lifts what looks like 6 tons to me, and then we finally see the future D-Man show up. His look reminds me of the early OMAC designs over in DC, but it's probably just the mohawk. But he lifts the same weight as the Thing and earns his spot. Being the strongest, they are both named as the headliners for the first show, The Thing versus Demolition Dunphy. And Ed Garner, he's the promoter putting it all together. He wants the UCWF to be a success, so he asks Demolition Dunphy to take a dive to make sure the Thing wins. But Dunphy doesn't agree to do it, just yet. Before he can decide for sure, the Thing gets wind of this and says that the UCWF is either legit or I'm not going to be a part of it. Obviously, the Thing would be a huge draw, so the fight will be a fair one. Demolition Dunphy's excited at the prospect of showing the world what he can do.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this corner, all the way from Yancey Street, and the Fantastic Four weighing 500 pounds, the ever-loving Blue-Eyed Thing! And in this corner, from the assembly lines of Detroit, Michigan, weighing 396 pounds, Demolition Dunphy! Starting the match with a grapple between these two behemoths, an Irish whip by the Thing sends Demolition into the titanium cables, but Dunphy bounces back, delivering a crushing double axe handle. The Thing answers back with his own uppercut. Demolition is down, but he's not out. The Thing has gone airborne. Get out of the way! That could have been catastrophic if it connected. Beautiful athleticism shown here by that leapfrog. Dunphy lands a devastating chin lock. But the Thing breaks free with a snapmare takeover. Both men charging at each other now. My God, have you ever heard such a sound? Both competitors are sent back to those unforgiving titanium cables. Oh, this isn't going to end well.
God is my witness! He is broken in half!
The Thing wins! And looking up at the lights, unconscious in the ring, Demolition Dunphy wraps up his first appearance. It's very far from where the character is going to go in the long run, but it is a really good setup for just a character in this series. He was definitely the antagonist of this issue, but he's not the villain. And he shows that he's got integrity, he shows a lot of character, and he starts a rivalry with the Thing. Now, honestly, it kind of felt here like maybe he was just going to show up for the one issue, but we all know better, and he did show up in the very next issue by the same creative team. The Thing is adapting well to his new life as the UCWF champion. He's enjoying being on top and giving interviews, but there is one former wrestling champ out there named Gator Grant who doesn't think much of the Thing. Long story short, he wants a shot at the Thing, but without powers he can't legally compete in the UCWF, so he goes to see a voodoo woman. Later that issue, the Thing finds himself in a 6-way tag match fighting alongside the Blacksmith and Demolition Dunphy. Dunphy's changed his appearance here, opting for blue, which for some reason makes him look less like an OMAC. That doesn't make sense. But when Gator interrupts, breaking up the match, 5 out of the 6 competitors take him on, with Dunphy leading the pack, showing his math strength and his ability to take a punch. But he also does show respect and friendship to the Thing. Gator gets defeated and the issue ends. Over the next few issues, the Thing does wrestle to Beyonder and Van Zastro, and he has a really close call with Godzilla. Yes, this video is not about the Thing, but how can I not mention that stuff? But our boy Demolition Dunphy returns with issue number 33 as ladies join the Unlimited Class Wrestling Federation, and D-Man seems to admire strong women. At this point, Ben actually does ask him where he and all the other guys are getting their power from. Dunphy dodges the question, though it is alluded to be the Power Broker. Something of note in this issue is that several of the ladies that join the league are part of a group called the Grapplers, and Titania, but not that Titania, is actually murdered by the Scourge of the Underworld. In issue number 34, with art now by Paul Neary, shows that Ben and Dunphy are now good friends. As they're sparring in the ring together, the Puppet Master takes control of Demolition Dunphy. The Thing catches on pretty quickly. It ties up his buddy to go deal with the Puppet Master. Once that's all wrapped up and Dunphy is unwrapped, the two even have a heart-to-heart about feelings and share a beer. Issue number 35 shows us that the Thing and Dunphy actually share a hotel room too. And after they cut a promo for TV, the Thing is going after the Power Broker. Now this is actually all because a girl that the Thing likes, Sharon Ventura, is about to go get mixed up in the Power Broker business.
Thing doesn't want that. All of this unwanted attention caused the power broker to basically put a hit out on Sharon, and he's using all of his clients to pull the trigger. If they don't take Sharon out, then they are cut off from the pills they need to keep their powers, Demolition Dunphy included, but he would sooner go through hell than hurt his friends. He refuses to go along and does get cut off from his pills, going through some excruciating detoxification. And in issue 36, the final issue of The Thing, we see the back of Dunphy's head in a hospital where he said the pills had nothing to do with his powers, and the broker was just giving them all pills so they'd be addicted. And that wraps it up for the first run of Demolition Dunphy, a really decent side character in Thing's whole story as a wrestler. I actually enjoyed this arc quite a bit, and I really enjoyed Dennis Dunphy in it. That could have been it. Would have been a nice little run for the character. He could have faded away into obscurity and never been heard from again. But that wasn't the case. And when he does return, about 10 months later, his character will be changed forever. Forever. Captain America number 328 by Mark Grunwald and Paul Neary. You may recognize those names as the editor on the Thing series and the last artist on the Thing series. So, no strangers to D-Man. In this issue, Captain America is out to take down the power broker for his own reasons, and he comes knocking on the UCWF's door. After a fight with several of the wrestlers, old Demolition Dunphy intervenes and he and Cap hit the showers. Though it was Cap's suggestion to hit the showers, this could be some foreshadowing. It's something that forever changed D-Man's character down the road. Probably not, though. While showering, Demo gives us his origin story. He was a really good college football player, but upon graduation, he learned he wasn't good enough to go pro. So he got hooked up with the power broker to become stronger. But when he did, he realized very responsibly that he was now too strong for football and could hurt someone. So he started wrestling. And that's that. Dunphy helps Captain America out with any info he can, and then he asks Cap if he wants help with the rest. The Star-Spangled Avenger agrees, and Demolition Dunphy shaves his head and dons a costume he just had lying around, and debuts as Demolition Man.
He doesn't know how to use the 3 seashells.
Or D-Man for short. And yes, he does admit to modeling it off of Daredevil's original costume. Something that I liked seeing here was D-Man testing the strength of his opponents before he would fight them to see how much he could unleash on them. Which actually might be a callback to his fight with Gator Grant, where the Thing was like, dude, regular people can't take those punches. D-Man and Captain America spend a few issues tracking down the power broker, and D-Man actually does pretty decent in his inaugural superhero mission, despite winding up in the hospital. Oh, and over the first few issues, his mask did kind of change from being Wolverine-ish to more like the Sphinx or Toyman. Unless you're looking at it right from the side, then it looks like Wolverine. And one time it straight up looked like Batman. And when he fights Battlestar, Battlestar actually thinks he is Wolverine, so I'm probably wrong. Also, during this, Captain America stopped being Captain America, and he didn't have a name for a while. But Captain America through the 80s had this hotline where anybody could phone in and give tips to Captain America that he would use to fight crime. And he actually left this hotline in D-Man's capable hands when he stopped being Captain America. So that's a high level of trust in D-Man, or D-Man was just the only person around at the time. After a couple of months of Steve Rogers being missing, the D-Man decides to call more famous Captain America partners Nomad and the Falcon in to help him. They actually function decently as a team, though Nomad really thinks very little of D-Man, and he makes his opinion known. Also, D-Man is shown to put extreme stress on his heart when he really overexerts himself, which I should point out, it was his heart that landed him in the hospital earlier, because the power broker overpowered him and his heart kind of exploded. He has a heart condition now, but eventually that won't be a thing. Also, it's established that he's got decent money saved up from his wrestling career, building a great base here for a solid character. The trio finds Steve Rogers, and he decided to continue fighting crime simply as the captain. And do you know who it was that gave Steve Rogers that black and red costume that would go on to be iconic with US agents? Well, that was D-Man gave him that costume. He just happened to have it ready. He had it made, actually, because he's got a guy. Which, being a former wrestler, would make sense. Though his wrestling gear was always just a shirt. Over these issues, the four of them are a makeshift team, and they actually have a really good dynamic. D-Man knows his place as the rookie of the team. He stays in line and follows orders while staying out of the way. None of that annoying rookie stuff where he trips up Cap or bad guys get away. He's cautious and he knows his place. It's really great. It's refreshing. They see some action against the Serpent Society and some escapees from the Vault prison. The actual Titania outclasses D-Man and throws him off of a cliff. And later on, he's actually afraid to have a rematch with her and allows her to escape. He does not tell the others about this. I really like how he's portrayed here as the realistic rookie, you know? He's fanboying out the whole time about getting to fight alongside Captain America, but he's also not getting a full head of himself. He's making confident, competent decisions, and he's really proving himself to be Captain America's partner. Most of the time. He gets poisoned and captured. Another thing I like is that despite being the strong man of the group, he's not portrayed as dumb. Because, you know, a lot of times, the big dumb guy, break the wall down. No, he's intelligent. He's got his own mind. He can make decisions. Nomad's girlfriend, Vagabond, and Diamondback join the group, and they become known as Stars and Stripes, mostly just taking on the Serpent Society. But D-Man remains in custody for a few issues, and then when they give up questioning him, they let him go. So he goes off in search of Captain America, and he ends up on Hydro Base, which was like the aquatic headquarters for the Avengers at the time in the 80s. An island, really. The Avengers had disbanded, and Captain America was actually there looking to reform the Avengers. And then it happens. He makes D-Man his first recruit as an Avenger. Though it does feel more like a suggestion than an official thing, but for the rest of history, D-Man is considered an Avenger because of this. Before it can be made official and the new recruits can be recruited, they do go on a mission to take on Ultimatum. And I gotta say, I'm actually really liking D-Man here. He is pretty Boy Scout with his sense of right and wrong. In fact, he actually dies trying to save the life of Bad Guy in an explosion, and yeah, he dies in this issue. D-Man dies. He blows up over the icy water on an aircraft, just like Bucky. So D-Man never quite reaches his true potential as an Avenger or as Cap's partner. Instead, Captain America goes on and forms the new Avengers with Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh.
If Gilgamesh is your favorite Avenger, leave a like.
3.5 years later, Captain America thinks D-Man might be frozen in ice up in the north, but he actually ends up freeing a demon ice worm and fights him alongside Jack Frost. But we, the readers, see that D-Man is indeed frozen in ice. And in Captain America issue number 400 in the B story, we see some Inuit folk ice fishing, and among them is a big dude with red hair. He seems to have no memory, but when a jet flies overhead, it triggers something in his memories, and he walks for 3 days until he's back at the Ultimatum base that he exploded over so long ago. He kicks in the door and just walks and then stands there doing nothing. He's taken hostage, and Flag Smasher demands that Captain America comes down if he wants to see D-Man alive. But Captain America's in space at the time, so the Falcon and US Agent have to go. They are successful in their mission and they bring D-Man home, but two things are made very clear. He is completely gone mentally, and he smells. From here, he basically gets 1 page per issue while Captain America goes off to be Capwolf. And I think for a character like this, I think the broad strokes are pretty good instead of going issue by issue. Let me know what you guys think, because I went issue by issue at the beginning and now I'm just going broad strokes for the rest of it. So here's a good sampler of both worlds. But I mean, I'll do whatever I frickin' want to do, as long as you guys like it. Speaking of like, you should stop right now and hit that like button down below. And then just move your little mouse over, or your finger if you're on your phone, or whatever you're using to control things, and hit subscribe. And then that way you can look at your subscription feed and then see my videos instead of relying on the algorithm, because the algorithm can be a fickle bitch. But no, I would appreciate if you guys like subscribe and comment and like and do all that stuff to engage the channel and show people that you like it, and it shares it around and more people watch it, and then, you know, I don't know, I'll be happy if more people watch. That's it. It's my happiness lying in the balance of you subscribing or not. Like, if you are not subscribed and you just don't want me to be happy. Ooh. We're talking about D-Man? Yeah, we were talking about D-Man. D-Man is still there physically, but mentally he is out of it. Jarvis is the one taking care of him and taking him for walks. On one such walk, he leaves Dementia Man with Captain America's old girlfriend, Bernie Rosenthal. And she gets mugged, and D-Man does nothing. I thought maybe D-Man was gonna, you know, snap back, but no, D-Man does nothing. She runs off after the muggers, while D-Man gets attacked by his evil doppelganger from Infinity War. Seemingly left for dead at the bottom of Central Park Lake, D-Man actually falls into a cavern and finds himself in an underground homeless camp where bums beat him up. The homeless people call themselves the Night People, and the place they live they call Zero Town. Fuck, I love comic books. D-Man is held captive for a little while, and then with the help of a little boy, he breaks out and overthrows the corrupt government of Zero Town. He stays down there as their new leader and protector. He pops up 2 more times in some very minor roles. The last of which, Captain America asks for his help on a mission, but D-Man replies, "Sorry, Steve. I'm a night person now, and my people need me." And honestly, that right there could be a very fitting end for the character. He couldn't quite find his place as a wrestler, couldn't quite get his footing as a hero. He's found these people that, you know, he has purpose now. He's found his purpose in protecting the Night People. Good place to end the character. It was a good run over 10 years by 2 different writers. This would be the end of Mark Gruenwald's tenure with D-Man, but 3 years after Onslaught, when the heroes returned, a new team of Avengers would be assembled. And it was one of those every Avenger who's ever been an Avenger, come on. And at the time, it was only 39 or so. So not as impressive. But this is where D-Man went full homeless. Kurt Busiek and George Perez show D-Man as a messy, smelly bum. Because down in Zero Town, they need water for drinking, not washing. But he is still in charge of his hobo empire. And Morgan Le Fay made everyone go all medieval for a few issues, and D-Man is certainly there. And when the adventure is all done, Jarvis sees him off with a load of groceries. A decent appearance for D-Man, though it does seemingly solidify him as the homeless superhero. Then he popped up in Disassembled. Probably. This might be him right here. His next major appearance was in The Pulse. It was a non-Max follow-up to Alias, featuring Jessica Jones by Brian Michael Bendis and Michael Gaydos. And as usual, Bendis does half the homework here and gives us his own spin on D-Man. When Ben Urich is writing an article on him, it seems that D-Man is again fighting crime, but appears to be stealing stuff after he saves the day. He's now full-on homeless here, no Zero Town, no night people, just D-Man living in the sewer, talking about his mission to collect the Infinity Stones, which is the jewelry he's been stealing. Because if he's homeless, he's also bound to be crazy. This one ends with Daredevil actually taking D-Man in to get some help. After this, he had a few more appearances that either made no sense or were just jokes at his own expense. Until the Avengers Annuals of 2011 and Wonder Man's anti-Avengers team, the Revengers.
Revenges.
Revenges?
But D-Man is kind of hard to pick out in his new dumb costume, and he's just kind of out there saying, "You know me, I'm D-Man, you know me." And when they're all stopped, he just goes back to raving about his Infinity Gems. I'm actually not a big fan of Brian Michael Bendis in general, and this is kind of why. He will take a character that really had a good basis and never quite got his due, and then just take what he knows about him and twist it and just make it a joke, completely destroying the character. You know, like other writers might take a character like that with the potential and see it through. Bendis is just like, nah. If Mark Gruenwald's run on Captain America was a fun, colorful childhood, then Brubaker's run is the freedom and dark reality that come with growing up. But it's also such a good run, and it involved a D-Man. It seems that after his arrest, the government or whoever got his head on somewhat straight, and then Hydra winter soldiered him, turning him into the new Scourge. Working under Henry Gyrich, Dennis was killing bad guys, and this brainwashing brought him into conflict with Captain America, where he ended up getting shot and killed by Sharon Carter. 4 issues. He was the new Scourge for 4 issues, that's it. But that was enough to get him a Marvel Legend. So next time your friends are saying D-Man doesn't have a Marvel Legend figure, you could say, yeah, he does, he was the Scourge. Which the classic Scourge would have made a way better figure, but... Then, in a Secret Wars tie-in book that I think was a joke, some guy was trying to summon a demon, but he actually summoned a D-Man, so D-Man came back to life and had the best day of his life before an incursion happened and destroyed 2 worlds and all of Secret Wars kicked off. At this point, we're nearly caught up to modern-day continuity, and D-Man still has a couple of major character changes, so let's keep plowing through. His next notable run would be in Sam Wilson Captain America by Nick Spencer. D-Man was part of Falcon Cap's crew. He was a pilot and technician and occasional field partner. It was actually a decent little support role for him, though he didn't do much to really highlight or evolve his character. Though, out of nowhere, they do reveal that he has a boyfriend. Now, I've just read 70-some issues featuring D-Man, and nothing there said he was gay, but also nothing inherently ever said he wasn't gay, except for maybe when the lady grapplers showed up in the UCWF and he was like, hey, ladies, let's try to take them for a drink. And that might have just been overcompensating or him still being confused about who he was. Like I said, I was all ready to kind of be upset, like, oh, they made D-Man gay, which is neither here nor there, it's D-Man. But no, it doesn't directly contradict anything. He hasn't spent years being heterosexual. He's never in a relationship with a woman that we saw in the comics, never mentioned it, so... fair game. And it changes nothing about the character. In the middle of this run, Bendis has him show up in Spider-Man in a hospital in the complete wrong costume. You can blame the artist if you want, but I blame Bendis. After that run in Sam Wilson Captain America, he got venomized and then taken over by a poison and then died. But off-panel, he came back to life, lost his powers, and his boyfriend broke up with him. So obviously, he went on an adventure with Lockjaw where the two of them would fight a nihilist to save Lockjaw's little brother, who D-Man then adopts. That's comic books. He was at the Thing's bachelor party, and then he assisted Hawkeye while wearing the wrong costume, and then we come to Ravencroft, which is a decent little series written by the criminally underrated Frank Thierry. We see Dennis Dunphy is now the head guard at the Ravencroft Institute for the Criminally Insane, until he gets stabbed with a shiv by Mr. Hyde, and then apparently gets turned into a vampire off-panel. Now, if I had $1 for every Marvel superhero that lost their powers and then got turned into a vampire, I'd have $2 because that happened to Jubilee. Though, D-Man never really shows any signs of vampirism, and the vampire leader dude is just like, I cured him, I healed him. But it was alluded to that he would bite him and turn him into a vampire to heal him. But like I said, nothing ever showed that. Although if you read like Wikipedia entries and everything like that, they're like, oh, he's got these powers, standard vampire powers. He's probably got, you know, an aversion to sunlight because he's a vampire. Nothing ever confirmed him as a vampire. I read this issue. I read every issue. Not a vampire. Because even if he was intended to be a vampire, his next appearances don't mention him being a vampire, and he's out in the daylight. Speaking of his next appearances, they would be exclusively online in the Marvel Unlimited app Infinite series, where he is running a teen group called Super Trans, a support group for trans kids with superpowers. It's 2024. We can have stuff like this. Don't have to read it. I wouldn't have read it had I not been reading everything related to D-Man. Once again, it's not in your face. Like I said, you gotta go out of your way to find these comics. It's not like... That's it, I don't read many modern comics, so maybe it is. But, you know, it's not like you're picking up Avengers, looking for stories about Captain America, and you get D-Man in a flowery dress, hanging out with trans people, shoving it down our throats. Comic books are for everybody. Everybody should be able to enjoy them. D-Man's a really great character. I think he was really good in The Thing. He's really good in Captain America. He kind of got mishandled and fumbled for a while there with the whole homeless thing, which, again, could have been a great thing, but just the way people handled it didn't quite go off as well as it could have. But history goes down. He's an Avenger. His supporting role with the Falcon was really awesome. The whole thing that gets me is, like, he just lost his powers. They never said why or explained it or anything. Why did he have to lose his powers? It didn't really do anything for his character. Nothing was like, oh, I lost my powers and I gotta try to prove I'm strong enough without them. Like, no, he was still punching people. He was still taking names. Losing his powers really was nothing. So why do it? Making him gay? That's fine. Having him run a support group? I think that actually makes sense. With that he is gay, so he does have something to relate to these trans kids. And it's the fact that he kind of does want to be in that support role, that mentorship role. He never quite found his footing as a hero, so he doesn't want to be on the front lines, but he's more than willing to step up when the occasion calls for it. That said, like, I learned quite a bit about D-Man here. I hope you guys did too. I want that D-Man Marvel Legend action figure, but like in his bigger, bulker 80s look, but with the price of these things these days, I probably won't buy it if they put one out. Anyway, I've been Hossman Comics, and I want you guys to stay Hossy.
Greetings, hostages, and welcome to Germany, Berlin specifically, actually the Brandenburg Gate. As soon as I knew I was coming to Germany, I was going to cover a German character, I thought, oh, I've already done Armless Tiger Man. And then I thought, obviously it's got to be Blitzkrieg, which you might not be aware of. Then as I was writing this, I remembered Nightcrawler existed. Either way, we're going to talk about not just the early evolution, but every appearance of Blitzkrieg, Germany's greatest superhero.
So what is it that I do know about Blitzkrieg? I know he's from Germany. I know he's got a costume that's like Iron Fist meets Electro. And he's got lightning powers. And I do know that Blitzkrieg means lightning warfare. I remember that from grade 10 social studies. Thank you, Mr. Vavra. Alright, Blitzkrieg first appeared in Contest of Champions number 1 and number 3. The Contest of Champions was, well, I talked about it more in my Peregrin video, but essentially, every single superhero on Earth was abducted for a contest. Therefore, it was a great place to introduce new international superheroes, and that would be the case for Blitzkrieg, right there on the very first page. Not much is done with him here aside from one quick panel that shows him flying with lightning and says he's from Germany. Well, West Germany. But that's a moot point now, because... well, actually, with that tent, it looks like there's a wall still there, but there isn't. That's where the wall was. Which is about the same information he gets given in his small back page blurb. He gets chosen for the Grand Masters team, and he's put onto a squad with Captain America and Sasquatch. They square off against Storm, Shamrock, and the Collective Man. This is actually where we get our first good look at Blitzkrieg's powers, and they're a lot like Iceman's, but with lightning. He creates his own little slide to ride on. He can carry others as well. He even traps Storm in a cage of lightning, though that doesn't go quite as planned. And then Storm is like, well, I've got more powers than lightning. Though Blitzkrieg also does create an electrical vortex by supercharging the molecules around him, but ultimately his team loses. Next up for Blitzkrieg is Incredible Hulk number 278, which was a celebration of the Hulk with many heroes having kind words to say, including many of the international heroes from Contest of Champions. Blitzkrieg pops by to say that the world wishes the Hulk well.
Dr. Banner specifically. He would next appear within the pages of ROM number 65, and it's just a large-scale threat, one of those every hero's hero type of situations, and that includes the shiny new, rarely used, never developed international heroes like Blitzkrieg. And before I even got to this issue, like once I was reading the Contest of Champions with these new heroes introduced, I thought this would be the perfect time to like put them on a team, an international Avengers, right? You got Defensor, you got Arabian Knight, Blitzkrieg, Peregrin, like Shamrock, put them all on an international team of Avengers, but no, they didn't. In ROM, we kind of show them all together, and it's like, yeah, but it's a missed opportunity, in my opinion. It felt like while reading Contest of Champions that there was like a mandate to create these new international heroes. And they did make them, and then like so many of them got rarely used. I mean, so far it's only been 3 years, but not a lot of them were used a lot. Double that though, because no one dusted off Blitzkrieg for 6 more years until 1991. But at least it was Mark Grunwald for a 3-issue run in Captain America, starting with number 389. In the B stories, Larry Alexander was doing the art. The Red Skull had been captured by Hauptmann Deutschland. That translates to Captain Germany. Now it occurs to me that either Hauptmann Deutschland or Red Skull would have been really good choices for a video like this. Actually, you know what? Hey hostages, welcome back to Germany, where I'm going to talk about Captain Germany, or Hauptmann Deutschland. So be sure to like and subscribe and enjoy the video. Okay, good. I'll save that for later. And we see that the good Hauptmann isn't working alone. He's got Blitzkrieg on his crew. Then when the Red Skull's own crew show up to free him, they go on the attack. Blitzkrieg shows off his familiar powers by making his lightning sled that he calls an electric bridge, as well as an impressive electrical shield. And of course he overloads the circuits of a robot that they brought. And he actually captured Crossbones all by himself in an electric cage that knocks him out. Though they did have the help of the Time Spirit, or Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist translates to Time Spirit. And if you're telling me this guy isn't straight up the Clock King, well, I need to learn more about Zeitgeist. What's up, my loyal hostages? That's right, I am back in Germany again to talk about Germany's favorite hero, the Zeitgeist, or Time Spirit. So the villains are awaiting trial, and Blitzkrieger and Hauptmann Deutschland are watching over the transfer. Now the Machinesmith is among the baddies, and he can actually shoot his mind into different places. Blitzkrieg does notice a minor shift in electrical activity, but he's not sure exactly what it was. And that there, like just in addition to his other powers, shows the potential that this character could have had. Also, yeah, they are calling him Blitzkrieger, which translates to Lightning Warrior, so that actually makes a lot of sense. Before the bad guys stand trial, the Avengers show up and take them away. They weren't really the Avengers though, just some of Armin Zola's robots or whatever, and they made the Schutzhelle group look like idiots. Schutzhelle group is translated to a group of protecting saints or a league of guardian angels, and that's their team name. And they would not be seen again until Captain America number 442, where there are superhumans being killed in Buenos Aires, and Blitzkrieg is looking into it. He's also a detective? Nice. Germany's greatest detective. Maybe. We'll never know, because he does in fact solve the crime. Presumably, it's as his teammate Zeitgeist murders him. Kind of hard not to figure it out while somebody is stabbing you to your face. And honestly, that really sucks. Like, I was really actually getting into this character. He's got a really decent look. There could have been more done with that. He's got a decent set of powers. He was kind of a blank slate personality. He had a bit of cockiness to him, but a bit of a rookiness. Like, there wasn't much there. Any writer could have come in and made this guy something. They could have made him their own. They could have developed him a lot. And he's an established character, like I said, with a good power base, based out of Germany. Like, seemed like a no-brainer, but they just killed him off, and he stayed dead ever since. And that's really, honestly, a shame. It is worth noting that Vormund got revenge and did kill Zeitgeist for what he did to Blitzkrieg. Vormund is what Captain Germany is going by now. Hauptmann Deutschland. Change his name to Vormund at some point. And then in between the last 2 appearances of the Blitzkrieg we're talking about today, there was a series called The Adventures of Captain America, and it was set during World War II, and there was a World War II German officer with electrical-based harpoons named Blitzkrieg as well, but they were unrelated characters. And he was actually killed at the Eiffel Tower. So what is exactly that I know about Blitzkrieg? I know he's German. I know he's got lightning powers. There's a tooting horn over there. He's got a semi-reminiscent... He's got a uniform that looks like Electro crossed with Iron Fist. What is up, my loyal hostages? How you doing today? Let's do the time warp again and go back to the 1960s and look at the early evolution of Kraven the Hunter. Kraven the Hunter. Amazing Spider-Man number 15 by none other than Stan the Man Lee and Steve the Beeve Ditko. I actually met his nephew once. It's not much of a story. So the chameleon is nearly caught by Spider-Man, and he's pondering how to deal with this hero problem he's got. Then it dawns on him that Kraven the Hunter would relish the opportunity. So he calls him. Later on, in what J. Jonah Jameson calls the biggest story of the year, Kraven's ship has arrived from Africa. So it's already established right away that Kraven the Hunter is a big deal. He's known throughout the world. Like,
Him coming to New York, big deal for the Daily Bugle to get on the headlines, right? And when some crates that were shipping animals break open, we get to see Kraven in action. He's fast enough to snatch up cobras and strong enough to wrestle gorillas. His uncanny attributes come from a secret potion stolen from a witch doctor of a hidden African tribe. This, of course, would be Calypso, but that's not going to be revealed for decades. And of course, he also reveals that he is there to hunt the most dangerous game, a certain wall-crawling webhead named Spider-Man, who he spends a few hours stalking before he decides that he will indeed make a worthy foe. Upon their first fight, he discovered that Spider-Man is actually stronger than he thought, so he resorts to a poison before managing to get away. Though he was defeated, he's now quite pleased because he has found a foe to truly test his prowess. But Spidey pretty much shakes off the poison, and when they meet up again, Kraven slaps a couple of magnetic restraints on our boy. Of course, Spider-Man is a scientific thinker, and he uses his web fluid to block out the magnetism of his new charm bracelets. Which has to be comic book science, because that doesn't make sense to me. Nothing blocks magnets. Spider-Man defeats and unmasks Kraven, as one of them was the Chameleon, and now he appears to be playing a little with Kraven, showing him what it's like to be hunted.
How does it feel to be hunted? You tell me!
And then, with barely a punch thrown, Kraven is caught in a net and arrested. But instead of getting thrown into prison, he and the Chameleon are deported to South America. So quickly now, let's jump on to Tales of Suspense number 58, again by Lee, but this time the art is by Don Heck. Kraven and the Chameleon bribe their way off of a boat and back to America, where Kraven is instantly defeated by Iron Man in the first few pages. And right around the same time was Amazing Spider-Man Annual number 1 and the creation of the Sinister Six. That's kind of where I'm getting mixed signals from Stan Lee, because, you know, in one issue he's just destroyed really quickly by Iron Man, like without a problem, and then all of a sudden he's joining a team of Spider-Man's greatest threats? It is kind of realistic, because Iron Man wouldn't have a problem at all facing Kraven the Hunter. But if you still want him to pose like a real threat to other heroes, you can't have him jobbing out so easily like that. Especially right before something like the debut of the Sinister Six. Anyway, speaking of jobbing out, let's dive into the issue. Doc Ock forms the Sinister Six with himself, Vulture, Electro, Sandman, Mysterio, and Kraven the Hunter. They kidnap Aunt May and Betty Brant, and then as a team, they decide to face Spider-Man one at a time. Though Kraven at least justifies it by saying, only with a solo victory can he get the revenge that he seeks. Kraven's fight is up second, and though he did want a solo victory, he brings two cheetahs with him. But Spider-Man is just too fast. He actually doesn't even defeat Kraven the Hunter, he just takes the location of his next fight and leaves. Which makes it even more strange when Kraven is locked up with the others at the end of the issue. He next pops up very briefly in Amazing Spider-Man number 18. The Green Goblin forced Spider-Man to retreat, and literally everyone is talking about how Spidey must be a coward. And that includes Kraven the Hunter, who is free and still wants to track down and defeat Spider-Man. But he wouldn't for like a year and a half until Amazing Spider-Man number 34, when Kraven is standing in his trophy room lamenting over the one victory he does not yet have. So he heads to America to try and defeat Spider-Man again. He sets up shop in the Chameleon's old hideout, and for the first time, but certainly not the least, he dons Spider-Man's costume, in hopes of luring out the webhead. And when it works, Kraven sprays Spidey with a jungle scent to counteract his Spidey scent, which actually seems to work. The two fight for many pages, but even without Spidey sense, Spider-Man simply outclasses Kraven in every possible way. He may be a very formidable hunter, but he should really rethink taking on superheroes. In Amazing Spider-Man number 47, we get a bit of a retcon when we learn that the last time Kraven attacked Spidey, he was doing so on behalf of the Green Goblin for $20,000. It's about $190,000 in today's money. And it's actually unclear. I'm not sure if Stan Lee thought that was a retcon or just a fight we didn't see. Like, it's not clear, but there it is. But Kraven did his homework and learned that Norman Osborn was funding the Goblin. So when Kraven inevitably lost the fight, he gained a new target for his hatred. And once he got out of jail, very quickly, he wanted revenge on the Green Goblin. Unfortunately, he was presumed dead at the time, so Kraven planned to take it out on Norman Osborn, because Kraven doesn't know what we all know. Also this time around, Kraven has a new weapon. It's a double-barreled ray that can magnetize his muscular electrolytes, slowing down his quick speed. And this is where I'm starting to see a theme, like each time Kraven faces Spider-Man, he comes up with a new different way to overcome some of Spider-Man's advantages. Like, he's showing he's a brilliant hunter and he doesn't want to give up. Like, there's actually really good stuff going on here with early Kraven. Except this double-barreled ray, it's nipple lasers. Anyway, Kraven keeps trying to take out Osborn, but failing. World's greatest hunter, my butt. So he decides the best way to the father is through the son. And of course he did this during a party that one Peter Parker was attending. So Spider-Man vs. Kraven round 6 or 7 is about to begin. And it goes like the others. Spider-Man's just too quick. He outmaneuvers Kraven at every turn, staying ahead of him and laying in the licks. But can Kraven turn the tide when he blasts Spidey with his devastating nipple lasers? Yes, they drained Spider-Man of his energy, and his muscles felt like mush. It seemed Kraven finally had the upper hand. But in the crowd below, he spies Norman Osborn and diverts his attack. But he can sense that something isn't right.
Since Osborn at this moment has been purged of the Green Goblin, he doesn't recall any arrangement with Kraven, and Kraven's pissed off, but he does let Osborn go, and he proclaims a victory over Spider-Man and he leaves. He didn't beat Spider-Man though. He's been saying this whole time he wants to mount Spider-Man's head in his trophy room, and Spider-Man's head's still on his body. Like, to me, beheading would be a decisive victory, so this is not a victory. But then again, maybe Kraven is just tired of losing all the time, he just wants to put this whole Spider-Man thing behind him. I'd buy that. 2 issues later, when defeating a sick Spider-Man, the Vulture is named the deadliest menace in the city by the news. That makes Kraven so mad he fights a tiger, because he believes he was the first to defeat Spider-Man.
But he didn't.
But either way, Kraven is a man of his pride, so now he wants to defeat the Vulture. Also, for the record, this wasn't Adrian Toomes, the original Vulture, this was Blackie Drago, the second short-lived Vulture. And of course, their battle draws the attention of a certain wall-crawling web-slinger, and if you think we're gearing up to a 3-way dance, you are wrong. The baddies team up for a 2-on-1, but even still, Spider-Man isn't sick anymore and he does just fine. Especially when Kraven accidentally gives Vulture a nipple laser whammy. And yes, I do know for the record they're coming from the lion's eyes, not his nip-nips, but it's a nipple laser, come on. When it is down to just Spider-Man and the Hunter, Mr. Parker decides to deliver a message, so he stops holding back and he hits Kraven with a Hulk-staggering punch. Kraven gets the message. Which is probably why he leaves Spider-Man alone for a little while, as in Astonishing Tales 1 and 2, Kraven sets his sights on hunting the world's last surviving saber-toothed tiger, that being Zabu, the pet of Kazar, Lord of the Savage Land. And wouldn't you know it, he's still using those nipple lasers. He does defeat and capture Zabu, and Kazar obviously follows, but he gets overpowered as well. So Kraven the Hunter becomes the hunted as Kazar tracks him back to civilization to free his pet.
How does it feel to be hunted? You tell me!
They have an even match and Kraven escapes, vowing to meet Kazar again, which comes up in Amazing Spider-Man issues 103 and 104. We're going to start speedrunning some of these because Kraven does have a very definitive place to end the video that I'd like to get to. It just has a little more issues than I usually cover, and, well, you'll see, but a lot of these don't have as much development, so we'll get through them quick. Then we'll get to the big stuff, the good stuff. You know what's coming. You know what's coming. If you don't know what's coming, you're gonna, it's gonna be good. I don't even know how to explain this one. The Daily Bugle funds a research team to the Savage Land because of a big creature named Gog. Peter Parker goes to take pictures and Gwen Stacy is sent along for the female perspective. So Gog kidnaps Gwen, King Kong style, and brings her back to his master Kraven, who is attempting to take over the Savage Land and decided he wants Gwen as his queen. Spider-Man teams up with Kazar and Zabu, and Kraven is defeated while Spider-Man gets Gog stuck in quicksand and leaves him there to die. And in case you're wondering, Kraven actually found a baby Gog in a crashed spaceship and raised him, and then Gog didn't actually die there. It's Amazing Spider-Man number 110 and 111, featuring the first appearance of the Gibbon. An injured Kraven the Hunter thinks that for whatever reason, manipulating the Gibbon is a surefire way to beat Spider-Man.
But it wasn't.
Daredevil 104 and 105 has a mysterious stranger offering Kraven $100,000 to take out Daredevil. But Kraven says no to the money and takes the job just for the challenge. And this time he's got a green vest. But not a real green vest, that's cruel. Bare naked ladies. He takes on both Daredevil and the Black Widow, but when he realized he cannot defeat them both, it's not the nipple lasers he turns to, but his devastating new kitty Klaw. Meow. And though he seemingly defeats the Man Without Fear, Black Widow takes him out with a kick to the back of his head. Creatures on the Loose is a book I'd never even heard of until today, and I read issues 32 and 33. Okay, so that Tower of Shadows series I talked about back in my Night Shift video, after issue 9, that became Creatures on the Loose. It had some Cull stories, and then monster reprints, and then Gulliver Jones, Warrior of Mars, and then Thongor. Basically, it was a swords and sandals / fantasy / horror anthology series where just anything went. But eventually, it became a book about the Man-Wolf. That's where Kraven showed up. Kraven fights and defeats the Man-Wolf so he can bring him to a forest area and defeat him again. But even with his nipple lasers, Kraven loses. I'm actually really surprised how often the nipple lasers stuck around. I thought they were like there for an issue, maybe 2, but like they keep coming back. Another series you may not have heard of is Marvel Chillers, featuring Tigra and Kraven squaring off. So Kraven's just running through a checklist of were-people.
How does it feel to be hunted? You tell me!
Anyway, they fight and Kraven actually goes full force nipple blast on Tigra, but she overcomes it and wipes the floor with him. His next 10 appearances are all nothing special. Kraven shows up and gets defeated. He does show his honor when he stops Calypso from taking out Spider-Man with a cheap shot, and he does perform a surgery to save Kazar after Kazar saves him. But generally he's just showing up to be on the hunt and trying to get a defeat over Spider-Man, but as I said, he loses again and again and again and again. And while there were 0 nipple lasers in these issues, there was at least 1 instance of nipple gas. So you can tell at this point, Kraven the Hunter just kind of became a generic villain. You know, not really strong enough to be a major threat, but someone familiar enough to just keep showing up. But in those early days, like, he was all about his honor. He wanted to defeat Spider-Man. He set out to hunt Spider-Man, you know? He's the greatest hunter in the world. He can stop a rhino. He can hunt an elephant. He can fight a gorilla with his bare hands. And then he sets his targets on Spider-Man, and Spider-Man beats him, and he just doesn't know how to handle that. He can't handle that. He's the hunter. He chose to hunt Spider-Man. He will not rest until he gets his victory over Spider-Man. Then, like I said, that kind of fell by the wayside, and he just became a generic villain that showed up over and over and over again. But something truly amazing for the character development of Kraven the Hunter was right around the corner. Well, is next up. It's Kraven's last hunt. We all know what happens in this. If you don't, I am going to spoil it, but don't worry about it. Like, everybody knows how this ends. Everybody knows what happens in Kraven's last hunt, but so many people haven't read it. I am begging you, I implore you, even if you know what goes on in Kraven's last hunt, read it. I love it. I'm not going to say it's one of my favorite comic books, because it isn't, but I cannot deny that it is just one of the most perfect comic books ever written. It's so good, you guys. J.M. DeMatteis, Mike Zeck, and Bob McLeod present Kraven's Last Hunt over 6 issues. It gives us a little more backstory on Kraven's life and a lot more insight into his mind. Kraven is thinking back on everything he's done, and he still needs to defeat Spider-Man. He's ready to finish his life and be done, but he can't until he gets that victory over Spider-Man that he just has not gotten. It is beginning to consume him. He goes out and he knows how to take Spider-Man. He shoots a dart and knows Spider-Man will dodge it, so he shoots another dart above him, and he tranks out Spider-Man and captures Spider-Man in a net. And when Spider-Man gets up, Spider-Man's thinking, not a big deal, I got this, it's Kraven the Hunter. But he looks up and Kraven's got a rifle pointed at him. He's like, whoa, this is not Kraven style, something's not right here. And blam! Spider-Man is done. Kraven the Hunter has defeated Spider-Man. He buries him. He puts him in a coffin and he buries him. Here lies Spider-Man, defeated by Kraven the Hunter. But that wasn't enough. Kraven understood that he took out Spider-Man with a gun. He cheated. He didn't quite earn that victory. And he knows he can't defeat Spider-Man fairly. So what can he do? He puts on Spider-Man's costume and decides to go out and show the world how much better of a Spider-Man can be. A superior Spider-Man, if you will. The first superior Spider-Man. And he is brutal. He takes out some muggers that happen to be attacking Mary Jane. Like, that's a coincidence. But she knows right away, that ain't Peter. He is stopping criminals and he is using deadly force. And then, you want to talk about characters that get a turnaround in this book, there is also Vermin. Vermin is just a rat man, but he gets some story in this, and you will not look at Vermin the same way twice. Vermin is a little afraid of Spider-Man. Vermin was previously defeated by Spider-Man and Captain America, and that's the thing right there. Kraven the Hunter decides that Spider-Man alone could not defeat Vermin. Spider-Man had to use Captain America's help, and the two of them together barely beat him. If Kraven can defeat Vermin, then Kraven is better than Spider-Man. I can defeat who Spider-Man couldn't defeat. I'm better than Spider-Man. That's his thought process. So he does. He defeats Vermin and locks him up. But even that isn't enough. For he did not truly kill Spider-Man. He tranked him out and made him seem dead, knocked him out for 2 weeks. Spider-Man bursts out of the coffin, furious that he has lost 2 weeks of his life. And he comes to Kraven and he goes and he's beating the crap out of Kraven. But Kraven's like, whatever, I won, man. I got it. Do what you're going to do. But check this out. He takes Spider-Man down. He's like, look, there's Vermin. And he lets Vermin out of his cage and he says, Vermin, that's Spider-Man. He beat you up. You got to get him. So Vermin attacks Spider-Man because Kraven needs to prove again that Spider-Man cannot defeat Vermin. Kraven needs to prove his superiority. And he does. Vermin defeats Spider-Man again. And Kraven's like, hey, get out of here. Because he does not want Spider-Man to die. He wants Spider-Man to live knowing that Kraven is better than him. And Spider-Man's left with a choice. He's like, I got to stop Kraven, but Kraven's not really doing anything right now. But Vermin is on the loose. Spider-Man has to go stop Vermin. And Kraven's like, yeah, go ahead. You have my word. Kraven will not hunt again. And he means it. Because he's got a coffin laid out and he's got a shotgun. And he's like, I've done it. I've proved myself. How calm I feel. How peaceful. As if something inside of me, some knot, some tangle of fear and anger and so much more, has finally been untied. All these years, fleeing Russia, suffocating in America, finding release, finding honor in the jungle. All these years. And I've never known peace or calm, or that elusive thing called happiness. But I feel as if I can know it now, that it's nearby, just outside. Perhaps hidden in the patter of the rain, the drumbeat of a thunder. Peace, calm, happiness. An ending. Now. They said my mother was insane. Blows his fucking head off. I said it was a shotgun. I'm not even gonna correct that. That's widely called a shotgun. It's a rifle. The issue's in my hand. It's very clearly a rifle. It's the end, and it's the definitive Kraven the Hunter story. So perfect. You should read it. And that wouldn't be the end of Kraven the Hunter. There'd be flashbacks. He was in the Avengers of '59. He'd have children, and other people take the name Kraven the Hunter, and he himself would come back many, many, many years later. Like that Kraven, Sergei Kravenov died that day. I think the first time I read Kraven's Last Hunt was a long time ago. And the last time I read it, last time I read it was this afternoon, but before that it was a long time ago as well. But like, having read the early appearances of Kraven the Hunter and then read what J.M. DeMatteis did here in Kraven's Last Hunt, I don't know. I don't have the words to explain just how that's what a comic book should be. The art is freaking amazing. Just the story is so good. It takes a character, it doesn't alter anything. Nothing inherently changed about Kraven the Hunter. They didn't reinvent him. They didn't alter his backstory. They added so much more to him, but it worked so good. They brought this character out and then just had the balls to kill him off. Like my shitty Kraven cosplay. I have nothing else to say. Stay hossy, folks. That's it. Kraven the Hunter. I'm gonna check out the movie. Double-barreled ray that can magnetize his muscular electrolytes. It's a double-barreled ray. It's a double-barreled ray that can magnetize his muscular It's a double-barreled ray that can meow. 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 Hey, all you Hossamaniacs out there, it's the one true Hossman Comics right here. There's probably nobody trying to pretend to be me anyway. We're here to talk about Deadpool, the merc with a mouth. Over 1,000 appearances in the Marvel Comics. You guys know who he is. He's the chimichanga-loving, dog-holding, B. Arthur wanting to marry and merc with a mouth. He's over the top dick and fart jokes nowadays, but he wasn't always that way. And he wasn't always everywhere. He debuted in 1993, and we're going to take a look at the early evolution of Deadpool. Deadpool.
Are you watching me sleep this whole time? Freak.
He was created by Rob Liefeld and a guy named Fabian Nicieza. I'm gonna say it wrong a few times through this video. Deal with it. New Mutants number 98 by the aforementioned Rob Liefeld and Fabian Nicieza. It says here that Liefeld also did the plot, but to see the artist name above the writer, like that means you're truly in the 90s. Anyway, in this first appearance of Deadpool, we also get the first appearance of Gideon and Domino, sort of. We'll get there to explain why it's not really Domino. The mysterious Mr. Tolliver has hired Deadpool to find and eliminate Cable. So in the library, Deadpool attacks. He manages to hold his own against Cable and Cannonball, showing that he's got all kinds of high-tech tricks up his sleeve to give him that edge in combat. He even continues the upper hand when Richter, Sunspot, and Boom Boom join the fray. Though he does appear to get a broken jaw, he still doesn't shut up. He only really loses the fight when Domino shows up out of nowhere and puts 3 blades into Deadpool's back. I'm going to interject and say, like, the way Domino does show up, she's just a natural part of the team. Like, I didn't know this was Domino's first appearance. Once again, it's not actually Domino. But the character shows up and Cable's like, hey, Dom, how's it going? Woo! Glad to have you here. Like, just the rapport, she fits right in. Like it's not her first appearance. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I feel like it's a good thing. Anyway, they bandage Deadpool up and mail him back to Tolliver via FedEx. So let's talk about Deadpool here. What's established in his first appearance and what isn't? Right off the bat, you got the red and black classic iconic Deadpool costume. Like many heroes, his first costume is going to be the look he sticks with. There will be tweaks and changes and some drastic changes, but he always go back to the classic red and black. So good for them. They were onto something right from the beginning, costume-wise. The Merc with a Mouth is a moniker that Deadpool has had through the years. Nobody says it here, but it is there. The establishing of what the Merc with a Mouth is. He's a mercenary and he's got a mouth. He never shuts up. That is right here. He's not as humorous as he would become. He's not as quippy, he just is continually talking, but that is established right here. As far as his healing factor and powers, nothing at all is established here in this first issue. We see he's got high-tech tricks, he's got his swords, he's got his guns, he can fight, he's got a huge ability, but like I say, takes 3 blades in the back and then gets bandaged up. His healing factor doesn't exist here. Though it's not directly contradicted either. Also, they don't mention him being Canadian. But right off the bat, he is fairly established for who he is, especially when you bear in mind that he is the villain here. He wasn't created to become a headlining franchise that would appear in several comics a month. The New Mutants would disappear and make way for X-Force, where Deadpool would make his second appearance in X-Force's second issue. And even right here on the cover, they say, "Deadpool's back," plastered in the corner. So they might have known they were onto something. It seems Tolliver has sent Deadpool to retrieve some Japanese technology for him, while the Canadian government has sent Kane in his very first appearance. Kane refers to himself as Weapon X, and Deadpool asks if that's actually trademarked. A few things happen here in this fight. Kane's inner monologue tells us that it is characteristic for Deadpool to never stop running his mouth. Deadpool also mentions that he has jaw wired shut for 2 months. That one blew my mind because his healing factor should have healed his jaw. I wonder if that's going to be retroactively introduced or if we're going to see him get his healing factor. I haven't read any early appearances of Deadpool. I'm excited about this. And Deadpool also does go on to say that, "I hate this country. I've always hated this country. I hated Department H, and I hated the Weapon X program," and so on. So right there, it's setting up some mystery and connecting him to Weapon X and thus Wolverine. I don't like that he says he hates Canada, but I'm going to keep reading anyway. And then he gets shot in the back by GW Bridge and escapes and doesn't show up again in this issue. I know a lot of this is going to be one main creative team, or Fabian Mixia, just one writer, though other writers do come in towards the end. I know I usually focus on people that have been juggled around, but it's Deadpool. It's going to be cool to piece this together with breadcrumbs and see how much of the Deadpool we know today was around back at the beginning. It's also worth noting that there is something in his voice. Like later on, he would just have yellow speech bubbles, which I'm still not entirely sure how I'm supposed to read that. But in these early appearances, he had a red shadowing around his speech bubbles, and sometimes yellow. It became mostly yellow, but the red would crop back up and in. And I'm still not sure. Do you guys know how to read that? Let me know in the comments below if you kind of understand how to read his speech bubble. X-Force issue number 4 gives us one single Deadpool panel, while Spider-Man and X-Force are fighting
Juggernaut!
while Cable is shooting
Black Tom, you racist son of a...
and letting him fall down an elevator shaft. Deadpool grabs him and says that he's on Mr. Tolliver's hit list. I read these all digitally, and I actually have a copy of X-Force number 4 right here. I'm curious to see if anything was edited in the digital release for any reason, so I'll check that out. Oh. So then we go on to X-Force number 5. Honestly, these small one-page bit appearances are killing me. But Deadpool teleports in and delivers Juggernaut and Black Tom to Tolliver. He even calls him his boss. So he actually does seem pretty subservient to this Tolliver guy, which isn't really in Deadpool's character. Also, the teleporter was something he had well established back then. Was that part of his power, or was that something he had? We'll have to keep reading and find out. He next appeared in Nomad number 4. It is written by Fabian Nikizia, so it makes sense for Deadpool to show up. There's a big meeting of various crime bosses, and that includes Mr. Tolliver of the European Cartel. Anyway, there's a guy that everyone there wants to get, and Nomad's trying to protect him, so Deadpool goes after him. Deadpool and Nomad have a fight. Nothing really much of note happens, except for Deadpool teleporting all over the place, and after getting shot in the face with a blank, he does allude to the fact that there is something wrong with his face under the mask, which we in the future know is true. Oh, and despite being the bad guy of the issue, Deadpool still does assassinate his target. X-Force number 10 is where he would next appear in one panel at the end of the book. After this video, it's going to be a while before I cover somebody from the 90s. Like, this is ridiculous. Anyway, it appears that Domino was working for Tolliver as well to report on Cable, but she stopped, and now Deadpool is being sent after her, which picks up in X-Force number 11, and the first thing he does is knock out Siren, which is very interesting given their future together. He then attacks Shatterstar because he's itching for a fight, which he wins, and then he catches up with Domino and does not hold back. Deadpool plays equal rights with his butt whoopings. He does refer to her as his ex-girlfriend and keeps calling her Vanessa, to which she calls him Wade, and I believe this is the first time, well, it is the first time I saw him called Wade. Not a cool name. Anyway, he beats her up and reminds her that she still works for Tolliver. Oh, and the real Domino is locked up in Tolliver's basement. The Domino we've seen has been Copycat this whole time, making this issue the actual first appearance of Domino besides a flashback in X-Force number 8, in case you're keeping track of that for whatever reason. Deadpool shows up again in X-Force number 14. Cable is busting into Tolliver's headquarters, and Deadpool shows up on the last page. How many times is that? Only twice so far on the last page, but 4 single issue appearances so far. Anyway, in the next issue, Deadpool and Cable duke it out, and Cable gives Deadpool such a beating that he manages to actually shut him up for a few panels. And then Wade eventually gets the upper hand, the real Domino blasts him with a BFG. And then Cable defeats Tolliver once and for all. Or does he? Anyway, this leaves Deadpool seemingly unemployed, and he seems to still not have a super healing factor. Also, his face mask is partially torn, and it's not clear that his skin seems alright. His back isn't, but he just got fried, and he teleports away.
His next appearance was in an X-Men Toys R Us Premium Edition promotional comic. We get to see Deadpool and Wolverine for the first time in the same comic. They don't face off against each other. Deadpool is teamed up with the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants and they attack the X-Mansion. We actually get to see some of the early kind of hijinks Deadpool would become known for. I kind of chalked that one up to no one really caring here, but Juggernaut knocks off Scott's ruby quartz glasses and Deadpool wears them and even says, "We'll take good care of your shades, you'll see." Oh wait, you can't! That kind of stuff is the humor that I preferred from Deadpool. Believe it or not, before the movie came out, Deadpool had a lot more wit than just ballsack and masturbation jokes. The whole demand for Deadpool to be R-rated like really blew my mind. The violence and stuff, I get why that should be R-rated, but for the most part, Deadpool was a PG-13, even PG comic. He made funny jokes, he did a lot of stuff, but he wasn't like, "Hey, I'm gonna rip farts and fuck your grandma." Like, Deadpool wasn't like that. He became like that later. Really, after Ryan Reynolds was cast as Hannibal King in Blade Trinity, everybody from there was just like, Ryan Reynolds has to be Deadpool, and that's when Ryan Reynolds got into the character himself. But like reading into the comics wasn't like that. I'm not saying it's bad or it's out of place, but it just seems like a lot of people were projecting a juvenile sense of humor onto Deadpool when he didn't quite have that in the comics. That's all I'm saying. In this issue, he actually squared off against Gambit, but when a big-ass Sentinel showed up, Deadpool decided that this was not the job he was paid for, and he and most of the Brotherhood left. X-Force number 21, here we go. Deadpool's in 4 issues in a row, so this should be good. X-Force is fighting War Machine, and Deadpool gets 1 page in the middle. He's looting some of Tolliver's safe houses for information on where someone he's calling Nessie is. I assume that's Vanessa, and he says he's gonna cut her. X-Force number 22, he tries to do just that. Vanessa seems to be stuck in the form of her friend Tina. Deadpool wants a crack at them both, but some dude named Sluggo shows up and blows a hole in one of them, and mentions Tolliver's will. So I assume that all the bad guys in Tolliver's employ were named in this will, and they have to battle it out till there's one survivor. Sounds actually pretty cool. It's nice of Deadpool to get a little sub-story going on in the back pages of X-Force. It's cool. It really shows the popularity of the character. Also, actually, by this point, Rod Liefeld has been gone for quite a while, so I am really thinking he's overrated. Well, he's overrated, everybody knows that, but I think it's blown out of proportion how much credit he actually gets for creating Deadpool. I think that's... Here I'm going to go on a little rant, but that's outside of this. I think the creation of a character goes so far beyond who came up with the idea, when so much of the idea gets fleshed out beyond years of them. The Deadpool that we see in New Mutants number 98 is not the Deadpool that is in the movies. It's not the Deadpool that's in the comics today. It's not the Deadpool that became popular. So to put all the credit just simply on that, like I think later we're going to see guys like Joe Kelly really form the character. And I'm not saying he should get credit for creating him, but it's just creating a character is a collaborative effort, especially with a popular character. And I think a lot of that is what I'm doing these Evolution of videos to try and portray. Anyway, back to the funny books. In X-Force number 23, I guess Deadpool and Sluggo have now teamed up, and as they catch up with Vanessa, so does Domino. She spent a year locked up while Vanessa lived her life, so she is pissed. So much so that she blasts a huge hole in Deadpool. In X-Force 24, we see the body. Deadpool is lying there, appearing quite dead. They even assume he's dead, but Vanessa takes a laser gun and blasts him some more. Sluggo too. She does say that they aren't dead and it'll take more than a few laser blasts to the head and chest to kill these two. So there's the first real hint that Deadpool might have a healing factor, though he is done for in this issue. But in the very next month, June 1993, he would get his first titled series in Deadpool, The Circle Chase. It's written by Fabian Nicieza, with art by Joe Madureira. The first issue is the first time the term the Merc with a Mouth is used, as well as Kane calls him Wade Wilson, getting a last name for the first time. This miniseries is all about the tease we got earlier about Tolliver's will. It seems the last survivor of his employees is entitled to a huge prize, said to be the most powerful weapon in the world, and they're willing to fight for it. In the first 2 issues, we get Deadpool teaming up with Weasel for the first time, fighting with Garrison Kane, as well as a face-off with Juggernaut and Black Tom Cassidy, not to mention the first appearance of classic Deadpool villain Slayback. His humor is starting to come out a little more here. I personally liked it when Black Tom hit him with an energy blast and he asked what he was going to do about it. Giving a classic Deadpool response, he said, "Probably just going to sit here and blister." But also, while this is his story, he's the good guy. Murder isn't off the table and he does hijack an entire plane. Before the next issue, Deadpool actually appeared in the Avengers number 366. Deadpool crosses swords with the Blood Wraith, a Black Knight villain, I guess? Can you imagine in 20 years when I get around to doing an early evolution of the Blood Wraith? You're going to want to subscribe so you don't miss that kind of content coming way down the pipe. But seriously though, if you're enjoying this, subscribe, hit the like button, tell a friend, say, did you see the new Hossman Comics video this week? Gosh darn, it was great. Have a coffee, meet somebody you haven't seen since college or high school or whatnot that you think likes comic books. Call them up, go for coffee, watch my videos together, and rebond. Please. Anyway, Deadpool is fighting with the Blood Wraith because he thinks it's tied to the whole Tolliver business. In fact, he thinks the Ebony Blade is the big, bad, powerful weapon. They fight, and then Black Knight shows up, and we've got ourselves a three-way dance. Though Deadpool does get taken out, and he teleports away with the Ebony Blade, and I was stoked. I was like, holy crap, Deadpool's gonna get the Ebony Blade in the next issue of his series? Heck yeah! And then I saw the editor's note saying this took place before Deadpool #1, and I wondered if I was missing something, but no! Blood Wraith teleports after Deadpool and steals back his stolen sword. Now on to Deadpool issue #3. The fighting continues as Deadpool gets beaten by the Executive Elite, Comcast, Rive, and Makeshift. Don't worry if you don't know who they are, they do not matter. They hook Mr. Wilson up to a vice that lets us peer into his memories, and this does matter. Check out this handsome devil. For fun reference, here's what Ryan Reynolds looked like in 1993.
My Poochie needs me. I'm going home now.
Then we do see that he joined Weapon X, and he is very, very full of cancer. And then it happens. We get Deadpool unmasked.
Dear God, what is that thing?
Weasel rescues Deadpool, and he gets revenge on his captors and discovers that the prize is in Nepal. And also, Slayback has found Vanessa. So we're gonna get some answers in issue #4. But yeah, it's really cool. Like they say, he joined Weapon X because he had such aggressive cancer, which is in keeping with his character, and that's what it was in the movie too. Wasn't quite Weapon X, but there you have it. Anyway, back to issue 4. It's a bit of a mess, and Slayback shows up, and Deadpool is actually afraid of him. He is someone that Deadpool very clearly disposed of 10 years ago, so he's surprised to see him back. But he's afraid of him, and the prize is revealed to be the Android Zero. Kane is working on the android. Weasel's there. Vanessa's also there. Vanessa ends up taking a spike for Wade, and Zero activates and he takes out Slayback. Because Vanessa can copy powers, Wade finally talks about his cellular structure is constantly regenerating and his skin won't stop healing itself, so he can actually save Vanessa, and he does, learning that he can do more than just kill in the process. Deadpool actually does show some genuine emotion here for the first time. He's next going to appear in Secret Defenders #15, 16, and 17. They are not really worth reading. The Secret Defenders was an amazing concept where Doctor Strange would handpick a team of heroes and set them forth on a task of good versus evil. These 3 issues we see Deadpool team up with Dr. Druid and 1990s Luke Cage, as well as someone who is not Spider-Woman, that is the Shadow Woman, and she would later go by the name Sepulchre. Anyway, they team up and fight zombies and stuff. Cage is initially hesitant to team with Deadpool, but they do end up working well together. Deadpool says he's only helping because he knows he'd have to carry Luke's heavy corpse out otherwise. To me, this is where I first actually see Deadpool's mouth truly unleashed. He is really quippy here, constantly talking, and now he's being even more humorous and tossing out pop culture references, becoming much more Deadpool. And I think that's basically because it was somebody else writing him, and they just basically, oh yeah, he talks all the time, he keeps talking, and that's where they kind of weren't doing quite what Fabian Nakayazi was doing, but they were doing their own thing, just thinking, okay, if this guy talks all the time, he's making quips, he's making references, here we go. And that's, once somebody else comes in, that's when it becomes there, right? That attitude would continue into Silver Sable and the Wild Pack #23. Sable is in New York looking for Daredevil, and Deadpool has picked up a contract on her, so he attacks. She fights back, and their dialogue here shows that they have already known each other. But it is a small world in the mercenary game, so that does make sense. She shoots him a whole bunch and does say it won't kill him, and it doesn't. He's up in moments. For the first time really showing just how powerful his healing factor would become. Anyway, Deadpool gets outmaneuvered and just kind of gives up. After this, he would get another miniseries by Mark Waid and Ian Churchill. He would show up again in Silver Sable and X-Force, not to mention his first real crossover with Wolverine in Wolverine #88. And then in 1997, Joe Kelly and Ed McGuinness would give Deadpool in his first ongoing series. And for my money, this is where Deadpool really gets formed into how we know him today. Well, how we knew him before he became a movie character. Just the popular Deadpool that really took off. Anyway, that has been the early evolution of the Merc with a Mouth, Deadpool. Did you guys learn something down below? I didn't really mention how he was a copy of Deathstroke, because I actually don't think he was. I think he's a mercenary. He's got a costume somewhat similar to Deathstroke. The name Wade Wilson came much later. So when, don't want to defend Liefeld at all, but when Rob Liefeld goes out there and says, no, I didn't copy him off of Deathstroke, like, Liefeld wasn't around when the name Wade Wilson came out, so I don't know. Either way, I think over the years, gone in a very different direction than Slade Wilson. That's about it, folks. Stay hossie and let me know your favorite Deadpool moments. Golly gee. Hey, it's me, Hossman, breaking the fourth wall while editing to point out the fact that in all these issues, Deadpool did not once break the fourth wall. Bye-bye.
That was really good.
Still recording, that's good. Folks, Misplaced my phone with my notes on it. Howdy, hospital. She does say they aren't dead. It'll take more than a few laser blasts. You see, he's got high Everybody, how's it going? Today we're going to talk about Electro. I am Hossman Comics. Thank you for coming in. If you're new to this series, it's where I kind of look at some of the earlier evolution of certain villains, sometimes a hero, depends. But as I've said in previous videos, like something like Spider-Man, that is just written by Stan Lee all the way through it, or several heroes are created by one person, they have a vision, and it's led by one person. Whereas these less appearing characters, often villains, can be written in several different issues, several different series by several different people, and each one of them adds a little something, and I find that just an amazing amalgamation and collaboration to watch. So let's dive into the early appearances of Electro. Amazing Spider-Man number 9 is by Stan Lee and Steve Ditko. This is where we first meet the evil emissary of electricity, Electro. Right off the bat, we see him suiting up with some apparatus under his costume and juicing up. So right away, I'm thinking like the story I always knew of him getting hit like by power lines and getting his power that way. Like, is that false? We'll get to it. Spider-Man is racing home to get some medicine to Aunt May because she's sick, as always, and he's ignoring everything. So while Electro is doing all kinds of crime, including robbing a bank that J. Jonah Jameson happened to be at the time, Electro gets his loot and makes his escape by using electricity to magnetically charge his hands to climb a steel building, which of course leads old JJ to think, that's Spider-Man in a different costume. So naturally, this sets off Peter Parker, and Spider-Man is now on the hunt to catch Electro. But when he's fool enough to try and touch him, he ends up getting zapped and losing consciousness on the floor. Peter then doctors some photos to make it look like Electro actually is Spider-Man. And he did this so Jameson would give him $1,000 to pay for his aunt's surgery. A surgery which goes just fine, by the way, leaving Spider-Man available to go after Electro again. But first we have an interlude where we do learn the origin of Electro, and it is what I believed. Cocky power lineman Max Dillon was financially coerced into saving one of his co-workers, and in doing so he got struck by lightning. But because he was holding a high voltage wire with one hand and the lightning hit him in the other, the two bolts of current canceled each other out and gave him these wonderful magical powers. I am a journeyman electrician by trade. He would be dead. But he's not dead, and he built the apparatus we saw earlier to be able to channel his electricity so he could shoot folks with it. Back to the present, Electro is orchestrating a jailbreak, which is something he also famously did in New Avengers in 2005. So that's in character right from the beginning. And he figures since he broke these goons out, they should become his loyal flunkies. And they don't, a lot of them just run for it. But old Spider-Man shows up with rubber booties and gloves to spoil the fun, and when Electro learns that Spidey's insulated himself against electricity, he resorts to using a gun, which also doesn't work, and Spider-Man shoots him with water and shorts him out before unmasking him, saying, I have no idea who this is. That was the first appearance of Electro. We get a pretty solid foundation of who he is here, we learn about his powers and his weaknesses, and we get his origin, and we learn of his prime motivation, which is just money. He just wants money. Kinda seems like he was fully formed from the start, so let's move on to his next appearance and see how he evolves. But first, let's play a game. Hop into the comments below and see if you can guess how long it will be until he shows back up in a Spider-Man book. Daredevil issue number 2 by Stan Lee and Joe Orlando, which is actually some of Joe Orlando's only Marvel work, is the second appearance of Electro and also Daredevil's second appearance as well. But old Hornhead busts up a chop shop that turns out was being run by Electro. Why Electro wasn't in jail, I don't know. But the evil monarch of electricity has a new plan anyway, and that's to break into the Fantastic Four's headquarters and steal their gadgets to sell for money. He can also fly now. He flies now, more or less. He raises himself up using the power of electric cables running inside the walls. Again, I'm a journeyman electrician. Daredevil defeats him. He next appears in the Amazing Spider-Man Annual number 1. I tricked you. Electro will stray to other heroes, but he's honestly never far from Spider-Man for more than a few issues at a time. Sorry. This particular annual gives us the first appearance of the Sinister Six. Doc Ock forms a team of notable Spider-Man villains from his first year, including Vulture, Sandman, Mysterio, Kraven the Hunter, and Electro. Evil genius Octavius' brilliant plan is to have Spider-Man fight them one at a time to wear him down. And our Electro is up first. They have a fight in an electrical plant. Spider-Man ends up beating Max by tying wire around his ankle to ground himself so the electricity will go harmlessly through him. Okay. I didn't think this was going to become an electrical lesson, but I've held live wire in my hand, and as long as you're not actually grounded to anything, it passes harmlessly through you. So, grounding himself is probably the worst thing Spider-Man, a genius, could have done. Like, you know how you're wearing rubber boots and you touch an electric fence? Maybe that's not a common occurrence, but I've done it, and you don't feel anything because the rubber boots are insulating you from the ground, because electricity simply is looking for the fastest path to ground. So grounding yourself, just a horrible idea. Like, realistically, Spider-Man should have jumped up at Electro and punched him while he was in the air. That would have been so much better. But it's comic book science, so I shouldn't be looking so much into it. Anyway, he punches him in the jaw, then beats up the others too, and they all go to jail. And Electro says, you know what, I'm done taking orders from Doc Ock. A Fantastic Four Annual number 3 is the next place we would see Electro. It's the wedding of Reed Richards and Susan Storm. Dr. Doom uses a machine to make the most evil minds in New York City feel that they need to attack the wedding, so they do. It's an all-out brawl between all of the heroes invited to the wedding and so many villains, which happen to include Electro. Hitting the trifecta of annuals, Electro would next appear in Daredevil Annual number 1 by Stan Lee and Gene Colan. No discredit to Stan Lee, but he really copied his own homework on this one. Exactly 3 years after Doc Ock formed the Sinister Six to take on Spider-Man, we see Electro form the Emissaries of Evil, comprised of Daredevil's rogues to take down the Man Without Fear, Stiltman, Gladiator, Leapfrog, and the Matador. Now, I don't want to hear anybody in the comments talking about how Daredevil's got lame villains. The best part of this is that Electro plays it off like it was his own idea, like he didn't just see Doc Ock try it and fail. But Electro and the Matador alone actually managed to defeat Daredevil, and in typical villain fashion, they allow him to live because they don't want to cut their revenge short. But while the Sinister Six attacked individually, at least Electro's Emissaries of Evil do fight together. Daredevil ends up winning, but a lot of it is just because he was dodging and the bad guys were accidentally hitting each other. Maybe Doc Ock was onto something? Also, looking at Stiltman in this issue got me wondering if Stiltman was a robot in these early appearances, so early evolution of Stiltman is absolutely going on the list. But back to Electro, he would sit out for a couple of more years before returning to his roots in Amazing Spider-Man number 82, again by Stan Lee, this time with John Romita Sr. doing the art. Spidey decides he should go on a late-night talk show, so he swings by their office to let them know. While he's there is a minor electrical accident that Spidey just completely ignores. So while Scorpion had a knack for fighting heroes in their civilian identities, Electro seems to have a knack for making Spider-Man ignore his responsibilities. Electro has another weird trend that we're going to talk about later too. Anyway, an electrician named Max Dillon fixes it. Obviously he's Electro, he's out of jail, and he got himself a job. Maybe he's turned over a new leaf and he's flying right? No. Within a few panels, he reveals that he's simply biding time for the right moment to strike. And then J. Jonah Jameson comes on TV talking about Spider-Man's upcoming talk show appearance. That makes Electro think that JJ will pay big bucks to whomever stops Spider-Man. And yet people still say that J. Jonah Jameson is not truly a Spider-Man villain. We could talk about the Spider Slayers and the Scorpion and all the stuff that he is directly responsible for in Spider-Man's life, but then there's the stuff like this that he's just indirectly there for. He is inspiring others to attack Spider-Man. Guy's a villain. Great heart, nice guy in a hole, villain. Also, he doesn't just inspire people, he agreed to give Electro $5,000 to take out Spider-Man. That's the equivalent of about $40,000 in today money. So Electro and Spider-Man have a fight, and this time Spidey wins by webbing Electro's hands and pulling them towards his feet to cause him to short circuit like crossing live wires. Crossing live wires will short as long as they are different frequencies. But Electro is the singular source of power here, so there's no reason to believe his hands and feet would be different frequencies. They would be the same phase, therefore not short circuit. Otherwise, if touching his hands to his feet causes him to short circuit, I have to wonder, and I'm sorry to keep coming back to this, but how does he pee? Anyway, at some point in the next 2 years, Electro moved to San Francisco to get away from Spider-Man. He also found himself a hideous new costume. Like, look at this, I hate it. But also around this time, Daredevil and the Black Widow had moved across the country to Frisco. So guess who fights in Daredevil number 87? Electro is all about the revenge, because once he sees Daredevil, he starts setting something up. It's worth noting that he still needs to get energy from an outside source. He is just a battery. Actually, a capacitor is more accurate. Anyway, he fixed up an old abandoned generator. Then, when he was just setting his plans into motion, the police showed up. They actually stopped Daredevil and Black Widow from getting involved, until Daredevil came to his senses and realized that with great power must come great responsibility. It can apply to anyone. And how does Electro get defeated this time? Well, he gets thrown out a window, which I assume was just a choice by the creative team of Jerry Conway and Gene Colan, because Electro returns 2 issues later in Daredevil number 89, and he's in his proper costume on the cover, so they knew that people weren't going to buy this new costume. Like, they knew. Anyway, still in San Francisco, Electro is teamed up with the Purple Man, an absolute candidate for a future video. And actually, while we're talking about that, statistically speaking, you watching this are not subscribed to me. What's up with that? Don't rely on the algorithm to keep putting me in front of you. Like, it's been great to us so far. It's been so good to us. But really, sometimes you gotta stand up and you gotta take destiny by the horns and drive it into the ground and do something for yourself, like subscribing to my channel. Anyway, the Purple Man seems to have a UFO, and Electro goes out after the heroes, and Black Widow redirects Electro's blast back at him by tricking him into shooting a lightning rod from the lightning rod factory. So a lightning rod channels energy from its source down to the ground, as we discussed earlier. It doesn't shoot it back at anybody. And also, we've seen continually that Electro takes other electricity to power himself up. So how is his own electricity being shot back at him hurting him? For Electro's next appearance, we head over to Omega the Unknown. How do I sum up Omega the Unknown if you don't know? Steve Gerber created him. There's a superhero named Omega. There's a kid named James Michael. It ran for 10 issues, and then Gerber was fired by Marvel, and there were still some unresolved issues, and then a few issues of Defenders. They just killed most of the characters, I guess. It's worth checking out and is on my long list of videos to make. Anyway, in issue number 2, Electro showed up, and Jim Mooney's art hides him in silhouette, as if we can't figure out
Who's that Pokemon?
it's Electro. Now, it appears that Electro was after a robot that Omega beat up last issue. He says he's good with electrical stuff and get it up and running. I can't speak to that. I'm an electrician, I couldn't figure out a robot, but I'm not Electro. What he wants it for, I don't know. It turns out he can't get it up and running, so he comes back to grab Omega and make him do it. And in doing so, he shoots the Hulk in the face with electricity and knocks him down. And I think that would come back and bite him in the ass. But it doesn't. Because in issue 3, Electro gets the robot up and running, and then he hijacks a telethon to steal the money from it. Omega shows up to stop him, and when they get locked into a standoff with their blasts, little Freddy, who was the poster child for whatever charity the telethon is, whacks Electro with his crutch, and then Omega takes him out. So yeah, Electro was ultimately undone by a sick child, and it won't be the last time that happens. One more year later, and Electro's two main foes would team up in Marvel Team Up number 56 by Bill Mantlo and Sal Buscema. But the heroes aren't the only ones teaming up. No, Electro has teamed up with another villain named the Blizzard. And they've taken some hostages at the Daily Bugle for blackmail reasons for financial gain. At least Electro's motivation is consistent. But Hornhead and Webhead end up on the case, and they chase the villains down to the basement where an errant blast from Electro takes out the chilly Blizzard, and then our heroes double fist Electro into unconsciousness.
Phrasing?
But of course they do ensure they're in the air when they make contact. Thus they're not grounded. I approve. That's what I said they should have done earlier. The next up was a pair of appearances in the Defenders, issues 63 and 64. The Defenders were just going balls out on recruitment. There were 20-some heroes calling themselves Defenders across 3 different teams. So what does a whole schwack of heroes need to fight? Well, a whole schwack of villains. So a Defender team consisting of Hercules, Hellcat, Iron Fist, White Tiger, Havoc, and Goliath came across a brazen daylight diamond heist. Like they are stacking bags of diamonds in the street. The crime is being perpetrated by Sagittarius, leading Batroc the Leper, the Porcupine, the Beetle, the Looter, the Blob, the Whirlwind, the Plant Man, and the Electro. Anyway, they get beat up over 2 issues, and we do see that Electro uses his powers to double the speed of an electric train. Then we head back home to Amazing Spider-Man number 187, where Marv Wolfman and Jim Starlin team up to see Spider-Man and Captain America team up against Electro. Max Dillon is once again out for money, so he kidnaps a kid in hopes of getting a bunch of ransom. But it turns out, and I am not joking, that Electro gets sick because this kid had the plague. The plague. But before that reveal, Spider-Man and Captain America jump in the air and double fist him in the face again.
Phrasing?
But yes, once learning that Electro has the plague, he supercharges himself with electricity to burn out the plague, but then he can't let go of the wires and explodes. So that's the end of Electro, I guess. He must be deceased. 1 year later, in Marvel 2-in-1 issue 57, Electro is back, featuring the Thing and Wondar. The villain Solar is in a Project Pegasus prison. He's looking for fellow inmates to help in his escape, and he comes across Electro. And Electro is like in full bandages in bed. He's just a broken wreck, and Solar leaves him there. Now, this is the kind of interconnected continuity that I absolutely loved from these older comics. Not a single person involved in Marvel 2-in-1 was involved in Amazing Spider-Man number 187. Not the artist, not the writer, not the editor. Not a single person. And having Electro in this story doesn't really do a thing for the story at all. It just serves the greater Marvel universe by saying, here's Electro. He's in bed because he blew up. And it even says, hey, this happened down in Spider-Man 187. Like that, they just don't make them like they used to. And that kind of, that grinds my gears. Anyway, Electro being crippled and in bed just seems like a terrible place to leave the video. So, stay hossy, folks. I'm not actually ending the video. I'm going to keep going because something cool happens. In Peter Parker's Spectacular Spider-Man number 38 by Bill Mantlo and Sal Buscema, we see Electro briefly pop up in civilian clothes, saying that he doesn't plan on ever being beat by Spider-Man again. He just needs to find some Class A help, which he goes on to find in issue 39. He shows his power by single-handedly taking out Paste Pot Pete, Sandman, and the Wingless Wizard. An authentic Hossman No Prize goes out to anyone who comments below the name of the team that Electro joins in the very next issue. Electro joins forces with the 3 villains he beat up to prove himself, and he joins the all-new, all-powerful Frightful Four. Also, Spider-Man has been a lizard version of himself running around during these issues. But in Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man number 42, we see the Frightful Four trick Spider-Man into coming to the Statue of Liberty, where he thinks he's meeting up with the Human Torch, but it's actually Electro in a Human Torch costume. But Spider-Man figures that out pretty quick. Spider-Man is soon fighting both Sandman and Electro in the Statue of Liberty. Where have I seen that before? He actually assumes that he is facing the Sinister Six again, but soon learns that it's actually the Frightful Four, and they overpower the Web Slinger, and this story is going to be continued in Fantastic Four number 218, and this time the Trapster gets to dress as Spider-Man to trick the FF. And he actually manages to take out the Human Torch and the Thing, so mad respect to the Trapster, yo. And though Electro does actually take out the Invisible Woman by creating an electromagnetic storm around her, carbonizing the air, and imprisoning her in a sheath of rock-hard electrocarbon atoms. Don't look at me. I got nothing. Anyway, the bad guys do get defeated, the heroes rejoice, and I believe that is the end of Electro's time with the Frightful Four, though he and Sandman would inevitably ally themselves together again against that wall-crawling menace. Anyway, there you have the first 20 appearances of Electro. He's fought so many different heroes. He would go on to continue to fight others: Luke Cage, Iron Fist, the Falcon, Captain America, Spider-Man, a whole bunch. He kind of went on to just become a Spider-Man villain, and again, not one of the major ones. While we're talking about electricity, I want to say Eels also wouldn't give him powers, but it's comic books. But Electro's kind of like a secondary villain, although the PS1 gave us the awesome Spider-Man Enter Electro, where he was the main villain of the whole game. But I still kind of think of Electro as that top of the B tier, but not really an A tier villain. He's kind of just like, his motivations, he's just there for money, and he shoots electricity, you know? Anyway, if you know of anybody else that needs this kind of treatment looking at their early videos, please go ahead and let me know. Like the video, subscribe. Thank you very much for being a part of this, joining the community, and stay hossy, folks. I'm gonna go back to work. Welcome to London, hostages, the center of British culture and history. Today we're taking a look at 3 separate heroes that went by the same name, Union Jack. Our journey begins with Sir William Falsworth, the first man to don the mantle of Union Jack. He made his debut in The Invaders number 7 by Roy Thomas and Frank Robbins. It was published in 1976, but set in the World War II era. Fun fact, The Invaders were never actually a thing in World War II, in print. In 1946, after the war, there was the All-Winter Squad, which actually only made 2 appearances, but all the heroes existed, but the team, The Invaders, wasn't actually put together until 1969 in Avengers number 71. Here I am in London, right beside Big Ben, and I'm talking about a bunch of American heroes. How undignified. James Montgomery Falsworth was a decorated British soldier, driven by fierce patriotism and a desire to protect his homeland from the horrors of the First World War. He donned the costume and became the first Union Jack. During the war, Falsworth would join a team called the Freedoms 5, and we would see several of his exploits via flashback and time travel. How in the world have we not gotten a World War I Union Jack title yet? Like just a miniseries, just a taste. I would go back to modern comics if they did that. Also of note during that war was when he first faced a vampire and his brother, Baron Blood. They would actually only fight one time before the war ended, and Falsworth was taken out of uniform and Union Jack was retired from service. But during World War II, Falsworth welcomed the invaders into his country home, and Baron Blood returned, so that also meant a return to action for Union Jack. Though he is already over the hill, the invaders do welcome him onto the team. And in his first real mission, while he does defeat Baron Blood, he also gets his legs crushed. And Baron Blood wouldn't even really stay defeated because, he's a vampire. He turned into a skeleton, but he came back. Though he was no longer Union Jack, Falsworth would still see action with the invaders. One such mission actually ended up in him rescuing his son. Brian Falsworth was sympathetic towards the Germans before the war, and he traveled over there in the name of peace. But when he learned of their evil, he rebelled and was captured by the Germans and put into a prison. While there, a German scientist was also thrown in with him, and he had some of his super soldier type serum on him, and he begged that Brian drink it before the Germans take it away or destroy it. He did drink it, and it tasted like ass. But Brian Falsworth gained enhanced agility and strength and whatnot. Brian did escape from prison and donned the costume of the Destroyer, and became the greatest Nazi fighter inside the fatherland itself. His friend Roger Aubrey had been with him as well, and he got experimented on and became the size-changing hero Dynamite. I actually have quite an affinity for these World War II era heroes. Now, if this origin actually sounds familiar, it's because it was given to a fella named Keen Marlowe in Mystic Comics number 6, written by Stan Lee in 1941. Destroyer was indeed an American World War II superhero, but here it's retconned to be Brian Falsworth, saying that Captain America must have heard incorrect rumors about him being an American.
While I'm already off on a tangent, you can look at the Golden Age Destroyer, and I really actually see similar looks from the Silver Age Drax the Destroyer. I see the similarities, and I feel like that can't be an accident.
When the invaders were captured and in need of a rescue, Brian Falsworth happened upon his father, who happened to have his costume on hand, and he handed the title of Union Jack onto his son, starting a family tradition. And he would also join the invaders.
Who wants to hear a really crazy sentence? So Brian Falsworth, while being dressed as Joseph Stalin, was attacked by Thor, and he got hit with lightning and then gained a little bit of magical electrical powers. Like, that's just a sentence you can only get from Marvel Comics. Also, yes, Thor may have worked with Hitler a little bit in the war.
Also, this guy here was Dr. Doom, just don't worry about it. Anyway, after the war ended, Brian Falsworth would actually perish in a car accident in 1953. But generally, when there are flashbacks or time travel involved, Brian is the Union Jack that we see.
Also, him and his friend Roger were a little more than just friends.
Finally, we have Joseph Chapman, the third and most modern Union Jack. He debuted in Captain America number 253 in late 1980, created by Roger Stern and John Byrne. Unlike his predecessors, Joseph was a working-class hero from Manchester. His transition into Union Jack happened when he stepped up during an emergency to help his friends, the Falsworth family.
They were fighting Baron Blood again.
A fight that would, unfortunately, claim the life of Lord Falsworth, the original Union Jack. Joey's story brings a fresh and relatable perspective. He's a student and a mechanic. He's one of us. He's not a lord off in some castle. He's an everyman. He was trained a little by Captain America and received support from MI5, making him uniquely equipped for modern threats. He had a rivalry with the more regal Captain Britain, and he actually got into a relationship with Spitfire.
Okay, geez. I haven't even mentioned Spitfire yet. She was the first Union Jack's daughter, the brother of the second Union Jack, and lover of the third Union Jack. She was also the mother of his friend, so she was his friend's hot mom. But she got attacked in World War II by Baron Blood and drained of blood, and then got a blood transfusion from the original Human Torch, who is an android. Therefore, that blood transfusion gave her really speedy powers and the ability to live into modern age.
Anyway, this modern Union Jack would join a team called the Knights of Pendragon and transform his body quite a bit. But he would eventually return to normal and remain relatively street-level anti-terror crime fighter for this great nation of England. And I think this is a good time to say that I think Jason Statham would have been a great fit to play Union Jack in the MCU, or just any movie in general.
But that idea might be 10 years past its prime.
What is that outfit?
Being the most contemporary Union Jack, Joey Chapman faced challenges balancing his life as a hero with personal struggles. His legacy, however, continues to inspire, representing the resilience and unyielding spirit of Britain.
Well, there you have it, hostages. From battlefields of World War I to the modern-day streets of London, the Union Jack legacy is woven into the fabric of British heroism. Each man who took on the title brought with it his own unique courage and sacrifices, ensuring that Union Jack would always stand as a symbol of hope, resilience, and justice. Yeah, I was looking at my phone there because I couldn't memorize that one. The Yorkshire burrito. This is the entire reason for this whole trip. This and something else you'll see next week while I'm in Paris, but like, since I learned a Yorkshire burrito existed, I vowed to have one, and now finally. About what I expected. This heavily requested Spider-Man villain is finally getting a look into his early evolution, which started a lot earlier than I realized. Hey everybody, it's Hossman Comics. Hit that like button and join me as we take a look at the early appearances of the Shocker. Has he always just been a punching bag for the wall crawler? Does he even have electrical powers? I intend to answer these questions and more as we take a look at the early appearances of the Shocker. I've said it twice now, so let's chase these answers to the ends of the earth, starting with 1944's Miss America magazine, issue number 2. In a story potentially written by Bill Finger. It's hard to say on who actually worked on some of these things back then, the records aren't as clear. But there is a story here where Miss America battles a villain named the Shocker. In the interest of being thorough, we're going to talk about all of the Shockers, so just heads up. He's got pale white skin, he's bald, he has electricity-based power, which he got from electric eels.
Oh no, not again.
Look, Golden Age story short, Miss America knocks him into his own eels and they eat him. No, that is not the Shocker we're here to talk about today, and it will not be the last unrelated Shocker that is brought up. That's just Marvel Comics.
Fun fact, this issue of Miss America magazine was the first appearance of Patsy Walker, who would go on to become the Hellcat. She actually has a very interesting history. Anyway, Amazing Spider-Man number 46 from 1967. In the heart of the classic era by Spidey legends Stan Lee and John Romita Sr. I generally think of Shocker like being a 70s or 80s character, so the fact that he debuted in 1967 blows my mind. And take a look at him, he's fully formed here, visually at least. He debuts in the middle of a heist, and Spider-Man's got a Spider-Man, so there is a fight. Though a previous fight with the Lizard left one of Spider-Man's arms out of commission, he does end up getting defeated by the might of the Shocker and his Vibro Smashers. During this issue, we get a flashback and see that old Shocker was just a regular crook and a safecracker until he got nabbed on a job and sent to jail. In prison, they put him in the prison shop since he was good with tools, and there he built a device that allowed him to control the shock of vibrations. So Buddy must be like a low-key genius, right? Once free, he modified his device into wrist gauntlets and a battery belt, as well as his iconic suit, which right here from the beginning is padded and quilted to protect him from the vibrations he is causing. This was actually Romita's idea. I used a lot of very subliminal feeling now. While designing the Shocker costume, for some reason I thought cushion and quilt. I'm thinking if a guy has shocking power and vibrates buildings so they fall apart by shaking them, then there's gotta be some kind of cushion effect. And so subliminally, I did it. Why is he called the Shocker? I know there was a rumor going around that Stan Lee originally wanted to call him the Vibrator before people said, don't call him the Vibrator, for obvious reasons. Anyway, later in the issue, Spidey's arm is all better now, and it's time for round 2. There really was a formula to these classic Spider-Man stories, eh? But they fight again, and Shocker is no slouch. In addition to his vibro gauntlets being able to deliver powerful punches and send shockwaves across the room strong enough to crumble walls, he can also vibrate his own body enough so that Spider-Man's punches deflect off of him. Shocker is a major threat here. The Webhead only wins by webbing up Shocker's thumb so he can't activate his gauntlets anymore and then knocking him out. Okay, so let's reflect here on Shocker's first appearance. What do we got? His look is there, it's down. There's gonna be little tweaks here and there along the way, but I mean, his look is solid. Pretty much what he's gonna look like for the next 60 years. His powers? Yeah, they're here too. He's got the gauntlets to give him his vibrational powers. Those would be a constant and evolve a little here and there, or they would completely change depending on if the writer wanted to join the Hoffman Comics Circle of Shame. More on that in a bit. What about his character and his motivation? He's a standard bad guy. He wants money. He's not even really looking for a fight. In the first issue, you kind of get the feeling this is the first time he's used his gauntlets in battle, though he's not really surprised by how well they work. He even says directly to Spidey, I'm more interested in my stolen wealth than battling my inferiors. And when he's got a beat, Shocker chooses to leave rather than finishing Spider-Man off. So there, and his first appearance is actually a really good, solid base for a villain character, though he would have little evolutions here and there. So let's continue on, shall we? Amazing Spider-Man number 72, again by Lee and Romita, only a couple of years later, sees the Shocker pop back up, this time breaking into the home of Captain Stacy and assaulting him. He's there to steal a clay tablet that many folks are after. It was better known as the Tablet of Time in the Spider-Man animated series.
Oh, how I rue the day I ever toyed with that Tablet of Time.
Spider-Man shows up to do battle with the villain, who is pretty much the same, ruthless, confident, and strong. Plus, this time he can vibrate Spidey's webs off of him, which is a great trick to have when you do battle Spider-Man over and over again and again and again and again. But yeah, he's just there to steal stuff and make money, and this time Spider-Man steals his gauntlets to defeat him. Amazing Spider-Man number 151 is up next, and say goodbye to Stan Lee, because we've got Len Wein and Ross Andrew up in the hizzy, though Romita is still doing the inks.
No. You go over what he draws with a pen, all right? That's tracing.
Spider-Man throws a dead body of his clone into the smokestack and then figures that won't come back to haunt him. Then, as Peter Parker, he heads off to a party at J. Jonah Jameson's place, but the power goes out. Spider-Man takes to the sky to see just how widespread this blackout is, and it is here that we get the Shocker's greatest moment. He writes his name across the city of New York by causing selective power outages. That is freaking awesome. What else is awesome is that the Shocker seems to have given himself some upgrades with each appearance. This time, he's given his costume automatic inner vibrations, good for shaking off webs and attacks without even having to concentrate on doing it. I've always thought the Shocker was just a one-note joke character, and in just these 3 issues, I have turned right around on that. And I respect the hell out of it. This story picks up next month in Amazing Spider-Man number 152, same creative team. Shocker beat Spidey and trapped him in the sewer, and now he is trying to blackmail the city with a bigger blackout for $1 million. And the city says no! Of course, Spider-Man knows that the Shocker isn't going to take no for an answer, and he heads to the Queen's power plant to be proactive about it. Shocker blasts him for his good deeds. Spidey is outmatched, and in his own words, Shocker's vibro blasts are turning me into a wall-crawling oatmeal. Mr. Oatmeal strings up Shocker by his feet and then saves him from getting shot by a security guard. But the quilted villain gets free and the battle continues, and it's a gooder. But before too long, Spider-Man webs Shocker's gauntlets into the on position, and Shocker is sent bouncing all over the place until the radioactive hero takes them away. Shocker so far has been thrice defeated, and thrice defeated in new creative ways. He's getting beat, but he is no pushover. Will that change in the future? Who knows? Stay tuned to find out, right after this. Now it's late 1977 and we need to take a detour to Captain America Annual number 4, written and drawn by Jack Kirby. I'm not sure I'm a fan of when Jack Kirby does writing, because it's weird. Anyway, Captain America does battle with Magneto and his new Brotherhood, and we get the first appearance of Peeper here, so that's something. Also, there's this crab claw appendage guy, and he is named the Shocker. He has electric shocking powers and frickin' crab claws for hands and feet. His name is the Shocker here, so I have to mention him. Later, he would change his name and go by the Paralyzer. And I am both intrigued and horrified by this guy. At one point, I want to read everything he's ever been in, and at the same time, I never want to see him again. And now, back to the real Shocker. Defenders number 64 I actually touched on in my Electro video. So what does a whole schwack of heroes need to fight? Well, a whole schwack of villains. There was also another team of Defenders and another team of bad guys, and this one features Libra leading Leapfrog, Boomerang, Shocker, Toad, and Joe the Gorilla. Nothing of note really happens, but this is the first time that Boomerang and Shocker team up. They will become noteworthy allies in the future a few times, so that's actually pretty cool. Alright, who's ready for the big leagues? Huh? The Shocker, that's who, because in Avengers number 228 and 229, the Shocker joins the third lineup of the Masters of Evil. But it's Egghead's version, so I mean, maybe it's not really the big leagues. Hank Pym, better known as Ant-Man, Giant Man, Yellow Jacket, several other names, he's on trial for treason, and the Masters of Evil bust up the courtroom to kidnap him. A fight ensues with the Avengers, and Shocker actually manages to slow She-Hulk down, though he wasn't counting on teamwork as Hawkeye shorts out his vibro gauntlets with a couple of arrows. Shocker's teammates then leave him behind, and he goes on to explain how it was Pym who hired them to bust him out.
Dun, dun, dun.
Another really strong shocking for the shower, but I'm glossing over the biggest takeaway here. Shocker now has fuzzy white cuffs on his boots. In the second issue here by Roger Stern and Al Milgrom, Shocker only gets play out of costume in prison, where he still hasn't had a name reveal. He's just the Shocker. He sticks by his story about Pym being the mastermind, but when they place a mental probe device on his head, it unlocks his mind or whatever, and he realizes that he's been played by Egghead, and he rolls over on them faster than me rolling down a hill. Whee! Good guys win, Egghead dies, and to this day, Shocker has yet to appear in the Avengers title again. He was in like Uncanny Avengers and stuff, but not the Avengers proper. But he was in the Web of Spider-Man issue number 10 by Danny Fingeroff and Jim Mooney. I feel like this is kind of the Marvel team-up issue of the Shocker's story. You know, like how in other episodes the other villains have had a Marvel team-up issue that doesn't seem important, but it kind of gives them something big to their character. Anyway, some totally legitimate businessmen want to put a hit out on Dominic Fortune, so they go to the Shocker's home. Look at this place. Shocker can't be doing too bad for himself. He then demonstrates his value for them by beating up some bad guys, and then he seals the deal with a contract signing, so as not to get taken advantage with like he was by Egghead. See, he's learning from his mistakes, which is actually a very common theme here with the Shocker. Or should I say Herman Schultz? Because that's the name he signed. He got a name now. Oh. And he also appears to have a really big inferiority complex.
Big. Huge.
And also, one more note, I guess. His white fuzzy boot cuffs are gone.
I will remember you.
He's also opted for no gloves, which I don't really care for, but that could just be a coloring error. Shocker goes after Fortune, and Black Suit Spider-Man intervenes and takes away his gauntlets, leaving the Shocker helpless? No. Because remember, he learns from his mistakes. He's rebuilt all the tech into his suit. He kept the gauntlets as decoys. Oh, and his vibrating that could deflect punches also deflects bullets. Bullets, but not a Jeep. Spider-Man rips Shocker's suit apart and he goes off to jail. But remember the contract he signed? He figures Simon Steele will help Shocker out of jail or end up going down with him. Instead, Steele blows up Shocker's sick pad and then escapes to Europe. It is 1989 when we next see Shocker in Spectacular Spider-Man number 157 by Jerry Conway and Sal Buscema. That is his 9th appearance in 22 years. Let that sink in for a second. So in this issue, Electro is getting schematics for a new security system from some guy and then robbing the places. He keeps getting beat by Spider-Man, so he assumes the guy has been tipping Spidey off. But that guy assures him that he's only been dealing with Electro and no one else. Then Electro gets taken out by a blast from the Shocker, who was also getting schematics and a tip-offs from that guy. Electro feels entitled to the money though, and instead of the villains teaming up, they actually fight an awesome fight. Shocker does end up losing, but Electro took a beating, and when Spidey shows up, Electro goes down and Shocker gets away. He doesn't even face Spider-Man in this issue. Like, I love this kind of stuff. Fantastic Four number 334 is another favorite issue of mine, and Shocker also doesn't battle the titular heroes. It's during the Acts of Vengeance, so villains are trying their hand at different heroes, and many different villains attempt to take on the Fantastic Four in the Baxter Building, only to be defeated by the building's security systems. I'm honestly not even sure the Shocker made it into the building, and I actually own this issue simply because it's the 18th appearance of the Constrictor. I love the Constrictor. Hey, you want to know what comes next? It's Spectacular Spider-Man number 160, also Acts of Vengeance. Conway and Buscema still on the title as Dr. Doom has pulled up Tess. It's a big old robot. But Spidey has his hands full with Rhino, Shocker, and Hydro Man, except that he really doesn't because he's got the Cosmic Uniforce powering him right now, and these three go down faster than me having a nap after work. Shocker doesn't even get any dialogue in this issue, and I'm starting to feel bad for the guy. 1990 gives us Amazing Spider-Man number 335 by Derek Michelini and Eric freaking Larson. I see on the cover here Return of the Sinister Six, but don't get your hopes up too high because Shocker doesn't join them at this point in time. He's just stealing money from a charity. What a joke. This is easy as 1, 2, 3 to 5 with a good lawyer. But look, the fuzzy boot cuffs are back. Huzzah! But it's just a minimal fight. Spidey spills some butter and the Shocker stands in it and fires a vibroblast that launches him backwards and ends the fight. I guess it's time to say goodbye to Shocker as an actual threat, but we can say hello to some Shocker character development. Gotta trade him, I guess. The Deadly Foes of Spider-Man by Danny Fingeroth and Al Milgrom was a great mini-series. It's about some of Spider-Man's bad guys, and of course the Shocker is going to show up. His fuzzy cuffs are once again gone, and Shocker finds himself caught in between the Punisher and the Scourge of the Underworld, before being saved from death by Spider-Man himself, before he turns into a monster to do the job himself. Turns out Shocker was dreaming because he's got loads of anxiety about his lifestyle choices. He's terrified of being offed by the Punisher or the Scourge or anyone else, like so many of his colleagues have been recently. But most importantly, we see that even in his dreams, Shocker doesn't have his fuzzy boot cuffs. But while Shocker is busy being scared in jail, plans are being made by the Sinister Syndicate, consisting of the Beetle, Boomerang, Speed Demon, Hydro Man, and the Rhino. In the second issue of this miniseries, we see Beetle blowing a hole in the prison, right in the Shocker's cell. Spider-Man goes to make sure that Herman doesn't escape, but he folds faster than me folding a shirt. I fold very slowly. Yeah, Shocker here is just kind of a scared mess. Which continues into the third issue, but he does agree to help the Syndicate by breaking Boomerang out of the joint. Of course, by this point, there have been betrayals and double crosses all over the place as the Kingpin tries to have the pair of villains killed. So Shocker and Boomerang have to team up to take on everyone. But first, they need to help Shocker get his groove back, which he kinda does, but not really. Once Rhino defects to their side, the Shocker figures that his power has been replaced and he can take off. He is sorry, but he fears that with his nerves shot, he's going to get someone killed. So he flees and steals a cab from Peter Parker, who then turns around and confronts him as Spider-Man. But Shocker blasts him, and taking down Spidey really boosted his confidence. Then the Scourge of the Underworld shoots Shocker, and of course the bullet does deflect, but Shocker still makes a beeline for South America. Note here, apparently that might not have actually been the actual Scourge. The Scourge is confusing, and I would love to do a video on the Scourge of the Underworld one day, so subscribe. So I do it. If he did make it to South America, he didn't stay long because Marvel Comics Presents number 97 was only 2 years later and featured a story set in the Bar with No Name, which is a place for villains to go and hang out. Ringmaster gets caught cheating in a poker game, causing a brawl to break out, and the Shocker drops like me coming out of a tall water slide. I don't have a video for that one. Amazing Spider-Man number 364 has Shocker up to his usual tricks trying to steal something. Something that will make him more powerful, as he is still afraid of the Scourge of the Underworld. Shocker nearly gets taken out by Silver Sable's B team, so I mean, more power couldn't hurt. Eventually he does get his hands on the recompressor, which is made for astronauts, and it triples his power. Until Spider-Man crushes some tubes and overloads it so it blows up on the Shocker's back, taking him out faster than I go back to the well for a tired bit. Guardians of the Galaxy number 28 and 29 come next, and this is the original Guardians, not Chris Pratt. This is an Infinity War tie-in, and the Fantastic Four's headquarters was blown up, so Doc Ock gets a group of villains together to attack the Avengers Mansion. Shocker appears on the last page of 28, and the Guardians of the Galaxy are at the mansion when they attack. Let's take a close look at the Shocker here, shall we? He opens his attack with a high voltage hello, and then later is said to be charging up to electrocute your teammate. Now later the evil doppelgangers do show up, so my personal headcanon says that maybe, just maybe, this could be Shocker's evil doppelganger. For some reason he showed up early and he joined Doc Ock. Why else would he have electrical-based powers? It's not like somebody just grabbed a random villain named the Shocker and assumed he had electrical-based powers and didn't do any actual research. And in a case like this, I don't just blame the writer, because the editor is just as much at fault. Artist J.J. Birch, he can get a pass because actually none of the art shows electrical powers, doesn't contradict anything. Jim Valentino, he can also get a pass because he's just credited with plot. He didn't do any of the dialogue. The dialogue is really the crime here. See, like Michael Gallagher, he actually wrote the words high voltage and electrocution, so shame on you, Mike Gallagher. Also, the editor Craig Anderson, like really? I guess it kind of makes sense that I haven't really heard of either of these guys. Shame on them anyway. Shame. For their transgressions against the Shocker, I sentence them to 1 minute in the Hossman Comics Circle of Shame. Doing these videos, one of the hardest parts is actually to know when to stop the video, like how many. I try to do around 20 issues, but it changes and you don't want to end on a low point, so I mean, I can't stop now. Like these Guardians of the Galaxy issues were bad, so let's hope 3 issues of Captain America can cleanse our palates of this awfulness. Mark Gruenwald rarely disappoints, and honestly, if you're looking for a great read, 90s Gruenwald Captain America is astonishing. Captain America number 411 by Mark Gruenwald and Rick Levins. Captain America, Falcon, and Diamondback disguise themselves as Crossbones, Mother Knight, and Jack-O-Lantern to attend a villain con, and Shocker is in the background of one panel while Cat Bones fights in a ring. Okay, surely 412 is going to give us a little bit more here, right? 2 panels, and he's colored in this time. And in issue 413, he, along with many villains, fight Captain America and gets beat up. Hundreds of villains here, and literally every time we see the Shocker, he is getting pounded. Yay, Team Shocker. Okay, let's move past that and try his next appearance. Web of Spider-Man number 109, Spider-Man teams up with the Night Thrasher to take on a souped-up Shocker. Haha, sounds promising. Web of Spider-Man number 109 lands writer Joey Calavieri in the Hossman Circle of Not Shame for 5 full minutes because he really, truly understands the character of the Shocker. The Shocker is after something called the biofeedback harness, busting down walls as he tends to do, bringing him into conflict with the Night Thrasher and Spider-Man. And he's actually doing all right for himself. But when the Night Thrasher shoots a couple of flares and they merge with a shadow that resembles Spider-Man and a shadow monster, Shocker loses all composure. He's still afraid of Spider-Man. In fact, this fear of Spidey and the Scourge and the Punisher led Herman Schultz to undergo some augmentations that gave him actual vibrational powers. Powers which are now killing him. He's hoping the biofeedback harness can cure him, so the heroes give it to him and it fails. But Spider-Man essentially makes a giant electric violin to tune him into a counter frequency and cure him. Okay, that's dumb. Circle of Not Shame is gone. That's dumb. Shocker goes to jail. His next appearance in Spider-Man Unlimited number 9 actually has him join the Sinister Six. Sinister Seven. And they actually let in Scorpius, so it's not that prestigious. 3 issues later, in Unlimited number 12, Shocker is pretty much ignored by Ben Reilly and then tranked by somebody called the Pro. We're in the late 90s now, 20-some appearances of the Shocker, and he's just kind of become the punching bag that everybody thinks he is. Here's a picture of him standing defeated at the feet of Paste Pot Pete, for crying out loud. Though the picture is misleading, it was Spider-Man dressed as Dusk that took him out. It's a shame too, because seeing where the Shocker started out, he actually was a really great character with a lot of human potential. He's just a thug out looking to make a name for himself, but he had like true human weaknesses like fear and vulnerability. If you guys know of any really great Shocker stories that came after this point, like let me know down in the comments below because I'd really like to read them. Anyway, until next time, you guys do your best to stay hossy, as I will too, and we will catch you in the next video.
Subscribe to my channel.
Shocker! I will remember you.
What is up, hostages? I am in Belgium. I'm in Bruges, to be exact, the medieval city. And you know how hard it is to find somebody in comics that is actually from Belgium? I didn't want to talk about Tintin, so today we're going to talk about Ulysses Klaw, who is actually, I believe, from the Netherlands, but he holds citizenship in Belgium. That's a loophole that I'm going to exploit. And of course, he's South African in the MCU.
And then I saw a documentary, it was terrifying.
But honestly, where he's from doesn't come up at all in his early origin, so let's dive right in. First appearing in Fantastic Four number 53, created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. That in itself makes Klaw part of Marvel Comics royalty. The Fantastic Four are in Wakanda when a big red elephant and a big red gorilla creature start attacking, so Black Panther decides to tell a story. It's about a greedy ivory scalper named Klaw, who dubbed himself the Master of Sound. He found his way into Wakanda and discovered its vibranium, something he theorized existed, and it was just the metal he needed to finish his weapons.
The king of Wakanda, T'Chaka, refused and found himself on the wrong end of some bullets. Klaw and his men tore through Wakanda, leaving chaos in their wake, until young T'Challa used Klaw's own sound gun against him, destroying Klaw's right hand.
But now years later, Klaw has perfected his weapon and he's coming back for revenge.
And he's now capable of turning sound into solid living creatures. Hence the big red gorilla and the elephant.
Speaking of sounds, these sidewalk make for good sounds. I'm gonna have to dub over a lot of this.
Black Panther suspects the self-proclaimed master of sound and knows there's only one place in Wakanda where Klaw could be hiding his equipment. Finally, T'Challa will have revenge against his father's killer. And it is indeed Klaw, now with a force glove capable of turning sound into a blast of energy. But even with that, Klaw is easily defeated, and the Black Panther overloads the systems, causing a massive explosion to avenge his father. Though, through some cruel twist of fate, both Klaw and his sound converter are intact. So Klaw climbs inside his creation to perform the one experiment he dare not take.
And should he survive, he will emerge with far more power than any mortal man has ever had before. So holy crap, does Klaw ever have a badass origin? Like, you never questioned that he is the villain. Honestly, the sound stuff and the living creatures made of sound, that's a bit of a silly premise, but that is a technology that will continue on in the Marvel Universe. In fact, Songbird's sonic harness is actually made from repurposed Klaw technology. So I'm actually eager to keep going, so let's jump ahead 3 months to Fantastic Four number 56, also by Lee and Kirby.
Klaw is indeed back, and he is far more powerful as he is no longer a living being, but he is a form of pure sonic life. Living sound taking human form.
And how does one hurt a sound?
Right away, he traps Reed and Ben behind a solid wall of subsonic sound.
So I'm going to simplify it for all of us. He's basically Green Lantern, but sound. He can turn sound into solid anything he wants.
After that, he plans to trap Sue as well and use her to call the Black Panther, for Klaw is the sworn enemy of the Black Panther. And since T'Challa is friends with the Fantastic Four,
they are also Klaw's enemies.
The Thing manages to escape, and Klaw goes toe-to-toe with him and manages to bring the strong man down to his knees. But unfortunately for Klaw, the Black Panther managed to send Reed some vibranium gauntlets.
Now, vibranium is a wonderful metal in the Marvel Universe, and it can actually absorb sonic frequencies. So Klaw gets punched out. Kind of makes me wonder why he goes on to become like the arch enemy of Black Panther. Black Panther is known for having vibranium all the time. That's kind of like if Superman fought Kryptonite Man all the time. And yes, I know there is a Kryptonite Man. I was just making an example.
Next up, Klaw joins the Masters of Evil in Avengers number 54 and 55, and that's a big deal. Back then, the Masters of Evil were essentially the Avengers but for bad guys. Klaw had been recruited by the Crimson Cowl alongside Whirlwind, the Melter, Radioactive Man, and the Black Knight. I see how this could look like they aren't a big deal. Anyway, the Black Knight is actually a good guy, so Klaw knocks him off of his flying horse Aragorn with a blast of noiseless sound, and the Masters effectively beat him up. But Klaw can still do solo work. After declaring himself the Black Panther's greatest foe, Klaw single-handedly defeats Wasp by slamming a door shut, and then she flew into it. Klaw doesn't really care about the rest of the Avengers, he just wants revenge on the Black Panther, who was an Avenger at the time. While Klaw does work very well with the Masters, he is arrogant about how much better than them he is. But at the same time, he's very subservient to the Crimson Cowl. Also, he gets beat up by Hank Pym Goliath, and then, this is kind of weird, but the Cowl scolds Klaw and calls him a dolt.
I'm always a sucker for a good calling of a dolt.
This, of course, hurts Klaw's feelings, and he blasts the Cowl with intent to destroy, but nothing happens. And then when the Crimson Cowl turns it around and threatens Klaw with his poison gun, Klaw folds and backs down so hard, like he's not an actual tough guy. Also, why would he be worried about poison gas? Does sound have to breathe? Anyway, the Crimson Cowl was actually Ultron, and the Masters of Evil got defeated, as would be expected. Black Panther took Klaw out with a kick to the jaw. So much for all his boasting of his power. I mean, not that a good kick to the jaw wouldn't knock me out, but I don't brag about being very powerful. He would next appear again in Avengers number 83, where Klaw is now in charge of the Masters of Evil. Well, he says he's in charge because he broke them all out of prison. They're at a parade to kidnap some dude, and when they see the Avengers in the same parade, their master plan is to jump on the float behind the Avengers, and then they're surprised when they actually get caught by them.
Black Widow kicks out Klaw this time.
In Fantastic Four number 119, we see Klaw once again, and finally he's in an issue that doesn't feature the Black Panther. This one has the Black Leopard, which was still T'Challa, but he very briefly changed his name for political reasons. Anyway, the Thing and the Human Torch are in South Africa to help T'Challa. It's a whole racism thing. Klaw's there and he's blasting them with his sonic cannon. That seems to be all he does anymore, so a bit of a de-evolution. He shows up near the end and gets beat up. Now, Avengers number 126 has Klaw team up with Solar, and I spoke too soon on the sonic constructs because they're actually back. We also get some new character motivation. Because he was treated so badly during his time in South African prison, he decides that he needs more political power like the Submariner or Dr. Doom. So Klaw is now aiming to become the dictator of Wakanda. Not only that, but he isn't actually even there, and he's sent himself as a sonic projection. Our boy leveled up! He's also brought back his red living sound creatures, and he can create a disguise for himself out of sound, but Black Panther still knocks him out with a good punch.
Every time he does this, they don't mention vibranium, but I have to assume it's there.
Klaw would actually take an extended sabbatical from the Black Panther now as he sets his sights on Kazar. If you're unfamiliar with Kazar, he's Lord Kevin Plunder, the ruler of the Savage Land, and if that's not ringing any bells, then he's basically Tarzan. I don't like to boil it down to such a simple comparison, but he's like Tarzan, but from the Savage Land. And in issue 14 by Doug Munch and Larry Hama, Kazar and his pet saber-toothed tiger Zabu find themselves in London, where they're attacked by Klaw and another one of his sonic beasts. Kazar shrugs off a full-force blast by Klaw and reveals that he is wearing a vibranium belt buckle, so Klaw runs away. But they do fight again at the Imperial War Museum, where Kazar manages to get the upper hand on Klaw, but Klaw is pulled out of the action by this guy.
And what is Klaw truly after? And who is his new partner? Klaw stuck around in Kazar till issue number 20, so let's dig through those and rustle up some answers.
With a new artist comes a new look, and boy did Val Materick make some changes. First off, Klaw has more texture, and I dig it. But also, this guy now looks like this. That's very different. His name is Shauron, and he's a Sheenarian. The Sheenarians are an extra-dimensional race from a place called Quarrel, and they need Klaw to open a portal for their invasion squad using his sonic abilities and a mountain of vibranium that exists in the Savage Land. Klaw, in exchange, was obviously offered a leadership role on Earth once the Sheenarians conquered it. Though Klaw gets a little big for his britches and acts like he's in charge, which rubs the Sheenarians the wrong way. And Kazar whoops Klaw and forces him to open a portal anyway, so Kazar and his forces can take the fight to Quarrel. But just so you know, over there, they've got flying sharks. Kazar and his crew are doing their thing, and Klaw just kind of exists. Until he realizes the Sheenarians are going to lose, but then he finds his way back to Earth and keeps real positive about it. Sure, I won't be the king of Earth, but I can always fall back on my life of crime. Good thing about being a supervillain is you got options. I don't know what that accent was. And wouldn't you know it, Klaw would show up about a year later in Fantastic Four number 186, 187, and 188 by Len Wein and George Perez. And this is actually the first time I realized either of them worked on the Fantastic Four. Also, Klaw is in a shadow for the first of these 3 issues and unconscious for the third. But it seems that on his way home from that other dimension, Klaw got lost in space or whatnot and wound up in the Florida Everglades at the nexus of the universe, where he happened upon a staff that contained the essence of the Molecule Man. So they find MM a body and they team up to steal some tech from the Fantastic Four that will make his new body a permanent one. They actually wreck the whole first family of Marvel, but didn't account for the Impossible Man being there, and he pretty handily takes them out. But then Reed bonds with the Molecule Man, and well, Klaw isn't there for that, so I didn't really read it. But Klaw comes back home to his roots and his hatred of the Black Panther as we now dive into Black Panther issues number 14 and 15. It is 1979, and Ed Hannigan and Jerry Bingham give us Black Panther. In the midst of a larger storyline, T'Challa is swinging around a beautifully drawn New York City when he sees Klaw and begins to stalk his prey. But when he sees Klaw about to actually get mugged by a gang, he intervenes, but it's too late. Klaw gets shot, and the gang takes his sonic blaster. Panther takes his oldest and most deadly foe's lifeless body to the Avengers. Now they're thinking what I was thinking. The dude is solid sound, what's a bullet gonna do? Well, it did pass through him harmlessly, but the shockwave left Klaw in a coma, so just shoot him, I guess. Meanwhile, one of the gang members named Jackie seems to be possessed by the power of Klaw's sonic arm cannon thingy, and he goes on a rampage creating sonic animals for the Avengers to fight until he can reunite the weapon with Klaw and revive him, restoring his power, which was Klaw's plan all along, which doesn't really make any sense to me, but apparently it was about getting hit with his own sonic cannon, which he couldn't have done himself. Klaw outpunches the Vision, and Black Panther arrives with some special vibranium-infused gloves to take care of the deadly master of sound. Though from what I've been reading, a good smack from Cap's shield should take the guy out. But he and the Black Panther actually have a really entertaining fight that ends when the Black Panther realizes that Klaw has turned himself into a sonic bomb of nuclear proportions and turns his blaster on him, causing a feedback loop that apparently destroys Klaw. T'Challa doesn't believe he's truly gone, but knows it will be a while before he returns.
Which he does 5 months later in Marvel 2-in-1 number 57 by channel favorite Mark Grunwald and world favorite George Perez.
Klaw's former partner Solar is trying to escape from a Project Pegasus prison, and he's looking for a little help when he comes across Klaw's sonic disruptor. But no Klaw. He throws the bauble aside, but the sound from it falling is enough to draw out the Master of Sound like a genie from the lamp. Klaw's sonic being was stored in his little arm cannon thingy, and the two of them set out to escape. Of course, the Thing and Quasar and Bill Foster Goliath have something to say about that, so they battle. Klaw brilliantly feigns unconsciousness, while Quasar wastes his power, and Klaw stands triumphant. But before he can finish off the do-gooders, he gets trapped back into his sonic disruptor by the Aquarian.
Itty bitty living space.
Though he does return once more in Marvel 2-in-1 Annual number 6, and something I loved about comics from this age was that they explained stuff. They could have simply had Klaw return because he just returns, no big deal. But Thing asks Klaw how he came back, and Klaw explains that after Project Pegasus was destroyed, a cleaning lady found his sonic disruptor and accidentally brought him back. So he took her out gently because he's not a total ingrate. But this time around, Klaw pulled some heist or another and resulted in the creation of a new hero, the American Eagle, who went on to team up with the Thing and Kazar in the Savage Land. Klaw once again is after some vibranium, but now he's also capturing dinosaurs, which he's able to control by sending different pulses of sonic frequencies to their brains. And he can't like control them, but he can make them docile or really piss them off. Either way, he lost.
Now, if you guys are anything like me, since you learned that Klaw is made of sonic sound, you're probably wondering what happens if he goes up against Dazzler. No? Just me? Okay, like, because Dazzler can turn sound into light energy. You know what, it happens. We're going to dig into it, alright?
So old Alison Blair is actually on a tour of Project Pegasus, and they're going to run some tests on her as well. Quasar is giving her the tour when they come across Klaw, who writes Dazzler a message saying not to trust them. It's clearly a lie, but it's enough to sow the seeds of doubt, and she does begin to doubt and push back a little bit. Later on, she seeks out Klaw for some more answers, and he's about to have some tests done, so he hams it up big time to appear to be in pain, despite actually feeling nothing. Dazzler loses her cool and attacks the science guys, allowing Klaw to escape. Klaw and Quasar have an enjoyable fight. It reminded me of a Green Lantern versus Yellow Lantern. Anyway, Quasar goes down, and the only thing standing between Klaw and his freedom is the Disco Dazzler. She blasts him with light, but nothing happens. Klaw explains to her that attacking him with light is like trying to silence a siren with a strobe light. She asks if she can try again, and Klaw says, yeah, sure, why not? He stands there as she tries again and again to stop him with zero success. And then Klaw tells her that he will end her life painlessly by vibrating her brain into a paste before she can feel anything. Jesus. But when he blasts her, she just absorbs it. And he all of a sudden can't stop blasting her. And she absorbs it all until she absorbs Klaw as well. She is supercharged and she uses her power to blast a hole through the solid steel and mountains to escape Project Pegasus.
And though she discharged a lot of it, she is still juiced to the max, and this draws the attention of Galactus. But we're not talking about Dazzler today. We're talking about Klaw, so... And when Klaw does return, as he always does, his next big arc is actually Secret War, so we're gonna end the video here.
So who is the Scorpion? I've always known him as a Spider-Man villain, kind of a lower B or T tiered villain who is not really a threat and just kind of shows up, gives Spider-Man a hard time, but Spider-Man's always inevitably going to win. What else do we know about him? He's a Scorpion, he's a strong guy. He's made by J. Jonah Jameson to defeat Spider-Man. He's got the suit, he's got the tail shoot stuff, he's stuck in the suit, like these are the standard things we know about Scorpion. What if I told you that everything you know about Scorpion is somewhat true, but different, and it was developed over time? In his early appearances, he was more than just a Spider-Man villain. A lot of the things we know about him aren't quite true. He was a major threat. And I think that is part of what makes the appeal of a villain so much better than that of a hero. When you get a new hero in comics, it's usually one writer, sometimes the same artist, and they have time to develop the whole thing. Where it comes to a villain, he's appearing sporadically over several different years, sometimes by different writers, and they each contribute something different. Different artists bring different tweaks to it. And over time, that develops this character that, over the course of 17 appearances over 20 years, can shape into something that's just a real collaboration and something great. And that is the case with so many villains like Sabretooth or Scorpion, as we're going to talk about here today. So yeah, settle on in, leave a like, subscribe if you're new here, and we're going to take a look at the early appearances of Scorpion. He debuted in Amazing Spider-Man in late 1964. I should say that is Mac Gargan debuted in Amazing Spider-Man number 64. It's obviously by Stan Lee and Steve Ditko. Human Torch, Sandman, typical Spidey adventures, but then there's this guy at the end, and J. Jonah Jameson hires him to follow Peter Parker. He's like, Parker gets those Spider-Man pictures somehow, I need to know how. So he hires just some guy. We later find out it's Mac Gargan. His first full appearance as Scorpion is Amazing Spider-Man number 20, the next issue. You can get him right there on the cover. He shows up. As I said, Stan Lee, Steve Ditko, and we find out that it's J. Jonah Jameson hired Mac Gargan. Mac Gargan's like, yeah, Peter Parker's here, and J. Jonah Jameson gets word of a scientist that's actually doing experiments and mutating things. Like, you know what, Gargan, I got a better idea. Don't do that. You're gonna beat the crap out of Spider-Man for me. Jameson hires him for $10,000 to undergo this experiment, and that's nearly $100,000 in today's money, so it is kind of something. He's like, oh, okay. So he goes and they shave his head for whatever reason. He drinks a formula and holds onto these rods and then gets the suit, and he becomes the Scorpion. He's strong. He's got this tail. Like, a lot of things we know about him. I personally hate this costume. I don't like the look. Why is his face green? It's dumb. But he shows up and he like beats the crap out of Spider-Man. He takes him out. He thumps him on the head with that tail. And that's, I gotta say, about Steve Ditko's art, you can really feel like the tail whumping him. I don't know how to describe it, but I can feel it. He takes out Spider-Man. He's like, you know what? Screw the 10 grand. I'm gonna rob a bank and stuff. And J. Jonah Jameson's like, oh no, I don't want this being tracked back to me. Meanwhile, the scientist has discovered that, oh, you know what? This isn't good for humans and it's gonna make him insane unless I can give him this potion right now. It's just a magical serum. He's like, this will take away his insanity. And Scorpion's like, nah, buzz off. And he chases Scorpion up the building. He's like, you gotta drink this, you gotta drink this. And Scorpion's like, no. And he falls to his his death. So I guess any hope for Scorpion's sanity has gone out the window. And Spider-Man shows up and he gets his butt whipped again. By this point, Scorpion's like, you know what? I'm also mad at Jameson. I'm going to kill Jameson. So I don't want this reversed. I'm going to cut back everything that could trace this back, and I'm going to stop it all. So I'm not getting reversed. I'm not turning back. So like right there, he's like, oh, this is great. I love this power. I love being the Scorpion, which is not how we would understand him later.
I need a science guy like you to turn me back to plain old Mac Gargan.
Anyway, he next showed up again in Amazing Spider-Man number 29, not too long later, right? 9 issues more. Once again by Stan Lee and Steve Ditko. He was in prison, and he said he convinced them to give them his suit. He was playing like, oh, you know, I can heal better if I have my suit, and they give him his suit, and he breaks out of prison. Like, they shouldn't have done that. But then here we see his first of the new abilities that come. He gets new abilities as he goes on, and this one is his little ticker springtail. But of course, as is his usual MO, first thing he does is he goes after J. Jonah Jameson, but Peter Parker is there, right? Spider-Man comes and stops him. We don't see Spider-Man using these like web bolos and stuff like that as much anymore. He actually pretty handily beats up Scorpion, takes him out, swings him around, and drops him in the river, and then webs him up, and that's really it. So then Scorpion decides to lay low for a while. It's about 5 years in real time, and then he shows up in Captain America number 122. Once again, it is by Stan Lee, but this time we got Gene Colan doing the art, and I personally prefer this rendition. Like, he's got the open face, he's got the goggles, he looks more like a Hydra operative, which would be like awesome. He's not, though. He just shows up and he's like, yeah, I've been laying low for a while. I got this new job and I want to test it all out. So the first thing I got to do is make sure I'm good enough to take on some random guy. And he jumps some random guy in the street, turns out to be Steve Rogers, who is Captain America. He doesn't know, and he actually beats the crap out of him. Captain America breaks his hand trying to fight him, but he wins. And then he goes off on his job, which is to tail Sharon Carter and actually try to kidnap her for some other guys. Captain America's like, well, not on my watch, that's my girlfriend. Captain America shows up and fights the Scorpion again. Scorpion's starting to get the upper hand, but Captain America actually beats him by hitting him with a tree. He just pulls it back and lets it go fwang right in the face. A little embarrassing. Not too long after that, Jerry Conway and Gene Colan have Scorpion show up in Daredevil. He shows up and just kind of beats the crap out of the Black Widow. He fights with Daredevil a little bit, and Black Widow kicks him off a roof of the World Trade Center, and he dies. Like in the next issue, there he is, on a stretcher. He's done. He's dead. And Mr. Hyde shows up and steals the body, and the whole thing turns out they were robots designed by the assassin. And that's not like a big giant reveal down the road years later. It was like in 3 issues, boom, boom, boom. Here's Scorpion, he's dead. Oh, he was a robot. Which is why when he shows up again in Captain America, teamed up with Mr. Hyde, in 150, 151, and 152, written by Jerry Conway, with art by Sal Buscema this time. He shows up with Mr. Hyde, and they do reference that. He's like, oh, I was in prison. All of a sudden, I wasn't in prison. I was teleported out, and I was knocked out, and I woke up in some glass chamber. The assassin, kidnapped him and held him in stasis and made robots of him, and he found Mr. Hyde there, and he broke him out, and then they went, and they're like, well, we gotta get revenge, and we don't know who did this to us. Instead of looking into it, there's like, the only people that could have done this to us is S.H.I.E.L.D. They go, and they want to attack S.H.I.E.L.D., and once again, they get into a fight with Captain America as Steve Rogers, because he's coming out of Sharon Carter's apartment. And Scorpion's like, I know who she is. She's with S.H.I.E.L.D., so we'll just follow her, and we'll beat up her boyfriend, not knowing it's Captain America. And this time Captain America kind of gets the upper hand. At this point, Captain America is teamed up with the Falcon, so that's the fourth major hero that we've seen Scorpion fight with that isn't Spider-Man, if you include Robot Scorpion. Jerry Conway, this time with artist Ross Andrew, brings Scorpion back to his roots in Amazing Spider-Man number 145. Now this is part of the Clone Saga, as Gwen Stacy has just apparently come back from the dead, and Peter Parker is like shook. He's like, I don't know who is doing this and who's messing with me, but I am mad. That's not really a good time for the Scorpion to show up, but he does. And Spider-Man is just like, man, I am looking for something to punch. So you think Scorpion's gonna get wrecked, but he actually takes out Spider-Man and seemingly kills him. He throws him into a cement mixer water thing and turns it on, and he's like, holy crap, I beat Spider-Man. I killed Spider-Man. But if you are keeping track, that is, he's gotten the upper hand on several of these heroes several times. Not for the long haul, but a little bit. Since Scorpion thinks he beat Spider-Man, he does the only logical thing, and he breaks into a mafia house, and he's like, I'm here to take over because I killed Spider-Man. And they're like, what? You are an idiot. He's like, no, I'm taking over your territory because I got Spider-Man. I beat him. They're like, turn on the news. He turns on the news. Spider-Man's there. He's alive and well. And they all just pull out their guns and shoot on him. And he's like, oh, okay. So he just takes off. And I find that hilarious because it's this one time he's like, I'm going to do something bigger than just be a bank robber and a thug. He wants to take over some territory, and he just instantly fails. He goes and he has a run-in with the Jackal. And the Jackal's like, you want to get to Spider-Man? You go attack this Peter Parker and his aunt. And he goes. He does. He attacks Aunt May in the hospital because she's old and frail. And then Peter Parker's like, what the heck? He has a little tussle with Scorpion. Scorpion has a real tendency of battling with these heroes in their secret identities and not really realizing it. But then Spider-Man does show up, and he is very angry this time, and he just destroys Scorpion and ends up hanging him from a gargoyle. And Scorpion, I guess, is afraid of heights at this point. So then this is where we start to see that, like, a little bit of a wuss coming out, and not maybe this big, giant, big bad. We get Scorpion, and he actually gets dragged in by the police and Spider-Man to apologize to Aunt May. It's 2 more years later in Ms. Marvel number 1 that Scorpion appears again. Once again, Jerry Conway. I know I said at the beginning, it's a bunch of different writers, and so far it's just been a couple, so bear with me. Several different titles, though. Ms. Marvel is Carol Danvers. She is Captain Marvel now, but this was her first solo series. She was in Captain Marvel when it was Marvel, the male-led Captain Marvel of the 70s, and she became Ms. Marvel, and now she got her own book. And in this book, she is actually just been made publisher and editor of a women's magazine under the banner of the Daily Bugle. Therefore, her boss is J. Jonah Jameson. And the Scorpion breaks out of prison, robs a bank, and he's like, well, now that I got money set up, I'm going to go and beat up J. Jonah Jameson, because that's all I really ever want to do. He does, and he kidnaps him, he ties him to a machine. He's like, I'm going to dip you in acid, Jameson, but Captain Marvel this time shows up, and she saves the day and ends up throwing Scorpion into the vat of acid, and he gets all burnt and melted and runs away. He's intercepted by Hydra and someone called the Destructor, and they kind of team up. They don't really team up, they just happen to fight Captain Marvel at the same time, but like this, he's got his eye is melted, his costume's all tattered, like it's actually a really cool look for him, and I wish that kept. But Captain Marvel beats him up, actually just leaves him on top of a statue, and then goes and she talks like she's beat him. She's like, oh, you're on your way to the hospital, I'm taking you in, but she doesn't really do anything with him before she gets taken out by the Destructor. And he just slinks away. But it is in these Captain Marvel issues where he does say, like, I am stuck in this costume. I can't feel the sun on my own skin. Jameson, you ruined my life. And like, where did that come from? We don't know. It's never been the case before. He's been out of his costume several times, but this time they say he's stuck in it. So I was like, oh, maybe that's where this thing came from. Then in Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man number 21, Scorpion shows back up. Right there on the cover, he's in that cool costume again, but inside he's in there and he's like, I've been hiding in the sewer for how long? He doesn't even know how long. Like, he's kind of going mad. But he references getting covered in the acid. His eye is still all scarred up, and he's like, I'm gonna get Jameson, because screw that guy. So he goes and he breaks into the scientist's house that made him Scorpion in the first place, and he redoes the experiment and gets his powers. He's like, I'm even stronger now. And it's kind of hinted that he's not. He's just crazy. He's just losing his mind. Spider-Man shows up, just beats the crap out of him. Like this. Other times he really got the edge on Spider-Man, and this time he is just flat out destroyed. Spider-Man just beats the crap out of him and rips his mask off. And he's like, what are you doing? He's like, man, I'm showing you that you are nuts. Look at this. This mask comes off. And he's like, holy crap. Maybe I am crazy. Like, I thought I couldn't. I've been wasting my life because I'm stuck in this suit and I could just take it off. Which makes me wonder how he pees.
Turn me back, the Mac Gargan.
Next appearance will be in Spider-Man Annual UK from 1980. It's just a prose tale, just writing. It's not a comic. There's some pictures with it, but generic Scorpion stuff in between the War of the Reptile Men. And the last one we're going to talk about today kind of brings it full circle. It's Marvel Team Up number 106 from 1981, 17 years after his debut. It's Spider-Man and Captain America, and this one, he is in prison, Scorpion is, and he's not looking too good. But once again, he convinces everybody, hey, give me my suit. They're like, okay, that'll help with your rehabilitation. So they give him a suit, and he immediately breaks out. And this time, he actually goes and gathers a bunch of tech and stuff and builds himself this tail that shoots the big laser. Once again, like, that is something that I thought was just there from the get-go, but it wasn't. It took about 14 appearances and, like I said, 17 years before he got this iconic part of his costume. He also goes and hires a team of thugs to work with him, and he's like, we're gonna take over the city. And they're like, okay, and what's the first thing he does? Goes to the Daily Bugle to attack J. Jonah Jameson. Only this time, Steve Rogers is there for a job interview because he's a cartoonist. Steve Rogers, of course, Captain America. So this time, there's Spider-Man and Captain America available to stop the Scorpion. The Scorpion actually takes care of them both, kind of knocks Spider-Man out and throws him out a window, so Captain America has to jump out the window to save him. And Scorpion, once again, runs off with J. Jonah Jameson. He's like, oh, I got you in my clutches. Is this the end of Jameson this time? No, probably not. But Spider-Man and Captain America show up, and they beat him, and this kind of solidifies that, I guess. So that is where this comes from. Like, Scorpion is just not a threat. He's always beat. I have a newfound respect for kind of reading some of this. I think they faltered. I'm not saying they did falter. There's more Scorpion tales to come in the future, obviously. After this, he would join the Masters of Evil very briefly and tussle with the Avengers. He would go on to fight Alpha Flight. He would fight Deathlock. He would fight the Shroud. He would fight Captain America again. And actually, he doesn't have that many more appearances before he becomes Venom. And then he was Venom for over a decade before becoming the Scorpion again. And it's just one of those things. Like, I thought Scorpion was kind of this omnipresent force in Spider-Man's life. I thought he was always there, but really, he hasn't been there a heck of a lot. I find it very interesting to take a look at some of these villains that are created, and they have very sporadic appearances over the years. Next month, we're going to be taking a look at Sabretooth. If you know anyone, hero or villain, that appeared like just over a wild array of different issues in their first few years, let me know. I'd like to take a look at them, but I've got a whole list here of various ones that suit the bill for me, and as I said, next month we're going to be taking a look at Sabretooth. If you want to come back, I've got plenty of other videos to check out, but if you enjoyed this, if you like it, please hit like, subscribe if you'd like to be notified for more stuff, but as I said, the best compliment you could pay for me is to share this video with other people that you think might enjoy it. That's the best way we can help the channel grow and just get everything out there. Anyway, have yourselves a wonderful week, and I will talk to you later. Hey hostages, welcome back to the channel. I'm going to ask you a simple question and I would like an honest answer. I'm just going to ask you who you think is the sexiest X-Man. And I feel like no matter your preference, several of you are going to say Rogue, Angel, Nightcrawler, Wolverine. The X-Men are a very attractive bunch. Never mind, we're going to talk about Rogue today, okay?
You know what happens when I touch somebody. You want to end up in the hospital?
She actually has a very interesting origin. She started off as a villain, as many people know, but, well, we're going to dive into it, but you'll see. But I was very surprised to see just how long she was a villain. I kind of thought it was one issue and then she became a hero, but that's not the case at all. She was a villain for a good chunk of time, but she was written by Claremont the whole time, so I kind of think maybe he eventually always intended to bring her over to become an X-Man. Who knows? Let's dive into the early evolution of Rogue. But before we do that, I need you guys to do me a favor. Consider hitting like at some point. Hit it right now because you know you're going to like it later. But if you do like the video later, hit like to show me that you like it. That really helps me out in the algorithm. And if this is your first video, you don't need to subscribe right away. Subscribe by the end because you'll love it. If this is your second or third time seeing this beautiful face on your little phone or TV screen or computer or whatever you're watching on, just hit subscribe. I would appreciate that. Anyway, let's dive in. Our story begins in August of 1981 in Avengers Annual number 10 by Chris Claremont and Michael Gold. A woman has just fallen off of the Golden Gate Bridge, and Spider-Woman swoops in for the rescue. And upon getting her to the hospital, Spider-Woman learns that this Jane Doe is none other than the Avenger named Carol Danvers, better known as Miss Marvel at this time. So far, not a lot of X stuff happening for an X-Men character, eh? But it is Avengers, so fear not, because Professor Charles Xavier is called in to take a look at Miss Danvers, because she is having a completely blank mind. Xavier looks into it, and all he can see is an image of a woman, that of course being Rogue, whom at the moment is actually taking on Captain America. And here is where we learn that she can absorb the powers of others with skin-to-skin contact. But while kissing Cap, she does note that she needs to be careful. If she touches for too long, it may be permanent, which I don't really see why that's a problem for a villainous character. Rogue then goes and takes the power of Thor. And now, with the combined might of Captain America, Miss Marvel, and Thor, she is a force to be reckoned with. She tries to take more powers, but Spider-Woman has no bare skin. Vision is an android, and Wonder Man is no longer humanized, which actually makes me wonder why no writer ever tried out a Wonder Man Rogue romance. Or Vision, for that matter. I don't know. Did that ever happen and I'm just unaware of it? Maybe in Uncanny Avengers or something? But I think Rogue and Wonder Man could have made a good pairing, especially if she can touch him. Rogue does take off from that fight, and we see her true allegiance as she meets up with Mystique and the new Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. And when the Avengers attack back, Rogue does hold her own pretty decently, but then her Thor and Captain America powers start to wear off, and she gets whooped a little bit, and she and Mystique flee. And there you have it. That is the first appearance of Rogue in the comic books. She's certainly not the animated series Rogue that she would become, but she's also certainly not the Anna Paquin movie Rogue that we all grew to know. She's very different. That's why we're looking at the evolution. That's what this series is, seeing how she gets there. But I mean, what is there right away is the Southern accent. She's got the Miss Marvel powers, and those there are a core part of what makes Rogue Rogue. Though I believe at some point in the recent history, the past 10 or 20 years, she did lose the Miss Marvel powers. But still, like, throughout most of her thing, like, she was the powerhouse of the team. She could fly, she could punch hard. That was what made Rogue Rogue. That and her white streak. Did you guys notice this yet? I actually kind of like it. I did always know this was her origin, the Miss Marvel thing, but I guess younger Haas couldn't wrap his head around the fact that, like I said earlier, like, I thought she was just a hero right away. I honestly thought she took the powers of Miss Marvel and, you know, she absorbed some Miss Marvel personality and she's like, oh, I'm a hero now. And that's when she defected. But no, she was a villain for, well, we're going to dive into it, but a decent amount of time. Also in this, nothing actually talks about her taking on the personality of people. Like, she stole Captain Marvel's powers and memory, but she only gained the powers. She didn't do anything to gain the memory. And same when she took Captain America, she didn't gain any of his knowledge or anything like that. So I don't know if that was actually established at this point or not. And all of this actually says nothing about Rogue's eyeshadow. 7 months later, Chris Claremont would bring Rogue to her future home title in Uncanny X-Men number 158. Storm and Wolverine are escorting Carol Danvers to the Pentagon to delete her files when they run into Rogue, and Carol understandably lashes out. A fight ensues and Rogue hits Carol with the intent to end her life. Wolverine clocks her one, and for the second issue in a row, Rogue steals someone's powers with a kiss. They still haven't mentioned anything about her taking on personalities, but when Nightcrawler comes to the fight, she does refer to him as Bub. Rogue then steals some of Storm's power, and we see that certain abilities can be a real menace without proper control. Even the three X-Men are barely a match for the powers of Miss Marvel, but Storm does manage to catch Rogue in a mini tornado and send her off to where she would next appear in the pages of ROM. And yeah, spoiler alert, she's gonna kiss Rom. So in Rom, issue number 31 by Bill Mantlo and Sal Buscema, the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants is being transported from one prison to another, and Mystique and Rogue have already infiltrated the receiving prison, posing as the Warden and Dr. Kellogg. They free Destiny, Avalanche, the Blob, and Pyro. Other inmates ask to be broken out, but Rogue absolutely denies them because they are filthy humans. She really is a villain. Rom, the Space Knight, intervenes in their escape, and once he's taken out the Blob and Pyro, Rogue takes her shot, but there's no time. She manages to escape with Mystique and Destiny. Due to the snowstorm, they seek refuge in a nearby mansion, which Rogue mentions she grew up in a place like that, but later retcons would have her being raised by Mystique and Destiny. Even later on here shortly, we're going to see that Rogue was raised by Mystique and Destiny. We don't know for exactly how long, but like I said, like later retcons pretty much have them pick her up around the age of 5 or 6. I didn't see no mention. If she was raised by Mystique and Destiny, it just seems like a weird thing to say. Like, well, this reminds me of a place I grew up. She would have said, hey, this reminds me of that house we had in, Tennessee on 5th Street. but that's not what she said. I'm nitpicking, because sometimes that's fun. Inside the mansion, the trio come face to face with the Hybrid. And in issue number 32 of ROM, Hybrid kicks their asses. Until they say to him, like, hey, we hate ROM, and we hate the X-Men. And Hybrid is like, no way, you're shitting me. I hate them too. Let's join forces. And even though Rogue is a villain, she had a hard time watching Hybrid reduce humans to skeletons in front of her. And eventually, when they do square off in front of Rom even says he senses no evil inside of Rogue like he does Mystique. But apparently Rom is half human, and Destiny knew this, so Rogue does what she does, and she kisses him to take his power. Only his human side had no power, or his power was being good. But when she did kiss him, all she felt was decency, and she wanted more of it. So like I said, while I always assume her heroic side came from stealing the powers of Carol Danvers, a hero? No, she got it from kissing Rom, apparently, who is just a decent human being. But that's not the permanent thing anyway. I think his powers were being good. It's weird. But eventually the three evil mutants realize that Hybrid is just the worst. So they team up with Rom to stop him, and they go on their way. It is worth noting that at one point they were like, hey, Rogue, you should go touch Hybrid and drain him of his powers. And she's like, no, he's gross. But like, she doesn't want to touch him because he's gross. But also, like, she doesn't know what kind of power she's going to get from him. That's something that actually comes up. Like, she doesn't want to steal the powers of Angel and various other things because she doesn't know what kind of deformities she might make. Like, if she has to grow the wings or whatnot, she doesn't want to end up being a freak, basically. But Hybrid was gross. Next up is a run on Dazzler, beginning with issue number 22. And I've got to say, this is some prime Marvel synergy at its finest. We got Danny Fingeroth writing this. Like, we've got different writers doing different things, but they're all kind of laying the seeds for Rogue and following the same page. Like, it's really good. Because if this was just a Claremont baby from start to finish, we wouldn't see Rogue. But just seeing the Brotherhood even pop up in all these different books, that's what the 70s and 80s was about in Marvel, and I love it. Destiny, Rogue, and Mystique are still at large, and now they're calling themselves the Sisterhood of Evil Mutants, which they actually joked about in the ROM issue. But they're after Angel so they can use him to get information to get revenge on the X-Men. And this is all happening in a Dazzler book. Dazzler's coming up so often in these early evolution videos, and I'm really just I'm reading the whole Dazzler run in bits and pieces all over the place. I'm getting such an appreciation for the book. It's so good and fun. But they do attack Angel, and unfortunately for Dazzler, she's been talking with the Winged Wonder for some advice on what responsibility actually comes with having power. And Rogue throws a frickin' tree at them. I guess the purity she picked up from Rom is gone because she is like coming at them with lethal intent. She's very aggressive towards Angel, and she throws Dazzler off a cliff. And I believe this is the first time they actually mention as well that her powers also absorb memories, because that's the whole thing. She wants to absorb Angel's memories to get secrets about how to get into the X-Mansion. She's going to kiss Angel really soon, but that whole thing comes up where she doesn't want to because he's got the wings and she doesn't know how that's going to affect her body. Doesn't want to be a freak. But I mean, I might kiss Angel. Nah. I mean, if my choices were Rogue or Angel, the whole power thing. But if Mystique is right there and she's up for game, I'll kiss Mystique. Of the people that are there, I'd kiss Mystique, then I'd kiss Dazzler, then I'd kiss Angel, then I'd kiss Rogue, then Destiny. Yeah. Anyway, Mystique decides there are other ways to get information, so it's fine that she didn't want to kiss it. Dazzler comes back and blinds everyone, allowing her and Angel to get away. Mystique determines that Dazzler isn't a threat and they may as well not bother with her, but Rogue is pissed off and she goes, well, Rogue. She wants revenge on Dazzler. She trashes her apartment and decides to wait for Dazzler to come home. Only Dazzler catches wind of this and hires the heroes for hire. Yes, Rogue is going to fight Luke Cage and Iron Fist in a Dazzler book. So good, you guys. Rogue defeats both of them without even kissing either one of them, and later on she catches up with Dazzler. They have a chase and then a scuffle, and Power Man and Iron Fist used a sneak attack to take Rogue down. But she did steal some of Dazzler's powers, also unfortunately without a kiss. But she blasts some light and gets away. A few issues later, in Dazzler number 28, now written by Frank Springer, whom also did the art, it seems Rogue has been seething about having been beaten by Dazzler. She's been taking out her frustrations on training equipment that the Sisterhood inexplicably has. Rogue goes after Dazzler and again doesn't hold anything back. She's like a Hulk. Dazzler escapes on car and Rogue gives chase and ends up slamming into a tree. Then she says, alright, I've played around too long. That was Rogue playing around? Jeez. But Dazzler is just trying to buy time till she can get to a nearby airport where there's so much more noise for her to convert into light. She gets there and blasts a bunch of light and handily defeats Rogue, but she does save her life before she's sucked into a jet air intake. But Rogue is out cold and will never realize this act of kindness. Dazzler also just throws Rogue in the trunk and drives off. Okay, now it's all X from here, but we're going to take a quick little detour and talk about Carol Danvers briefly. Remember her? Fell off the bridge, Rogue stole her powers and mind. She did stuff in between. Carol Danvers was an Air Force pilot when she got in an accident that resulted in her getting powers from the original Captain Marvel. She took the name Ms. Marvel and had several adventures on her own and was even an Avenger. After Rogue stole her powers, Carol, now an amnesiac, spent time with the X-Men and fought alongside them, eventually gaining new cosmic abilities and calling herself Binary. And in X-Men number 170, Rogue runs away from the only home she's ever really known, with Mystique and Destiny. And in the next issue, she knocks on the door of the X-Mansion. She's come seeking aid from Xavier. She never intended for the power drain of Carol Danvers to be permanent, and she's been struggling with two separate minds inside of her. It's starting to drive her crazy. And if Xavier can also help her to learn control of her powers so she can touch people, well, that'd be cool too. Professor Xavier senses no deception in Rogue, but the rest of the X-Men are not very compassionate towards her at all. Like, they're constantly saying that they shouldn't help her at all. And Nightcrawler even says, "This is apt punishment for your crimes." Nightcrawler said that. Eventually, Xavier announces that not only will Rogue be admitted to the school, but she will also become an X-Man. Storm objects, saying that she's the team leader and she won't be able to trust Rogue given her past. But before that conversation can go any further, Carol Danvers returns home to the mansion, and without hesitation, she punches Rogue into orbit. Once everyone does calm down, Storm and Nightcrawler announce that they are leaving the X-Men if Rogue is permitted to join. But Xavier gives a really good speech about second chances and why they owe it to Rogue to offer her help. Carol's not buying any of it and she leaves, but the X-Men do reluctantly accept Rogue onto the team. Then she does head to Japan with them for Wolverine's wedding. The X-Men are actually all very cold and distant to Rogue. You can even see how they sit together, and she's alone and far away from them, isolated. Wolverine does seem a little more accepting, but his bride-to-be, Mariko, is the only one that's actually nice to Rogue. Rogue and Wolverine, in turn, are the only ones strong enough to bounce back after Viper poisoned everyone. Wolverine wants answers, and Rogue wants to back him up, so the two of them hit the town to take on some Japanese gangsters. Side note, I do have a little weekly review series I do where I talk about this very issue, Uncanny X-Men number 173. It's actually coming out in a couple days, I think, so you should check it out if you want to see quick little bit more Haas every week talking about individual comic books. It's a good series, I like it. And here in this issue, when there's action, we get to see Rogue come out of her shell a bit. I'm sure it has something to do with the environment and Wolverine's interrogation style, but a little bit of the Brotherhood Rogue comes out. She's enjoying the conflict, but when she jokes about a kiss with Wolverine and is met with claws, she draws back a little bit. But when the chips are down and Mariko ends up in danger, Rogue flies over and dives in front of a blast, throwing Logan and his fiancée out of harm's way. Rogue takes the hit and earns Wolverine's trust. Wolverine then does give Rogue some of his healing ability to help her through. A lot like in the movie, actually.
My choice to make, bub.
In the next issue, while Nightcrawler is taking care of Rogue, he lets her know that if Wolverine thought she was worth saving, then she probably is. She just needs to prove him right. And then over the next few issues, she does that again and again. She's obediently following orders from Storm. She's working well as a team. She saves Xavier from electrocution. She saves Storm from falling out of the sky. But the whole while, she's still thinking to herself, they probably see her as an evil mutant and they'll never accept her. When in reality, they pretty much have. Though her choices in Uncanny X-Men number 178 absolutely solidify that. The Brotherhood of Evil Mutants attack, and Xavier sends the X-Men out to stop them, but he discreetly keeps Rogue behind. And it's a good thing he did too, because the attack was a distraction for Mystique to sneak into the mansion and eliminate Charles Xavier. But here, Rogue stands up to her adoptive mother. She doesn't stop Mystique, but Rogue does ensure the leader of the Brotherhood leaves with her task unfinished. But Pyro and Avalanche really messed up Colossus. Like, superheated, then super cooled his steel skin and turned him into a statue. So the X-Men get Healer from the Morlock, and they have Rogue drain the Colossus statue's energy, forcing him back into his human form so Healer can fix him. It was painful for Rogue, and Storm finally comments, "Whatever her past, this has earned her place on the X-Men." Interestingly enough, just a couple issues before this one, Rogue's like, "Oh, watch out, Colossus, I can't touch you." And he's like, no, you can't touch organic people. I am steel, so you can touch me, it's fine. I don't think they actually touch, but he does mention that. And then later, when Chris Claremont returns to the X-Men in March of 2000, also another video you should check out, Rogue and Colossus do share a kiss. So it's just interesting that in this case, when Colossus might not have even been alive, he was just a frozen statue, melted and shit, Rogue can touch him and steal his powers at that point. So it's, I don't know, 10 seconds in the circle of shame for Chris Claremont. That's all I can bear to give him, so. Shortly after this, the entire team got teleported away for the Secret Wars. But not Rogue, she wasn't with them. But she was with them when they showed up in the Secret Wars, so there you have it. Rogue does appear in all 12 issues of the Secret Wars, but she really doesn't do much. She does have a few thought bubbles here and there where she has a minor conflict wondering if she should change sides to save her own life. But she does arrive to the solid conclusion that she is an X-Man. When the X-Men return home from the Secret Wars to fight a dragon, Rogue is sent off on a different mission. She is sent back to the mansion to check on the new mutants and Shadowcat to see if they're alright. But when she gets back to the mansion, she hears a voicemail left for Professor Xavier by Michael Rossi, and he is trapped on a helicarrier. So Rogue flies off. She's like, oh, I gotta deal with this guy. And she goes to rescue Michael Rossi, and she breaks in and does a one-woman war on the helicarrier and grabs Michael Rossi and flies away and takes him back to what she thinks is her family cottage and makes this family recipe soup that only she knows how to make. And Michael Rossi's like, who are you? And she's like, what are you talking about? Like, you're my first love. And he's like, no, no, I'm not. I don't know you. And he's like, yeah, I met you when I first enlisted in the Air Force. And he's like, what? Yeah, she's like, 8 years ago, when I was 18 years old, I enlisted in the Air Force, and that's when I met you. And then she's like, wait a minute, I'm 18 years old now. Huh? And then it's like, she's at Miss Marvel's family home. She made Miss Marvel's soup, Carol Danvers. The Carol Danvers part of her brain came forward and went to go rescue her first love, Michael Rossi. So back when she first joined the X-Men, 10 issues ago, they alluded like, oh, she's got these two sets of thoughts, but we never actually saw that until now. Whereas, like, she was even losing the accent. Carol Danvers has fully come to the forefront of her mind. And that would be a big thing moving forward for the next, like, 50 or 60 issues till it gets resolved. Carol's at the front, Rogue's at the front, they're going back and forth to the point that, like, the Carol Danvers part of the mind would rearrange Rogue's room while the Rogue's in the back of the mind, right? And Rogue would come back and be like, oh, and she's getting pissed off at the X-Men, being like, do you guys not know the difference between me and Carol? Like, what is going on? But that's a whole other thing that wouldn't actually get solved till the Siege Perilous they get separated, and Rogue can finally from there be Rogue. I would consider making another Rogue video because I'm very interested in seeing where this is going and talking about the whole two minds in one brain dynamic of Rogue. Anyway, I've been Hosman Comics, like I said several times. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I hope you learned something, and I hope you stay Hossy and enjoy some bloopers probably. Bye. It's cornstarch. Problem for a villainous character. Excuse me. Wow. Get off the stand. Get off of the mic stand. It's shaking the whole camera. Lay right there and you're good. He's a giant cosmic force of nature that is the size of a skyscraper, and if he sets foot on your planet, that usually means that your planet is done for, unless of course you live on the Marvel Universe Earth, because he doesn't get to eat that one, and I'm probably going to tell you why a few times in this video. Howdy folks, I am Hosman Comics, welcome back to the channel. Please like and share and subscribe and whatnot, let's dive right in. Galactus, the devourer of worlds, the last survivor of the last universe, the ultimate Grandmaster final boss threat of the Marvel Universe. Created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, Galactus first appeared in Fantastic Four number 48 from 1966. The titular quartet of heroes was off doing something unrelated with the Inhumans, while we get our first look at the Silver Surfer. I actually find this fascinating as he is simply referred to as a being we shall call the Silver Surfer, for want of a better name, suggesting that his name wasn't initially meant to be the Silver Surfer, it was more of a descriptor. But 2 pages later, the Skrulls are calling him the Silver Surfer, and that's his name, so I think Stan Lee always intended it as such. So, nothing new, no new reveal here, sorry, no scoop. Back on Earth, the sky lights on fire. Eventually, that fire is changed to rocks, and we learn that the Watcher was actually doing this with his matter mobilizer. For he has broken his vow of non-interference to hide the Earth from Galactus. More specifically, he's hiding it from the Silver Surfer, who won't find it for Galactus. Semantics. But the Silver Surfer sees right through all of it and sends his signal to his master. And finally, Galactus shows up and announces that the Earth will sustain him until it has been drained of all elemental life. In short, the Earth is doomed. I don't know. The Earth is doomed. I don't know why I did that. And don't think I'm going to gloss over this, because what the hell is he wearing? Like, we're all used to Galactus wearing a certain thing, and that certain thing is purple. Like, for all the years, when you think of Galactus, you think of purple, not this red and green monstrosity. Like, he's wearing short sleeves for crying out loud, but this is what Galactus originally looked like, and honestly, I can't blame Jack Kirby because he didn't color it. Who was the colorist on this? What are these credits? Like, Who do I put in the circle of shame? Stan Goldberg is the credited artist here, and all the other art and stuff is the same as the interior. So Stan Goldberg, that's who it is going in the Circle of Shame. Into the Circle of Shame with you, Stan Goldberg. But then here's like a related question for down in the comments. Like, when did Marvel or any comics start crediting the colorist? Because it wasn't here. Why didn't they credit the colorist? Color's a big part of comic books. Okay, so now we're on to the next issue and the first full appearance of Galactus. His color is better, but now he's wearing short shorts. That is, if he has any shorts on under there at all. The Watcher is asking Galactus to spare the Earth, but Big G makes it very clear that he is very powerful, long-lived, and absolutely not concerned with wiping out lives. He hardly notices when the Thing and the Human Torch attack him with all their strength. Even the Watcher tells the Fantastic Four that they should just relax. And while Galactus builds his contraption that will destroy the planet, the Watcher shows us just how he will do it. First, it will vaporize the water on Earth, converting it to energy. In minutes, every body of water on the planet will be dehydrated. Then, he will wipe out the cities like Kefka's Light of Judgment. And then, he will drain the energy from the core until the Earth is just an empty, lifeless husk. I never really thought about how he did it before, but like, that is intense. But the Watcher has a plan, and he sends Johnny to Galactus' own ship to get something, while Ben, Sue, and Reed take the fight to Galactus. But Galactus gets slightly irritated and sends out his Punisher robot to deal with them. And it kind of just wails on him for a bit until Galactus is like, yeah, you've held him back long enough, well done. This whole time, the Silver Surfer's been hanging out with Alicia Masters and deciding that maybe humans are worthy of life. So the Silver Surfer attacks Galactus. It goes poorly. At first, Galactus can't even comprehend that his herald will betray him. It's unthinkable. But then he decides he can wait a bit. He has eternity, and eventually the Surfer will come to his senses. Then a minute later, he's blasting at the Surfer with full force, and he vows to crush the Surfer with his own hands. But then the Human Torch returns from his mission with the Ultimate Nullifier in hand. The Ultimate Nullifier is a device that can just wipe the entire universe down to nothing, including Galactus. When Galactus sees the nullifier in Reed's hand, he says it's like a toddler with matches in a house of tinder. Also, he's wearing pants now. So that's 3 issues and 3 different looks, all of which I do blame on the colorist, Stan Goldberg. But yes, Galactus does essentially throw a little hissy fit and take back the Ultimate Nullifier. He says he's over it and the Earth isn't even worth the hassle. He zaps the Silver Surfer, confining him to Earth, and then he leaves. But fear not, for about 6 months later in Thor number 146, Thor and the Recorder are flying through space and they pass kind of near Galactus. His colors are still a little off here, but he kind of does tell the reader, like, hey, I'm not mean, I'm not callous, I just hunger, and I don't care about any sentient life. Feeding off the life of the galaxy is simply what his purpose is. 1 page, that's it. You want to go ahead and guess where his next appearance was down in the comments below? I'll give you a minute. His next appearance was in Daredevil. Daredevil number 34 has Old Hornhead fighting none other than Dr. Doom. And during the fight, Doom tells the tale of what happened when he stole the Silver Surfer's power. He tried to leave the planet, but because Galactus had confined the Silver Surfer to Earth, Galactus basically astral projects himself and blasts Doom. Now what I love about this was that story took place in Fantastic Four number 60, and we saw Doom fly off and kind of blow up, but we didn't know what happened. And the Fantastic Four were just kind of like, cool, I guess we won. So I did like that, some of that early synergy I liked, where they finished that story in Daredevil of all places. God, early Marvel was, shaky, but the synergy was great. Because it was all written by Stan Lee. Anyway, yeah, he was in a flashback and barely there, but he was in Daredevil. It wouldn't be long before Galactus showed up again in Fantastic Four for a 4-issue stint, beginning with issue 74. And it seems that since Fantastic Four number 50, Galactus has been unable to find a planet to sustain him. He's been wandering around the whole sector of space, and Earth is the only planet available. He decides that he needs the Silver Surfer again to find him a planet to feed on, but he dare not get close to the Earth because he might be tempted. Like me when someone brings a box of donuts to work. I don't even try to not be tempted, I eat them. I eat them all. So Galactus sends his Punisher robots to the Earth in his place. So to Galactus' credit, he is trying to honor his vow he made not to eat the Earth, but at the same time, he's on the brink of death, and he will eat the Earth before he dies. But, like he says, he's trying not to. So good for him. He hopes the Fantastic Four will betray the Surfer and give him up. So Galactus reaches out with transcendent thought, and he attacks them with the very Earth itself, and then he creates doubles for them to fight. I did not know he could do this. Galactus has many powers, but the Silver Surfer is too well hidden. He's actually gone down to the Microverse. Reed buys some time by agreeing to find the Silver Surfer. So they head down to the Microverse as well, and the Surfer does agree to go with Galactus to spare the Earth. So the Silver Surfer does race off and find Galactus a planet to eat. Afterwards, he asks if he can be set free from the Earth, but Galactus says he'd rather know exactly where he is just in case he needs him again. So he's still confined to the Earth. Which really sucks for the Silver Surfer, but I did like how they were showing, hey, Galactus has some honor, he's keeping his word here, his vow to not eat the Earth, but at the same time, he's not so honorable to not be like, screw you, Surfer, I need you where I need you, so here you stay here, you know? That's just, it's building character, which is something good. And also, you may have noticed, they finally nailed down his look, so, purple. Way to go, Galactus. The Silver Surfer then got his own solo series, and right here in issue 1 we see his origin. If you're familiar with it, then you know the story of how Galactus came to Zenn-La, the home world of Norrin-Radd, and his girlfriend Shalabal. And what the hell is he wearing now? We had it, it was there, but what is this?
I don't know, but it's weird, man.
Anyway, Galactus again holds no malice or greed or anything, he just must feed, simple as that. He even says, if your life depended on stepping on an anthill, would you not hesitate? But Norrin-Radd steps up and offers to become Galactus' herald to find him uninhabited worlds to feast upon in exchange for sparing Zenn-La. Though still, after this, he did bring Big Daddy G to Earth. Dick. Next up, over in Thor 160 through 162, we get the showdown that makes the most sense. Galactus, Devourer of Worlds, versus Ego, the Living Planet. Thor was actually a lot more cosmic back in the day. The battle of the two titans rages back and forth, and Galactus again shows us his great power by hurtling comets against Ego, until Thor finally shows up in his own book and throws Mjolnir at Galactus. For the first time in a millennium, my limbs have tasted pain. Galactus is almost embarrassed that someone in a humanoid form was able to knock him back and hurt him like that, even if he does claim to be a god. But Thor focuses all his Asgardian energy and unleashes it on Galactus, actually forcing him to retreat. For, if I do not flee, I shall surely perish, and Galactus must not die. That is a huge win for Thor right there. But Galactus answers back by just going to town on other planets and destroying them and consuming the energies until he's back to full form. And a few issues later, when Thor catches up to Galactus, there's no need for battle as Galactus just wishes to talk. Battle is also pointless because Galactus has now put up his Galactian barrier, which will protect him from absolutely any harm whatsoever. So they sit down and have a chat. Galactus tells of a long-gone planet called Ta and the virus that was wiping out its inhabitants, and a team left in a ship as a last-ditch effort to save some of them. They flew into a sun where one of them was bombarded by some sort of space radiation. The ship crashed and the lone survivor was found by a watcher. He senses what the survivor was going to become, and he could have destroyed it right then and there, but as a watcher he could not interfere. So Galactus was aborned. And I guess that was all the info Odin needed, and everybody went their separate ways. Back now to Fantastic Four number 121 about 2.5 years later. So this dude shows up and says that he is Gabriel the Angel and he heralds the end of humanity. And he spends the issue messing stuff up. At the end we get the reveal that while Gabriel isn't an angel, he was just a robot, he still does herald the end of the Earth, for he heralds Galactus. Now look at this badass page here. This is exactly what Galactus should be thought of as. Badass. But in the next issue, he's wearing shorts again. What the hell? I thought we were past that. I thought we'd gotten to it. But, the inconsistencies in his color here is actually quite jarring to me. I thought that he was kind of orange and green in his first appearance or whatever. And then I kind of thought he fell into the purple right away. But we are bouncing back from blue to brown to green. I don't like looking at Galactus in any other colors. I find it odd. He's like player 2 in a fighting game. It just doesn't feel right. Galactus has once again come to the Earth to find the Silver Surfer. If the Silver Surfer will rejoin Galactus, then the Devourer will keep his word and continue to not eat the Earth. The Surfer refuses and the Fantastic Four take the fight to Galactus, but they are no more than fleas to him. Though the Thing does actually manage to knock Galactus down, they are all easily tossed aside. The Silver Surfer, Human Torch, and the Thing keep Galactus distracted while Reed and Sue make their way to Galactus' ship, where Reed threatens to destroy it unless Galactus vows to leave again. It goes poorly. Galactus wrecks Reed and then goes ape on New York. And again, he demands that the Silver Surfer return to his service. They have only till nightfall to decide. And then General Ross and the military attack Galactus, and Richard Nixon demands that the Silver Surfer just go with him, go with Galactus. And in the end, he ultimately does. The former Herald agrees to follow Galactus anywhere in this universe. But old sneaky Mr. Fantastic had a trick up his rubbery sleeve. He actually rigged Galactus' ship to transport him straight into the negative zone, where there are enough uninhabited worlds to sustain him for countless ages. A solution that Reed astral projects across the entire globe with the help of Agatha Harkness. Comic books are wild and weird. Back now to Thor issue 184, where we see that Reed's plan was a good one, because Galactus is just laying comfortably in a post-Thanksgiving-esque food coma, fully satiated. Much later in Thor number 225, we finally get to see someone other than Stan Lee writing. It's Jerry Conway who writes now as Galactus again returns to Earth. First, he sends his new herald, the Fire Lord. Fire Lord was sent there to search out the mighty Thunder God himself, who happened to be hanging out with Hercules. And when Galactus himself arrives on Earth, Thor is confused as Reed Richards made a deal with Galactus. Hercules postulates that Galactus is a liar and cannot be trusted, while Odin insists that Galactus has been made a fool of by Earthlings and will not rest until the Earth is destroyed. Turns out, though, Galactus is a good guy who keeps his word. He just needs Thor's help in fighting Ego. Ego's power has grown and he has gone mad with power, destroying everything in his way, and he must be stopped. So Hercules and Thor join forces with Galactus and Firelord to go fight Ego, the living planet. I'm really liking to see here how Galactus almost sees Thor as a contemporary. And I kind of think that a lot of modern writers have forgotten about that relationship, or am I mistaken? I think there was a point somewhat recently where Thor became a herald of Galactus. Was there previous stuff related at all in that? I haven't read it. Anyway, let me know in the comments below if modern writers still do acknowledge that Thor and Galactus are kind of buddy-buddy. Wouldn't that be a weird buddy cop movie? Like just Thor and Galactus out roaming the galaxy, picking up chicks or whatever buddy cops do? But yes, Galactus is doing something noble for the sake of the universe. While Thor, Herc, and Firelord battle their way to the brain of Ego and just kind of shoot it, Galactus was discreetly building a rocket on Ego's ass to shoot him to the other side of the galaxy. After they've won their battle, the Firelord asks for his freedom. Though Galactus admits that Firelord was his most loyal herald, he will grant him freedom. If Thor can find him a replacement herald. Luckily, Thor had just been battling with the Destroyer armor and was like, here, take this empty armor, it can be your herald. And Galactus is like, oh yeah, that'll work. Says it just like that. So that is the first 24 appearances of Galactus. Don't worry, I'm not done yet. I'm just pointing something out here. The first 24 appearances of Galactus, 12 of those appearances were in Thor comics. 10 were in the Fantastic Four. 1 was in Silver Surfer, and the other was in Daredevil. I find that fascinating how just the conceptions of these characters, like Galactus, Fantastic Four, that's what you think. But no, he was popping up more in Thor. After this, it would be, well, there's more Thor still, but it would be a lot more Fantastic Four, obviously. But these early days, it was back and forth. Neat. But yes, back to Fantastic Four for issues 172 through 175. The Fantastic Four are off in space on the High Evolutionaries' Counter-Earth when a gold space gorilla announces that Galactus is coming. The Thing battles the Destroyer armor and then the mighty Hungry One himself to save Counter-Earth from devouration. Then eventually Galactus speaks to the heroes using telepathy. Reed says, I didn't know you could do telepathy. And Galactus says, yeah, I'm Galactus, I can do anything. Actually, he says, I'm Galactus, I can do anything. He does go on to make them a deal. He will spare Counter-Earth if the Fantastic Four can either find a planet where every single inhabitant is willing to die, or an inhabited planet that the four of them unanimously decide should all perish. Personally, at this point, I kind of think they should just let Galactus have Counter-Earth because, didn't the High Evolutionary just kind of make it? So it's all relatively new and young, and I guess everybody's kind of a clone or something. But, I don't know. It just doesn't feel as real. So just let him have it. Reed does soon come to the same conclusion because he's like, you know what? I wouldn't give up my planet to save Counter-Earth. So while he's trying to convince a robot planet to do it, and Johnny is off trying to convince Skrulls cosplaying in the medieval times to give up their planet, obviously nobody's going to want to do that. So Reed's like, we gotta find another way. The High Evolutionary steps up to fight his own fight. He grows to enormous size so he and Galactus may do a kaiju battle over Counter-Earth. Galactus is actually glad to have the fight. He's often disappointed when most worlds just fall to him. A battle makes the consumption more pleasant. But once the High Evolutionary is defeated, Galactus begins his preparations, only for the Fantastic Four to stand against him. And at this point, Galactus is like, Reed, dude, I'm not eating your Earth. Let me have this Earth. Just want one. I want some Earth. They continue to deny the Devourer, and he begins to get mad. I promise not to harm your world, he says. I made no such promise about you. He's about to kill them when Sue shows up with a third planet where everyone is on board with planetary consumption. So Galactus goes up and does his thing, and then he doubles over in pain and shrinks away until he is nothing. It turns out that was the planet Pop-Up, homeworld of the Impossible Man. He was also every single citizen on the planet, and they gave Galactus a case of, and I quote, terminal indigestion. This was also the Impossible Man's second appearance in 13 years. I suppose it is also worth noting that among Galactus' many other powers, he has the ability to shoot a laser at Ben Grimm in his robot thing suit and turn him back into a regular thing. Galactus can do anything except not die in this issue. And this seemed like as good a place of any to end this video. I had a point I was hoping to get to, but like realistically, Galactus died. So from his first appearance, 28 issues later till he died, that was the early evolution of Galactus. A lot of color changes, but pretty much the big guy remained the same. Not too in-depth of a character, but there was humanity to him. Kind of. He's not a human. But he was once very human-like, and he got transformed into this thing. It was much later where they would reveal that his origin was kind of kept the same, but in that spaceship crash, he survived the Big Bang and the end of the last universe and the start of this universe, where this one didn't really go into that. And then there's some stuff much later where like every different Galactus across the multiverse is the same Galactus, but that's dumb. But like just basically, he's this big dude. He is a force of nature. He doesn't eat because he's mean or evil. His will is to devour. So he goes out and devours because he shall not perish. If he doesn't eat, he dies. So he doesn't want to die. He just is. That said, like, reading all this, I got a newfound respect for Galactus. I kind of liked him. I'm probably going to keep reading some more Galactus because curious to see where he goes. How does he come back from that? I want to see. He comes back to Earth and they have to, like, everybody gathers to fight him. Like, what makes him go back on his vow and things. Just Galactus, more interesting than I thought he would be. Anyway, I've been Haas, and if you guys have hit like and subscribed and promised me to come back for my next video, then you can go ahead and enjoy your evenings and stay hossy. Ta-ta.
Howdy, hostages. Or should I say, bonjour, mes hostages de la nuit. Bienvenue à la Louvre. Hossman, bonjour. Je m'appelle Hossman Comics. I don't speak French. I'm here at the Louvre in France to talk about one of France's greatest superheroes. In fact, France's only greatest superhero, Peregrin. It's actually a character I've always had an affinity for, but never actually looked into very much, so I was excited to write this video.
Back in 1982, we got our first real Marvel Comics event in Contest of Champions. Of course, people will say that Secret Wars was the first event, but this predates that by a couple of years. And I guess it depends on your definition of event. Anyway, the Contest of Champions was a 3-issue miniseries in which the Grandmaster and Death abducted every single hero on Earth to pit them against each other in a high-stakes game. And in bringing in every single hero, we got to see a lot of fresh new international faces like Shamrock, Blitzkrieg, Talisman, Defensor, and Peregrin. Both Death and the Grandmaster would select 12 heroes, and they would battle 3v3 style to find a shiny prize. In the end, it was the Grandmaster who was successful, and his brother, the Collector, is resurrected. But Grandmaster's life is taken in exchange, and the heroes are all returned without missing a beat.
Now that that's out of the way, we can focus on Peregrin. He's a French bird-themed hero who got chosen by the Grandmaster's team.
Peregrin is teamed up with Wolverine and the Thing, so right off the bat he's rubbing feathers with some real all-stars, and they have to face off against Black Panther, the Angel, and Vanguard. Obviously, the Flyers will go toe-to-toe, wing to wing, and we see right away that even though Peregrin is a new character, he isn't a rookie crime fighter, and he's flying circles around the Angel.
And flying is his whole thing.
Peregrin has developed his speciality of combining flying with the martial arts.
At this point, Peregrin asks Angel if that's impressive enough for him to maybe join the X-Men one day. So that potentially means he's a mutant. Although this book's actually came with some little info blurbs at the back that did say he used an anti-gravity flying harness thing. So probably not a mutant.
Angel does manage to beat him, but only on a wing and a prayer. Though Peregrin's team was ultimately victorious, and the Marvel world was introduced to a new French superhero.
Let's keep going and see how he was used afterwards.
His debut year, he appeared alongside literally everyone else in Incredible Hulk number 379. And then 3 years later, he joined all the other world heroes to repel a dire wraith attack in ROM number 65.
It seems a little bleak, but trust me, Peregrin got off so much better than a lot of the other international heroes introduced in Contest of Champions.
3 more years would pass, and in Solo Avengers number 6, Hawkeye and Peregrin are both hired by Silver Sable to rescue another operative and retrieve a deadly device from the second Red Skull. Again, we see that the champion of France is no rookie, and he and Hawkeye actually work quite well with each other. Hawkeye even refers to him as the most famous crime fighter in France.
And makes him an honorary Avenger for the duration of the fight. Though they did give him a bit of a purple color scheme here instead of his traditional dark blue-black, and it kind of clashes with Hawkeye. I liked it better in the black, and from here on out, kind of over the years, it'll be interchangeable between the purple and the black. And what we're talking about is look, like I like his head sock cowl thing, because it's bird-like, and it's actually vaguely reminiscent of the Battle of the Planets. But it's a bird, like a peregrine falcon. That's where his name comes from, Le Peregrine. I'll talk more about his name later.
Hawkeye and Peregrin rescue the missing operative, and it turns out to be the Sandman.
God, I really do have to make that video on Sandman and his run as a hero.
Anyway, the heroes end up saving the day. Though, where was Peregrin when Hawkeye and Sandman battled terrorists at the French airport in the next issue? Marvel Comics Presents number 51 gives us a short story where Le Peregrin takes another job from the Silver Sable. It's a pretty stock standard tale, but we get a real chance to see Le Peregrin on his own. We learn that he is independently wealthy, and he has all kinds of tricks like gas grenades, thermite grenades, taser darts, and a napalm bola.
And really, I don't care what you're attaching napalm to, it doesn't matter. Napalm is napalm. Doesn't matter if it's on an arrow, or a stick, or a lollipop. Like, what it's attached to does not matter in the end. It's napalm.
And as we already knew, Peregrin has got moves, but dude can outmaneuver gunship gunners.
And I love the concept of these old Marvel Comics Presents. Like, they don't exist anymore. I think they tried to bring it back a few times, but what it was like 4 or 5 or 6, like, just short stories, 8 pages, 10 pages, 11 pages of different heroes. Obviously, Wolverine was there for most of them in the cover, and that's all that is on Marvel Unlimited, the app. You gotta search elsewhere for the other stories, but you got these backup stories with, like, Sunfire, with Peregrine, with Speedball, like, with these characters that weren't headliners. You got to have creators just come in and try something with them. I really miss it, and I wish they would bring it back. Not that I read modern comics anymore anyway. Next up for France's premier crime fighter was Canada's elite super team Alpha Flight in issue number 108.
Alpha Flight is heading to Europe for the Pan-European Conference on Superhuman Affairs, and Le Peregrin is kind of the spokesman for all the European heroes. Though he is going a tad Pepe Le Pew hitting on Guardian,
who was a female at the time. Like a different character entirely.
But when can a meeting of superheroes ever go off without a hitch? Brain Drain has brainwashed all of the European heroes to attack politicians, and Alpha Flight has to split up to take them each on one at a time. Sasquatch gets tasked with Le Peregrin.
And I do love the detail here of Sasquatch talking to Peregrine in French while they're battling, because Sasquatch is a Canadian, though not all Canadians speak French. Like, je ne parle pas français. I don't speak French in French, because I don't speak French, and I'm Canadian.
Peregrine does get his licks in, but he ultimately goes down to the gamma-radiated furball of the North.
It's the Arc de Triomphe, and I bet Le Peregrine has flown up there before.
Now back to Marvel Comics Presents, so Le Peregrine can mix it up with another Canadian in 8 issues, 124 through 130. This is probably where Le Peregrine would get the most development. First of all, they reveal the martial art he is an expert in is savate. Savate? It's a French style of kickboxing. They also reveal that he is a writer by profession, and that is apparently where he's gained most of his wealth. Enough to proclaim himself the 5th richest man in the world, though I've never seen him on any of the richest Marvel characters lists. Also, by now, he's a little less of a superhero and a full-fledged mercenary, even if that means kidnapping a girl and handing her over to obviously bad men. Wolverine was also tracking that girl, and one of my favorite parts is that Logan finds Elaine. Yes, he's given a proper name here as well. It's Alain Racine. Anyway, Logan finds him because he logged a flight path. Now, I assume he actually took a plane, but I do find it funny to think about him charting a flight path with his little suit. Also, while Contest of Champions isn't mentioned, Le Peregrine does seem to have familiarity with Wolverine, which I think is a nice touch. They get attacked by a weird glob monster, forcing Le Peregrine to don his flight harness while still wearing only a towel. Black Widow also gets involved, and Peregrine turns around and does the right thing, and the villains are brought down. The girl is recovered safely and then left in the woods to live her life awaiting Logan to return to be her mate. But that's a tale for another time. 8 years would pass before Thunderbolts number 57 and 58, in which Graviton has captured nearly every hero on the planet and is hanging them upside down. That includes Le Peregrine. The Thunderbolts save the day and free everyone. And that includes Le Peregrine. In Avengers number 46, Le Peregrine can be seen defending the border of France during the Kang War. After that was Civil War Battle Damage Report, where it was mentioned that after The Thing and Daredevil successfully fled to France, other unregistered Americans tried to do the same. And since France doesn't have many superheroes, they've hired mercenaries like Le Peregrine to assist in preventing illegal superpowered refugees from entering into their great nation. Next up was Fear Itself Black Widow, where Le Peregrine is brought in to support the Black Widow on her mission. He seems to have no regard for centuries-old stained glass windows. Also, they set a lot of France on fire. And then came Scarlet Witch number 6 by James Robinson and Marguerite Sauvage.
Like, I'm all for someone taking a minor character and changing them up and doing things in a different direction, but at least have the essence of the character. Like, you know, it worked really good for the Guardians of the Galaxy, like Groot, Rocket Raccoon, Peter Quill, like all of them were kind of reinvented, brought out of obscurity, and became this big thing. It can work. And they tried it here, I think, or they just completely didn't understand what Le Peregrin was.
For instance, Le Peregrin uses a flight suit, not wings. He's never mentioned having a wife, and he's actually usually pretty forward about his hitting on women. But then here in The Scarlet Witch, they tell a great story, I do get that, but reading it strictly from the point of view of a guy who just read all 19 other appearances of Le Peregrin, this is terrible. So Le Peregrin, who has wings now and a completely different costume, is depressed because his wife died. That's completely understandable. She died in a car accident while he was off fighting crime elsewhere. It's not really his fault, but he feels that he failed to protect her and now he can't take off anymore. So the Scarlet Witch tracks him down to help. She allows the spirit of his dead wife Adele to speak to Le Peregrin, and once he sees that she's a spirit, well, he tries to join her if you catch my meaning. But Wanda helps him not do that. And Adele tells him that he must live, because one day he will face a threat to the entire planet, and he will be the one to save everyone's life. And then after that, he can fly again. I mean, I know it's cliche to be like, you must live so I can live on through you or whatever, but a ghost telling him that his future is saving the world? That's dumb. It's Le Peregrin. Like, and it's not some new character they're calling Le Peregrin. They straight up say this is Alain Racine.
No, it's dumb. I don't like it. I hate it. There's so many other characters they could have chosen for this, or they could have changed just a few simple things and used Le Peregrin still properly, but they did not. But at least I will say, give credit where credit's due. They did use his proper name, La Fauchon Pèlerin, which is what his name would be in France, Le Peregrin Falcon. Because Le Peregrin does not make grammatical sense en français.
US Avengers #7 ignores his new look, thank God, and has him alongside the champions of Europe, Captain Britain, Ares, Outlaw, Guillotine, and Excalibur. They're just doing what they can to battle Hydra and team up with some of Sunspot's Avengers team to do it. We later see many of them unconscious during the War of the Realms as well. And finally, his most recent appearance is in Marvel's #3. It's a retelling of the complete history of the Marvel Universe in one series. Anyway, in issue #3, Reed Richards and Ben Grimm are in the jungles of Southeast Asia, looking for monsters, and they're joined by French and American soldiers, including Batroc, George Tarleton, who would eventually become MODOK, and Craig Simpson, who would be the man to raise Johnny Blaze before he became the Ghost Rider. And of course, Alain Racine, the future Le Peregrin.
Yeah, they really shoehorned a lot in there. He didn't do anything special. He just kind of appeared. I guess maybe you can add that he was doing some soldiering or special forces before his mercenary days, but like I said, it was just a name that was kind of picked out of a hat and thrown in there. Anyway, it's the Eiffel Tower.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm Hossman Comics. Thanks for coming to the channel. Today we're going to take another look at the early history of a beloved Marvel villain, the Feathered Felon. So, gotta be asking yourself, what are some of those things you know about the Feathered Felon? And let's see if they're covered in the early issues. The Feathered Felon, right? Speedball villain. Does he tangle with any other heroes in his early appearances? No. Okay, what about his trademark wings, right? Does he have those right from the beginning, or does he develop them over time? Yeah, no, they're from the beginning. Oh, okay, what his awesome origin, his cool origin story, does that get revealed at all? No, it's the Feathered Felon. So the Feathered Felon's first appearance was in Marvel Spotlight #14 in the C story. It was written by Steve Ditko and Mary Jo Duffy, and it was drawn by Steve Ditko. And here we see Speedball. He's relatively new. This is actually like Speedball's 8th appearance. His dad's a lawyer, and he's taking home a file on Saint Vire, who doesn't matter, never heard of him. Doesn't exist. But he's a big bad guy, and all of a sudden, the Feathered Felon, as we see him, swoops down and steals the briefcase and all the files and just takes off. And they're like, holy crap, this has got to be somebody. Saint Vire obviously wanted these documents to disappear, so he sent in this Feathered Felon to get them. And Speedball is there, and he's like, oh, I gotta get on this because the police might not be able to handle it. And he does, and Speedball confronts the Feathered Felon for the first time, and the Feathered Felon kicks Speedball, and using his kinetic powers, like, just knocks him out of control. And he's like, wow, by the time I regain control, the Feathered Felon's gone. The police are kind of like, we don't necessarily believe this Feathered Felon, or the Swoop Thief as they call him, is coming and just stealing things. But then there's more and more reports of the Swoop Thief, the Feathered Felon, taking ladies' purses and everything. So it's kind of becoming a deal. And the police are like, okay, we're gonna put some decoy ladies out there with purses and transistors, and we'll track them down, and maybe then we'll find this guy. But Speedball's like, well, I can't leave this to the police, I'm a hero. And Speedball goes and sees the Feathered Felon go into a water tower, and that water tower is empty. And he goes in there, and the Feathered Felon's just got all his stuff right there. He's stealing it all just because he thinks it's shiny. he thinks Speedball's there to play with him, and then it's revealed there that this guy isn't hired by anybody. He's not really motivated even by the greed. The feathered felon is just there. He's simple, he's almost childlike. He's more like a bird that has humans, so maybe he's a mutant bird. It's not explained in this issue. The feathered felon is like, oh, play. He talks very simply, like childlike, like I said. He's just, oh, these things are shiny. I swoop, I take. You know, and Speedball doesn't even beat him up. He takes off. But Speedball is able to throw some feathers out the window so the police can find it. And then Speedball doesn't even take the credit on this one. The police get the file back, they get the purses back, and the feathered felon drops a feather down for Speedball to see and looks up and says, bye-bye. When the feather forms a question mark, knowing, will we see the feathered felon again? The feathered felon's next appearance was in a Marvel Year in Review for 1992. There was actually a prose tale that described the bar with no name and how the one in Connecticut started out as a bar catering just to Speedball's villains, like the feathered felon. He's just mentioned there briefly. And the Scourge comes in that story, the Scourge of the Underworld, and kills everyone. So there you go. Those were the one appearance and one mention of the feathered felon. If you can go ahead and like this video, subscribe if you're new here, and let me know this. Obviously, I went for some natural light and the sun is just shining in my face. This is an April Fool's video where I just took somebody who had one appearance and tried to do a serious take on it. I'm Hoss, and I'm here to tell you about a way you can change your life without even spending a single penny. All it's gonna take is you moving your little finger just a couple of inches. First, you gotta go down there and hit the subscribe button and subscribe to my channel, Hossman Comics, because you know what? That's a good thing to do, especially if you haven't done it already. If you already did it, don't do it. What you can do, slide your finger a little bit over and hit the like button. That's part of a new program I'm calling Helping the Hoss, and that helps me. The third thing you can do is actually helping yourself out a little bit. That's helping the hostages. You go down there because a lot of us, like me, in real life don't necessarily have people we could talk to about comics. So go down in the comments and talk to me about comic books. Talk to each other about comic books. In fact, if everything is according to plan, which it isn't, there's going to be a link in my description to my Discord. It's rudimentary and I don't know what I'm doing, so maybe some of you early people that come into my Discord will get able to help me. English, first language. Maybe not, but you can go in there, you can talk about comics, you can talk about movies, TV shows, talk about my channel, talk about my videos, give me suggestions, we'll maybe do some polls or something. You can post your fan art, I know one of you is looking forward to that. And then since it is nearly the season of giving, Christmas time, there's one thing that you could do for me that I would consider a personal Christmas gift. Start sharing my videos around. If you're part of a social network or whatnot, Facebook, Instagram, I don't know all the social medias, but like somewhere where you think you could share my stuff that people will see it and just spread the word of the Hoss, helping the Hoss. That's the season greeting this year. We're helping the Hoss because, I don't know, it seems selfish now, but I'd like the channel to grow. But like I'd like all of us to grow as a community with it, right? The more this channel can grow, the bigger and better it can get. And that'd be awesome for me and for all of us. Anyway, back to Kraven the Hunter.